Chapter 1. Grandpa is so annoying. It's my birthday today, but he's been staying in the guild. Dad's not here either. They must have forgotten my birthday. The boy angrily hit the tree in front of him. As the boy used more and more strength, the tree shook more and more. Suddenly, an egg fell from the tree and hit the boy on the head with a bang. It hurts. What hit me? The boy raised his hand to rub his head, then looked in front of him. When he saw what was on the ground, he shouted in surprise, "An egg!" The boy went forward and picked up the egg, observing it curiously. The pattern on the egg is so beautiful. I have never seen such an egg, and my grandfather must have never seen it either. I have to let my grandfather see it. Thinking of this, the boy ran towards the guild with excitement on his face. Before reaching the destination, the boy couldn't wait to shout, "Grandpa, look at this egg!" The moment the boy opened the door of the guild, a huge voice rushed towards him. "Laxus, happy birthday!" The guild members gathered in a circle and looked at Laxus with a smile. In the middle of the circle was a large table filled with delicious food and wine. "Happy birthday, Laxus, have you thought about what wish you want?" Makarov came out from behind the crowd holding a big cake. Laxus saw this scene and ran to Makarov excitedly. "Grandpa, you have been helping me prepare for my birthday." "Yes, are you happy?" Makarov said with a smile. "Very happy." The huge surprise made Laxus's face turn red. Makarov put the cake in his hand on the table beside him, and then he noticed what Laxus was holding. "Laxus, what you have in your hand is an egg, right? Where did you pick it up from?" Laxus raised the egg in his hand. "It fell from a tree in the park, Grandpa. Do you know what kind of egg this is?" "Dragon egg," Makarov said uncertainly, touching his half-bald head. "Bird eggs shouldn't be this big, so let's just say it's a dragon egg, just to make Laxus happy." Just when Makarov thought of this, the dragon egg suddenly shook left and right as if it sensed his thoughts, accompanied by a rapid light. "Grandpa, my egg is about to explode," Laxus shouted in panic as he looked at the egg in his arms that was like a flash bomb. As soon as Laxus finished speaking, the egg made a crackling sound, and a golden cat with white gloves replaced the original egg. "It's actually a cat." Makarov widened his eyes and said inwardly that it was not good. "I just said it was a dragon egg, but a kitten hatched the next second. Laxus won't blame me if he knows it." Laxus held the cat in his arms with a happy smile on his face. "You are so cute, Yang Ming." "Yang Ming." Yang Ming Duolea, his name. Laxus rubbed the cat's face. "Yang Ming. Duoli, what a good name, let's have another party for the birth of Yang Ming." Makarov saw Laxus so happy and raised his glass with a smile. "Cats welcome. Welcome Yang Ming, let's have a good drink together." Fairy Tale was in a state of joy. Everyone was celebrating happily, except for the protagonist of the party, who was stunned in place, with doubts in his mind. "Where am I? Why is it so noisy around?" "Ding, congratulations on binding with this system. This system is a game system. In view of the host's infancy, the host is given the ability to understand any language. Does the host have any questions? Come up and get benefits." "Where am I? This is the world of Fairy Tale, where you are is Fairy Tale. Game system? What functions do you have?" "My functions are roughly divided into 4 major functions: lottery, mainline, online game, and contract. The lottery is divided into daily, weekly, monthly, and annual lottery, and the lottery grades are white, blue, purple, gold and color. There is no limit to the grade of the lottery. As long as you are lucky enough, the things you draw in the daily lottery may also be colorful. Mainline task: if you follow the original plot, you will get a blue quality reward. The reward for changing the plot depends on the size of the change to the original plot. Online game function: after defeating the enemy, you can gain magic power and the enemy's magic, and have an infinite portable space, and the time in the space is still. Contract function: the person who signs a contract with the host can gain some magic power and magic after defeating the enemy, and the host can also get what the contractor gets. As expected of a game system, it really feels like a game. Fairy tale? Xiao Yang turned around and looked around. So the dwarf in front of me is the guild leader Makarov, and the child holding me is. Before he could figure out the situation around him, his body yawned involuntarily, his eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead, and finally he fell asleep amid the lively noises. Xiao Yang got up. It's time to have breakfast. I'm coming. Hearing Lax's voice, Xiao Yang sat up and slowly flew to the dining table. This was his 4th day in this world. It took him a day to figure out the situation around him. It was now X771, and he became a transcendent. Laxus was only 8 years old, and there was still a long time before the plot began. Laxus, what have you been doing outside after dinner these past 2 days? After breakfast, Xiao Yang looked at Laxus packing up and asked curiously. Going to exercise, Laxus replied as he packed up the things he was going to take. He started exercising at such a young age. Xiao Yang opened his eyes wide in surprise. Is the other world so complicated? He started exercising when he was only 7 years old. Laxus was helpless. I can't help it. I inherited my grandfather's talent. There is too much magic power in my body, but my body is very weak and can't bear so much magic power. I can only exercise my body, otherwise it will cause magic backlash. Then I will train with you today, Xiao Yang said, and a magic circle appeared behind him, and a pair of wings appeared out of thin air on his back. He flew up from the ground and landed on Laxus' shoulder. Laxus felt the weight on his shoulder and looked at him in surprise. Xiao Yang, you can fly. Hearing Laxus' exclamation, Xiao Yang's tail swung unconsciously. This is my racial talent. I can use it since I was born. Unfortunately, my magic power is not enough now, so I can't use it for a long time. Awesome! After standing firmly, Xiao Yang said, let's go to the place where you exercise. Good. With the furry tail constantly sweeping across his cheek, a warm feeling surged into Laxus' heart. From now on, I also have a partner, I am no longer alone. Thinking of this, Laxus's steps became much lighter, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Xiao Yang was bored on the road and started to draw the lottery. After silently reciting the lottery, a golden magic circle appeared in front of him. Golden Legend. Xiao Yang's eyes widened as he looked at the golden light. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the golden item. Chapter 2. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the golden item plain mobile phone. You can even win a cell phone in the system. Xiao Yang was so excited that he almost cried out when he heard this thing that he couldn't hear in another world. Of course, you can win everything in the universe through the lottery. The universe is not just the novels and animations that the host has read, but also many planes that the host doesn't know. After listening to the system's explanation, Xiao Yang suppressed his curiosity and waited until Laxus reached the destination before he spread his wings and flew onto a stone. As soon as Xiao Yang landed on the ground, he couldn't wait to take out the cell phone from the space. The appearance of the cell phone almost crushed him to the ground. How can this be a mobile phone? This is clearly an iPad. Xiao Yang took the iPad away from himself with difficulty, and after a while he began to observe the phone. This phone seems to be of normal size, but now I have become a kitten, so the phone appears to be as big as an iPad. Xiao Yang unlocked the screen and asked System, can this phone be connected to the internet? Yes, this phone is bound to the host and has infinite durability. If the cat and the phone are separated by 50 meters, it will automatically return to the host space. In addition, the phone can also connect to other planes, and the host can see new novels and animations anytime and anywhere. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, and he looked at the phone with the eyes of a rare treasure. His tail swayed back and forth unconsciously because of excitement. Great, there is no entertainment in the world of fairy tale. I am still worried about what to do in the future. I can't keep exercising even if I die. The mobile phone is comparable to the color lottery for me, and the mobile phone has a map. Phone. Xiao Yang was flipping through the pages when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait. Why are most of them gray, and only a few are colorful? Because the host is too young now, the magic power is not enough. The system's words were like a basin of cold water to extinguish his excitement. The tail that was shaking with excitement fell to the ground like an eggplant hit by frost. What is the difference between this and not being connected to the internet? My magic power is only 100 now. Is there any way to quickly increase my magic power? Yes, the host can accept side quests. Accepting commissions from the guild counts as side quests. The rewards obtained from side quests increase with the level of the commission. Another way is for the host and the contractor to defeat the enemy. No matter which contractor defeats the enemy, the host will gain magic power. This is the most efficient method. That's right. I forgot about the contract function after I fell asleep. Now I will go to Makao and the others to sign a contract, so that the magic power will come quickly. Xiao Yang became more and more excited as he thought about it. He has now imagined a scene where he can sit at home and the magic power will come from the sky. Note, the contract depends on talent and ability. Not everyone can sign a contract with the host. Makao and others have too low talent and cannot sign a contract with the host. In addition, people who sign a contract with the host have a certain chance of awakening special abilities. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Yang could only come out of his beautiful fantasy. He then asked, "Then can I sign with Laxus?" Yes, it is recommended to sign the contract after obtaining the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. This will not only cure Laxus's disease, but also fully develop his potential. By transplanting the Dragon Slayer magic crystal, one can learn Dragon Slayer magic, which can enhance physical strength and cause fatal damage to dragons. Okay, I got it. Laxus wiped the sweat off his head with a towel and slowly walked towards Xiao Yang, asking breathlessly, "Xiao Yang, why are you so excited and lost here alone?" "Laxus, I found a way to treat you." Xiao Yang looked up at Laxus. He suddenly found that the boy had abdominal muscles. It might be because of the exercise that the loose clothes were tightly attached to his body. Xiao Yang was stunned when he saw this scene. Confused face, really? How old is he and he has abdominal muscles? It seems that you can vaguely see 4 packs. Isn't he only 8 years old? Why didn't I see it before? Really? Then my body won't hurt anymore, right? Laxus's face turned red with excitement. Before Xiao Yang had time to think about it, Laxus' voice brought him back to the topic. He nodded, "Yes, but it may take some time." "It doesn't matter, as long as there is hope, it's enough." After Laxus calmed down, he suddenly found that Xiao Yang was holding a black brick in his paw. "Xiao Yang, are you holding a brick to exercise your arm strength?" "What bricks?" Xiao Yang looked down at his hands. "I only have a cell phone in my hand." Cell phone. The first time he heard this word, Laxus subconsciously thought about what it was used for. "This is it, it's a prop from another world, it has so many uses." Xiao Yang handed the phone to Laxus before he could figure it out. Laxus took the phone. "Xiao Yang, how did you get the prop from another world?" "This is another of my talents. I will get random items or magic every day. This phone can show the pictures of another world. Click on the middle screen to try it out." Laxus fiddled with the phone excitedly after hearing about the other world, but after fiddling for a long time, no pictures appeared. "Where is the screen?" "I pressed for a long time but nothing happened," Laxus said, and handed the phone to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took the phone with a puzzled look. "Can't you see it?" "Wait, let me study it." Xiao Yang called out the system, "What's going on? Why can't Laxus see the content in the phone?" Only those who have signed a contract with the host can see the screen, and others can only listen to music at most. Okay. Xiao Yang opened the music software and clicked on a song, Memories of the Carousel. As the music started, Lax's eyes began to grow bigger and bigger. This stone actually has a sound. It's a song, so nice. This is just one of the functions. There will be more good things in the future. Let's go back to the president now. I have something to tell him. Xiao Yang said as he opened his wings and flew to Lax's shoulder. Okay, I'll go put away the exercise props. Laxus walked to the exercise equipment and put them into his backpack one by one. After putting away the equipment, Laxus put on his backpack and walked towards the guild. When he arrived at the door of the guild, Laxus pushed open the door and shouted to Makarov, who was sitting at the table drinking, "Grandpa, we are here to find you." Makarov put down the half-drunk wine in his hand and said with a red face, "What's wrong, Laxus? What do you want from me?" "I have something to do, President." Xiao Yang flew to the table in front of Makarov. "Xiao Yang, you can still fly. What do you want from me?" Makarov said with a smile. "President, I have a way to cure the magic backlash caused by the excessive magic in Lax's body." Xiao Yang's words were undoubtedly a ray of light that dispelled Makarov's long-standing problems. "Really? What's the solution?" Makarov's pupils shrank when he heard Xiao Yang's words, and his voice unconsciously became louder. "I need a Dragon Slayer crystal. I can fuse it into Lax's body to improve his physique, so that Laxus can withstand the excessive magic power in his body." Hearing this, Makarov sighed, and his originally excited heart calmed down. "Xiao Yang, we have thought of this method, but transplanting the Dragon Slayer crystal has huge risks. Once the person who is implanted with the Dragon Slayer crystal cannot withstand the transformation of the magic power of the Dragon Slayer crystal, he will die due to the magic riot. I can sign a contract with Laxus. This is my innate talent. I can directly implant the Dragon Slayer crystal without any danger. After signing the contract, Laxus' talent will also be developed." Makarov's eyes lit up, and hope ignited in his heart again. "Really?" Makarov was happy for less than 3 seconds, and suddenly remembered that some magic requires the caster to pay a certain price before it can be used. "Xiao Yang is so young, don't use this kind of magic without knowing it." Chapter 3. What is the price you need to pay to sign a contract with Laxus? Makarov looked at Xiao Yang worriedly. "No, on the contrary, after signing the contract, my ability will be enhanced. By the way, it is best to use the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal, which is the most suitable for Laxus." "Okay, I got it. I will collect them as quickly as possible." After getting a definite answer, Makarov jumped off the table and walked out of the guild. After Makarov left, Laxus looked at Xiao Yang excitedly. "Xiao Yang, will I be able to use magic at will soon?" "That's right, you will be able to use magic soon. Now let's go home." Xiao Yang spread his wings and flew to Laxus' shoulder. "Good." Laxus walked towards home with a brisk pace with anticipation on his face. "Asshole, did you just play tricks?" "No, you can't afford to play. Do you want to fight?" "Come on, that's just what I want." "Come on, Wakaba. Don't lose, Makao, we'll win soon." Looking at the mess in front of him, Xiao Yang sighed, picked up the juice and milk and took a big gulp. After burping, he complained in his heart. "Although I know that there are constant fights in the guild, it's not every day, and most of them are uncles with bad beards, which is not very entertaining." After watching it for a while, the phone prompts that the magic power is insufficient and cannot be watched. There is no way to meditate and watch the fun for the rest of the time. My magic power has increased by about 300 through meditation, and I can almost do quests. I have to say that the meditation efficiency circulated in this world is too low. I can't keep meditating all the time. I'd better do commissions to increase my magic power." Xiao Yang finished the last sip of milk, spread his wings and flew to Makarov. "What's wrong, Xiao Yang? What do you want to talk to me about?" Makarov put down the wine glass in his hand and moved his eyes from the dancing girl in the guild to Xiao Yang. "President, I want to accept the mission." Xiao Yang took out the letter of authorization from the space and handed it to Makarov. Makarov was surprised to see the letter of authorization appearing out of thin air and took it. While reading the letter of authorization, he asked, "Xiao Yang, is this also your talent?" "That's right, I may awaken other abilities in the future, so don't be too surprised, President." Xiao Yang patched up Makarov in advance. Makarov nodded and praised him. As soon as he finished praising him, he stroked his beard and said regretfully, "E-level commission to deliver letters and food, but unfortunately, Xiao Yang, you can't do it." Xiao Yang was stunned when he heard this. "Why?" "President, this is an E-level commission, I can accept it, right?" The regular wizard guilds recognized by the Magic Council mainly operate by accepting normal commissions from clients, and in addition, they also have a public welfare role. The most common example is the Fairy Tale Guild, which will help some homeless children and give them simple jobs to support their lives. E-level commissions are commissions that most children can do. Makarov took out a crest and shook it. "Xiao Yang, you were born in Fairy Tale, and everyone in the guild thinks you are our family. But before the guild emblem is stamped, you are not considered an official guild member, so Xiao Yang, you cannot accept missions. Only after joining the guild can you accept missions as a guild member." As soon as Makarov finished speaking, Xiao Yang replied firmly, "Then I will join the guild." "Xiao Yang, are you sure you want to join Fairy Tale?" Makarov sat up straight and asked seriously. "Of course, I have always been a wizard of Fairy Tale," Xiao Yang said without any hesitation. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, Makarov raised the corner of his mouth. "Okay, then what color do you want and where do you want it?" "On the back of my hand, it's blue. My WeChat avatar before I traveled through time was a blue Fairy Tale emblem. Now that I've traveled through time, of course I have to use the same one. Moreover, the emblem printed on my hand looks like a command seal, so cool. There are no requirements for the color and location of the guild emblem. It doesn't matter if you want to engrave it on your tongue, just like Bigusro." As the magic seal fell, a blue pattern appeared on Xiao Yang's hand. It was a flying blue fairy. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for joining Fairy Tale. Because the host officially joined the guild, a novice gift pack will be awarded. It seems that the system also thinks that I haven't joined the guild before." After Makarov stamped Xiao Yang, he told him many things to pay attention to when doing the task, and then gave him many magic props for self-defense. After seeing that Xiao Yang was ready, Makarov let him go with peace of mind. Xiao Yang took out his mobile phone in the air and clicked on the map. After clicking on the app, a huge world map appeared on the screen. Xiao Yang entered the location of this commission in the search bar. After clicking on the search, a line of light appeared in front of Xiao Yang, extending all the way to the location of the task. "I was lucky to get the phone, otherwise I would be in the dark. I am a road idiot and would have lost myself. By the way, would anyone in the guild not know the way when accepting a commission?" Xiao Yang flew northwest along the light. During the flight, Xiao Yang opened the gift package given by the system. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Abyss Yaoji, congratulations to the host for obtaining Purification, Rule Level." Listening to the system's prompt, Xiao Yang used his ability to read skills in the game for the first time, guessing the meaning by words. "Abyss Yaoji? What kind of ability is this? It sounds like the code name of a female villain. Abyss is a shield of an abyss monster. It can only be broken by a specific mechanism. Thunder uses ice, ice uses fire, fire uses water, and water uses wood. Any other attack cannot break the shield. Yao is in the state of a cat spirit hanging on the teammate. During this period, the host is in an unattackable state. Only by breaking the shield of the abyss can the host and teammates be attacked. In addition, the effects of any auxiliary skills and control skills in the cat spirit state are doubled. Teammates possessed by cat spirits can increase their attack power, magic power, defense power, and speed by 20%. The increase increases with the increase of magic power. G is CAI when G's skill, a large amount of single-player blood recovery and a small amount of multiplayer blood recovery. Even if the hands and feet are broken, they can grow back after full blood. Hearing this, Xiao Yang shouted in shock, God skill. Blood addition, amplification, and immunity trinity. Then Xiao Yang turned his attention to the second magic. I understand purification, but what does the rule level in brackets mean? The rule level is the God level. As long as it is a negative state, all can be removed. Is it something like a curse, poisoning, or something like that? Not only that, any negative state that the host considers can be purified. This is already at the conceptual level. When Xiao Yang heard this, he suddenly remembered a river god in an anime, who also said something similar. The Milky Way is also a river. After reading the novice gift pack, he just arrived at the mission location. Xiao Yang fell from the sky to the front door of a house. Boom boom boom. Hello, is anyone there? I am a wizard from Fairy Tale, and I am here to complete the commission issued by Ms. Irene. Coming, coming. As soon as the voice fell, the door opened and an old woman came out. She looked around and found nothing. I'm down there. Hearing Xiao Yang's voice, the old woman looked down at the ground. Oh! It's a talking cat. Are you lost? Come in and eat some delicious fish. Didn't you hear what I just said? Xiao Yang showed the guild emblem on the back of his hand. I am a wizard from Fairy Tale, and I came here to complete Ms. Irene's commission. You are from Fairy Tale. I am Irene. Wait a minute. I will pack some things. Please come in and sit down first. The old woman led Xiao Yang to the sofa and went to pack her things. Fairy Tale has been established in the city of Magnolia for nearly 100 years. It is precisely because of this that Fairy Tale is deeply trusted by the city residents. After a while, the old woman came out with a letter and a lot of food in her hand. My son is working in the east and it's not easy for him to come back. This is the letter to him and my best food. She put these things on the table and took out some food from the kitchen and put it in front of Xiao Yang. This is for you, it's delicious, I'm very proud of my cooking skills. Xiao Yang waved her hand and refused. No, Grandma, we Fairy Tale wizards are not allowed to accept extra things from clients. Hearing what Xiao Yang said, the old woman pretended to be very angry. What client? I'm just an old woman who wants to show off my cooking skills. Or do you think the food I cook is terrible? No, no, Xiao Yang shook his head and quickly denied it. Seeing the old woman's expression that she would not leave unless she accepted the food, Xiao Yang had no choice but to accept the food. Thank you, Grandma. Xiao Yang put the food and letters on the table in the space and flew out of the door. Be careful on your way, the old lady waved goodbye at the door of the house. Xiao Yang turned around and waved at the old lady in mid-air. Grandma, I will come to see you again later. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yang delivered the things to the grandma's son. After receiving the things, the grandma's son made a temporary commission, handed Xiao Yang a large bag of things in a letter, and asked Xiao Yang to give them to his mother. Xiao Yang gave the things to the grandma and told her son's current situation. Before leaving, the grandma gave Xiao Yang a bunch of food. Xiao Yang returned to the guild with a full backpack. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a bang, followed by the voices of many people. Congratulations to Xiao Yang for completing his first mission. This is the youngest person in our guild to complete the mission. Makarov shouted, let's get together to celebrate Xiao Yang's first completion of the mission and joining our guild. Oh! Xiao Yang looked at the people who were celebrating for him, and suddenly felt warm in his heart, with a happy smile on his face. Holding banquets at any time has been deeply engraved in the blood of all the members of the Fairy Tale Guild. This is why every member of Fairy Tale, one of the largest guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, is a poor ghost. After all, no matter how much wealth they have, they can't stop spending it like this. But this kind of atmosphere is super great. I want a glass of juice. Xiao Yang smiled and flew to the bar. Chapter 4. My head hurts so much, where am I? Xiao Yang held his head with his left hand and looked around painfully. He began to recall what happened yesterday. I seemed to be at a guild party yesterday, but why can't I remember the situation afterwards? And why does my head hurt so much? Didn't I drink juice? The more Xiao Yang thought about it, the more painful his head became. The pain that was about to explode made him groan unconsciously. Laxus turned his head to look at Xiao Yang after hearing his voice, and said while putting on his clothes. Xiao Yang, you've woken up. Grandpa sent you home last night. I heard that someone mixed up the wine and juice, and you got drunk after drinking one glass. You spread your wings and flew around, and finally crashed into the guild wall and fainted. Xiao Yang froze when he heard this. What? I got drunk after one glass. Can I drink so little? The alcohol content in this world shouldn't be high, so who can tell the difference between me and Gojo Satoru? Forget it, the purification technique should be able to purify the headache, but I didn't expect that I would have a hangover the next day after drinking so little. He cast a purification technique on himself, and the moment he cast the purification technique, he felt his body lighten and his whole body felt comfortable. So fast. I didn't expect the effect to be so good, it was like refreshing the state. Xiao Yang looked relaxed, and collapsed comfortably on the bed. Laxus got dressed and walked out of the room. 3 minutes later he brought a cup of hot water and handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, this is the potion that Grandpa asked me to get you. He said that you would have a headache when you woke up this morning, so he asked me to watch you drink it. As Laxus got closer and closer, the smell of Chinese medicine in the potion suddenly rushed into Xiao Yang's nose. Xiao Yang quickly spoke up to stop him. Laxus, my head doesn't hurt anymore. You can see that I look much better, right? Laxus disagreed with his words. Xiao Yang, you can't avoid taking the medicine just because it's bitter. You'll feel uncomfortable. After Laxus finished speaking, he pretended to feed Xiao Yang the medicine. After Xiao Yang touched the cup of water, he quickly put the cup of water into the space. The cup disappeared. Laxus shouted in surprise as he looked at his empty hands. This is because I have finished drinking it. I am a cat, and the way I drink medicine is different from you. Xiao Yang fooled the child without blinking. Laxus was a little confused, but with his 8-year-old knowledge, he quickly believed it. Since Xiao Yang has finished drinking the medicine, we can go play together. After saying this, Laxus picked up Xiao Yang and walked out of the house. Halfway through the walk, Xiao Yang suddenly realized that Laxus had just talked about playing, not exercising. This was very strange for Laxus. He asked curiously, Laxus, aren't you going to exercise today? Today, someone who is usually away from the guild is coming back, so Grandpa is going to hold a party in the guild, and we should all go to the party later. Who is it? It's an uncle. When Xiao Yang heard that it was an uncle, his desire to ask more questions disappeared. The old thoughts disappeared and new thoughts appeared. He suddenly remembered that he could now take people flying. Laxus, do you want to fly in the sky? Hearing this, Laxus' eyes lit up and he looked down at Xiao Yang and shouted excitedly, I want to fly. Okay, we can fly when we get to the open space in a while. Laxus began to walk faster after hearing Xiao Yang's words. Xiao Yang suddenly remembered yesterday's task system. Why was there no reminder sound after completing the task yesterday? It was reminded, but the host was drunk yesterday so he didn't hear it. That's fine, how much did I get? 20 mana and 3000J. I give you 20 at a time, which is much faster than meditation. Of course, host, you should know that meditation absorbs magic from the atmosphere, and the ratio of absorption and utilization is 20:3. The body absorbs 20 points before it can utilize 3 points, while the task is to directly obtain magic to increase the capacity of the magic source, which is not comparable to meditation. Note, after the host completed the commission for the first time yesterday, he also obtained a favorability bonus aura. This aura is a passive skill. People who see the host will feel that the host is trustworthy and kind, and will have a good impression of the host. == How many things did I miss after I got drunk yesterday? Forget it, let's draw the lottery first. Today is the first and there are 2 chances to draw the lottery. Xiao Yang silently recited the lottery, and a white light and a purple light appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations to the host for winning the dessert gift package, 150 pieces of various chocolate cakes blessed by the dessert elves. Water divination, change. I didn't expect that I could eat chocolate cake in the world of fairy tale, and it was blessed by the dessert elves. How delicious it must be. Xiao Yang became more and more excited the more he thought about it, and the beard on his face kept shaking with his mood. After finally calming down, Xiao Yang looked at another reward, water divination. I already knew the plot of the fairy tale world, this is a bit tasteless to me, and there is a word change after this skill. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, the system explained. Because this magic is performed by the knowledge of the fortune teller in other planes, in the world of fairy tale, performing water divination only requires consuming magic power. If you tell fortunes for others, they will have to pay a certain price, and this price is based on the host's values. It's okay. While Xiao Yang was looking at the new skills, Laxus also arrived at the destination. Xiao Yang, do you think this is okay? Xiao Yang came to his senses and looked around, nodded with satisfaction, okay. Xiao Yang opened his wings, grabbed Laxus's clothes and flew into the sky. The sudden rise made Laxus feel uncomfortable, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. He opened his eyes only after he felt the flight was stable. The moment Laxus opened his eyes, he seemed to see a whole new world. He looked at the scenery below with shining eyes. It's so high, I can see the whole magnolia. That's our guild over there, it's so small. Laxus was super excited to fly in the air, and he would shout every time he saw a familiar place. Xiao Yang took Laxus to a hill and slowly landed on the hillside on one side of the hill. After Laxus stepped on the ground with his feet, he looked at the cat next to him. What's wrong, Xiao Yang? Is your magic power gone? No, I landed on this hill specifically. Look at this. Xiao Yang took out several beautifully packaged cakes from the space and placed them on the ground. Laxus looked at the beautiful cakes on the ground and asked curiously, what is this? It's a cake, it's actually glowing. This is a cake from another world that has been blessed by a dessert elf. The cake in your hand is called opera. Laxus picked up one of them and looked at it carefully. Why is it black? Because it is a chocolate cake. Xiao Yang looked at the cake and was filled with surprise. This cake actually had a flashing effect. It was indeed blessed by the elves. Oh, what a weird name. After all, it's a different world, so it's normal to have different names. Dessert elves? Are they the same as fairies? Dessert elves should be similar to fairies. Xiao Yang recalled the difference between the two. Anyway, they are invisible to ordinary people. As the doubts in his heart were answered, Laxus put the cake in his hand into his mouth. This is so delicious. This is the best cake I have ever eaten. It is not very sweet, but has a bitter aftertaste. It is completely different from the sweet cakes sold outside. Xiao Yang also took out a piece of cake from the space and ate it. As the taste slowly spread in his mouth, a sense of pleasure surged in his heart. This is so delicious. It is totally different from the cakes in this world. As expected, the highest praise for desserts is that they are not too sweet, and it is my favorite chocolate cake. I am so touched to eat it after a long time. Xiao Yang ate the cake and squinted his eyes happily. After the two of them ate for a while, there was suddenly a loud noise in the town, and the town was actually deformed. Xiao Yang looked at this scene and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there an enemy attack?" Laxus raised his head with some black cream at the corners of his mouth. "Uncle Gildarts is back." Gildarts, the owner of the shattering magic. When I watched the anime, I didn't think the town was deformed so badly. I didn't expect it to be so shocking in reality. Uncle Gildarts is the only S-class wizard in the guild besides Grandpa. The magic he uses is crushing magic. However, because he is always in a daze and often destroys things, the town has opened a Gildarts mode specifically for him. Xiao Yang, since Uncle Gildarts is back, it means the party is about to start. Let's go back, Laxus said while picking up the garbage on the ground. Okay. After Laxus packed up the garbage, Xiao Yang took Laxus to fly to the guild. Flying in the air, Xiao Yang looked at the town that was completely different from before and sighed. How many times did the houses have to be destroyed before they made up their minds to change them to this? Arriving at the entrance of the guild, before entering, I heard loud laughter from many people in the guild. In the guild, Makarov was drinking with an orange-haired man in a black coat. Their eyes were fixed on the dancers dancing opposite them. "Uncle Gildarts," Laxus waved his left hand and ran towards Gildarts. "Oh, it's Laxus. I haven't seen you for a long time and you've grown so big." Gildarts patted Laxus' head while speaking. After patting him, he suddenly found a cat in Laxus' arms. He asked puzzledly, "Who is this cat?" "It's Yang Ming Duoli, my family," Laxus said as he lifted Xiao Yang above his head. Xiao Yang's face was now facing Gildarts' face. "Dolia." A trace of surprise flashed across Gildarts' face. He knew clearly the meaning of the surname Dolia. Xiao Yang was first brought back from an egg by Laxus. Makarov, who was drinking, introduced Xiao Yang to Gildarts. After Makarov finished the introduction, Gildarts smiled and said to Xiao Yang, "Nice to meet you, I am Gildarts Klayev." "Hello, uncle." Xiao Yang waved his paw at Gildarts. "Ha ha ha, what a cute child. Since you called me uncle, then uncle will treat you to a bowl of fairy barbecued pork, the kind with 6 slices of barbecued pork." Gildarts said, and took out a magic crystal from his arms and handed it to Xiao Yang. "This is a small gift for you, it can change the color of your hair. Congratulations on coming to Fairy Tale." Xiao Yang took the magic crystal and thanked Gildarts. After the ramen came, Xiao Yang asked for another bowl. He gave half of the ramen, which was the same size as his, to Laxus. Laxus happily took it, and the two ate ramen together. "Gildarts, how is your mission going?" Makarov asked after taking a sip of beer. "It has been completed, but the 10-year mission is much more difficult than I thought." Although Gildarts said it was difficult, his face did not show any difficulty at all. He actually completed the task, worthy of being Gildarts. Everyone in the guild exclaimed. Each magic guild is divided into levels, from S level to E level, and above the S level task, there are 2 levels of 10-year tasks and 100-year tasks. As the only S-level wizard in Fairy Tale, Gildarts' previous task was a 10-year task above the S-level task. Being able to complete the 10-year task means that Gildarts' strength has far exceeded the level of an S-level wizard. "How long do you plan to stay in Magnolia?" Hearing Gildarts' words, Makarov put down the wine glass in his hand and asked in a low voice. "Rest for a few days, and then set off again." Gildarts replied with a smile. "So fast? Don't you want to take a break for a while?" "Haha, old man, I'm not like you. I also want to challenge the 100 years mission that no one has ever completed." Hearing Gildarts' words, Makarov looked solemn. 100 years mission? Gildarts, the 100 years mission is not as simple as you think. 100 years mission, a mission that no one in the kingdom of Fiori has ever completed. Even though Gildarts' strength has far exceeded that of an S-class wizard, Makarov does not think that Gildarts can complete the 100 years mission now. Isn't it because of this that it is more worth challenging? Gildarts showed a hearty smile. Don't worry, I won't challenge the 100-year mission right now. Really? Then I feel relieved. Makarov relaxed when he heard this and started drinking again. Xiao Yang listened to the conversation between the two and suddenly remembered that Kana seemed to be the one who came before Gildarts challenged the 100 Years quest. He tried to use water divination to predict Gildarts' situation. Xiao Yang looked at the words that appeared on the water divination plate and showed an expression of as expected. As expected. I can see it. And it also shows that the price has been obtained. This price is determined according to my values. Because I already know the plot, it is not very valuable to me. The previous fairy ramen can offset it. Laxus on the side saw that Xiao Yang had a water blue plate in his hand and asked curiously, Xiao Yang, what is that in your hand? The two people who were chatting heard Laxus's voice and turned to look at Xiao Yang. This is water divination, which can predict a person's present, past, and future, Xiao Yang explained while looking at the water divination plate. Makarov heard what Xiao Yang said and asked seriously as if he had heard a bomb explosion, does this divination require a price? Yes, Uncle Gildarts just treated me to some fairy ramen. The price is so simple. Makarov was stunned. He thought that this kind of divination would damage the body of the practitioner or cost a higher price. Different divinations require different prices. I was just looking at Gildarts' present, so the price doesn't need to be particularly high. If you want to look at the distant future or past, you will need a higher price. At this time, someone in the guild noticed the conversation between Xiao Yang and Makarov, and more people gathered around. Divination, so awesome! If you can predict a person's future and past, can you avoid many situations? Gildarts' eyes were full of interest. So what did you predict? Gildarts Klayev, 28 years old, uses crushing magic, is a scumbag with many lovers, and has a child named. At this point, the water plate in front of Xiao Yang disappeared, and the voice stopped. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 5. Hey, a child, XN. Someone turned to look at Gildarts and shouted in surprise, Gildarts, you actually have a child. Gildarts did not respond, looking like he was petrified, with empty eyes and a big mouth. At this time, Laxus poked Xiao Yang and looked at him puzzledly. Xiao Yang, what is a scumbag? A scumbag is a man who has sex with several women and is irresponsible, only caring about himself. Laxus thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Yang seriously, patting his chest and assuring him, I am definitely not a scumbag, I will be responsible for you, Xiao Yang. Laxus, you are a boy, I am also a boy, there is nothing going on between us, why are you responsible? But aren't we friends? Laxus looked puzzled. Xiao Yang choked and thought that Laxus didn't know anything yet, so he didn't bother with him for now. Okay, then you do your best. Well, I will definitely treat you well, Laxus rubbed Xiao Yang's face with his own. At this time, Gildarts finally reacted, ran to Xiao Yang, and asked excitedly, child. I have a child, is this true? It's true, my water divination is very accurate, Xiao Yang wagged his tail. What about the name? What's the name of the child? Is it a boy or a girl? Why don't you continue? Gildarts' eyes were red with excitement. Xiao Yang's tail stopped wagging. I'm too young now and I don't have enough magic power. I can't read the rest. Then tomorrow, when your magic power is restored, I will know. Xiao Yang shook his head, no, I mean insufficient magic power, the total amount of magic power is not enough. Gildarts picked up Xiao Yang from the table and held him in front of his eyes, the two looked at each other, where is the child, when can I find him/her? I don't know, I don't have enough magic power, Xiao Yang said helplessly. At this time, a blue shadow flashed in front of Xiao Yang. At the same time, Gildart's magic power also exploded, and after the magic power exploded, his magic power was weakened. What happened, Gildarts? Makarov asked nervously. Gildarts closed his eyes and felt the situation in his body. After figuring out the physical condition, he said, "My magic power has decreased by 1/10. The original white cloud birthmark on Xiao Ang's forehead suddenly turned transparent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crushing magic. It seems that because the uncle's belief is too strong, my innate skills automatically absorbed some of the uncle's magic. Just now, Shuazanpan suddenly sent 2 messages. Article 1, the uncle's child is a girl. Article 2, Uncle, you will meet your own child in a year, but I don't know if you will recognize her when you meet her. It's okay, my magic power will recover slowly, how could I not recognize my own child?" Gildarts, who got the clear information, blushed and excited, as if he had taken X drugs, and said to everyone he met, "I have a daughter." It has been a week since the last time I read the fortune for Gildarts. Xiao Yang in the guild sat at the table holding a bottle of milk, drinking and sighing. After that, everyone in the guild came to me for divination, and even people in the town came to me after hearing about it. Basically 95% of people asked, "What can I do to get rich? When can I find a boyfriend/girlfriend? Can my child become a wizard?" It feels like the same question people in the old world ask when they go to fortune tellers. After that, Gildarts kept coming to me and asking, "How long will it take for me to see my dear daughter?" Even though I had already told him the approximate time. Just as he thought of this, Gildarts came to Xiao Yang with a lot of food. "Xiao Yang, dear Xiao Yang, I'm here to see you." Xiao Yang looked at Gildarts who was running towards him and said helplessly, "Uncle, no matter how many times you ask, it's the same. I don't have enough magic power now, and your power is too strong. I can't see more information." Gildarts was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then put the food in his hand in front of Xiao Yang, touched his head and smiled foolishly. "Hey, no, I'm here to bring you some food. These are delicious. You can try them. I'm about to go out to find my children. Even though we won't meet until a year later, I still want to find her in advance. Maybe we can meet earlier. I'll do some commissions on the way. When I see my child, I can buy her lots of clothes and take her to eat lots of delicious food." When Gildarts said this, a bubble suddenly appeared in the air. The bubble began to play pictures like an anime. Gildarts was holding a little girl's hand. They were eating, shopping, and doing commissions together. Xiao Yang was stunned when he saw this scene. Can these imaginations really be seen by people? I thought it was just a way of expression in anime, but I didn't expect it to be realistic. After the bubble disappeared, Xiao Yang looked at Gildarts with a happy face and said with a smile, "Then I wish Uncle all his wishes come true." Gildarts rubbed Xiao Yang's hair. "Okay, Uncle, I will accept your blessings. After finding the child, I will treat you to fairy ramen together." Gildarts said with a smile, waved to Xiao Yang and walked out of the guild. As soon as Gildarts left, Laxus came to Xiao Yang again. "Xiao Yang, let's go exercise together." "Okay." After Xiao Yang agreed, Laxus picked him up and walked out the door. After walking a few steps, Laxus' body suddenly shook, one hand supporting his head, his face full of pain. "What's wrong, Laxus? Are you sick again? Lower your head." Laxus lowered his head after hearing Xiao Yang's words, and their foreheads were pressed together. A stream of golden magic flowed from Laxus' forehead to Xiao Yang, and the white cloud pattern on Xiao Yang's forehead turned golden from bottom to top as if it was charging. When half of the white cloud turned golden, the two separated, and Laxus' expression changed from pain to relief. Xiao Yang's innate skill of magic absorption and granting is similar to a power bank. Recently, your magic power problem has become more and more serious. Let's go to the president to ask him. Laxus nodded and came to Makarov with Xiaoyang in his arms. President, has the magic crystal not been found yet? Laxus's magic illness has become more and more frequent recently. Makarov sat cross-legged on the table with a wooden stick in his hand. It's almost there, we have news, we will find it in a week at the latest. Already found it. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw a man walking in from outside the guild. The man had black hair, brown skin, and a lot of beard on his chin. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the man walking in. You're finally back, Ivan. Xiaoyang looked at Ivan, then at Laxus, and a huge question mark appeared above his head. Is Laxus really Ivan's son? How could the gap between the two be so big? How beautiful must Laxus's mother be to give birth to a child with this appearance? Makarov at least has the same hair color, but Ivan doesn't even have a different hair color. Ivan took out a golden magic crystal that exuded great magical power from his clothes. We've got the thing, what should we do next? Makarov looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, what should we do next? Find a place with sufficient magic power to make a contract, so that the effect can be maximized. Makarov pondered for a while and said, You follow me. Makarov said and walked deeper into the guild. The two people and the cat followed Makarov and came to the underground of the guild through a secret door. There was a huge door deep underground. After Makarov made a few gestures, the door opened. The moment the door opened, a huge mist rushed towards everyone. Ivan took a deep breath, his face full of shock. These mists are actually magic power, and the magic power inside is so thick that it condensed into gas. The mist slowly dissipated, and a huge crystal appeared in front of everyone. In the crystal, there was a girl with closed eyes. She had long hair like golden waves and 2 pairs of small wings on her head. Ivan was stunned. He didn't react until Makarov walked away, and hurriedly caught up with Makarov. Father, what is this? This is the biggest secret of fairy tale, Makarov said without further explanation. Xiaoyang asked the system in his mind. System, how do I conclude this contract? The system showed a picture in front of him. The host needs to draw the things on the picture first, and then recite the spell. Xiaoyang looked at the picture with a look on his face that said, You're kidding me. It's so big. So complicated. You let me, a kitten who is less than 1 year old, draw it all by myself? Can Makarov see it? No, host, only you can see it. Okay, Xiaoyang looked at the picture carefully, and then looked at the spell at the back. When he saw the spell, he felt more and more familiar. Why does the spell behind this look so familiar? Isn't this the one used to summon the heroic spirit in Fate? It is indeed a little similar to that one, but it's not a big problem. This is called a little bit of the same, this is exactly the same, okay. Don't care too much, as long as it works, it's a good spell. Don't you need to do this every time you sign a contract? This step is only required for the first contract signing. This is to make the function more reasonable in this world. Next, both parties just need to agree. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's good. Then Xiaoyang took out a pen from the space and drew the magic circle on the ground. Half an hour later, the magic circle was finally finished. Xiaoyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Laxus to walk to the middle of the magic circle with the Dragon Slayer magic crystal. After Laxus walked to the center of the magic circle, Xiaoyang began to chant the spell. This base is silver and iron. The foundation is the Duke of Time and Contract. His ancestor is my predecessor, Shubin Aogu. The door opens and all 4 directions are closed. From the crown, it goes back and forth at the fork in the road to the kingdom. Fill it up. 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 Repeatedly, the next is 5. However, when it is full, it is the opportunity to abandon it. set. Proclamation. You shall obey my command. My life is with your sword. If you are willing to follow my will and this principle, please respond. I swear here that I will accomplish all the good deeds in the world and I will punish all the evil deeds in the world. You are the guardian of the wheel of restraint and Libra, who is entangled with the three great words. As Xiao Yang chanted a specific spell, the magic circle began to brighten. As the last sentence fell, the magic circle burst into a dazzling light. Laxus, who was at the center of the magic circle, closed his eyes unconsciously and his body slowly floated into the air. After reaching a certain height, the magic crystal in his hand turned into a golden light and drilled into his body. Then Laxus' body began to absorb the huge magic power around him. After 30 minutes, the magic circle went out and Laxus slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Yang's mind sent a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Everyone stared at Laxus, afraid that he would have an accident. A few minutes later, Laxus opened his eyes. Makarov asked quickly, "How is it, Laxus? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, Grandpa, my health has never been so good." Laxus smiled and raised his hand. A trace of golden lightning appeared in his hand, and then Laxus' body burst out with powerful magic. "B-level, just got magic and it's B-level," Makarov said in surprise. "You know, Wakaba and the others are only B-level wizards now. There is no clear classification of levels above S-level in Fairy Tale. Holy 10 is the code given by the judges to magicians above S-level. Here I divide the levels into D-level, C-level, B-level, A-level, S-level, Holy 10 level, Nation-breaking level and World-destroying level." In the following time, Makarov used magic to check the bodies of Laxus and Xiao Yang. He was relieved after confirming that both of them were in good health. The group returned to the guild, and everyone in the guild sensed Laxus' strength as soon as they saw him. B-class. Laxus has become a B-class wizard. Makarov stood up in surprise, and most of the beer in his hand spilled because of his excessive movement. Because he just acquired magic, Laxus is not yet proficient in controlling his aura. Now Laxus is like a walking light bulb, and everyone can easily sense his huge magic power. Makarov heard everyone's exclamation and shouted proudly to celebrate Laxus becoming a wizard, "Let's have a party, I'll treat you, and I'll pay for all the drinks." "Oh! Congratulations Laxus! Laxus is the youngest B-level in our guild. In the future, he will definitely become a powerful wizard like the president." Everyone in the guild is congratulating Laxus. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 6. Happy birthday, Laxus. Everyone in the guild was saying this. The scene was crowded with people, and the lively atmosphere enveloped everyone, as if it was not Laxus who was celebrating his birthday today but the members of the guild. "Thank you everyone." Laxus smiled and accepted everyone's blessings. "Laxus wishes you a happy birthday, may you be happy every day." Xiao Yang took out a 4-layered cake from the space and used magic to make it float on the table in front of Laxus. "Thank you, Xiao Yang." Laxus looked at the big cake and his best friend with a satisfied smile on his face. When everyone in the guild saw the cake that Xiao Yang took out, they asked curiously, "Xiao Yang, is this a cake? It's so beautiful." "It's cake. Why is each layer a different color, and the bottom layer is still black?" "The bottom layer is chocolate cake, the second layer is coffee cake, the third layer is matcha cake, and the fourth layer is strawberry cake." "Is the top figure Laxus?" "The one on the top is not a doll, but a sugar sculpture made of sugar." "That sugar sculpture is indeed Laxus. The entire cake has been blessed by the elves from another world." "Awesome, elf, first time hearing about it. This is the first time I've heard of chocolate and matcha." The guild was buzzing with discussion. "Let's eat the cake together," Laxus said to everyone as he put the cake on the table. Is it okay? This is Xiao Yang's birthday present for you. Xiao Yang shook his head when he heard this. This is not my birthday present for Laxus. This cake is for everyone to eat together. Really? Thank you Xiao Yang and Laxus. The guild members said, and cut off a quarter of Laxus's sugar sculpture in each layer and placed them in front of the two. Everyone began to taste the cake. Oh! This chocolate is delicious, with a sweet taste mixed with a hint of bitterness. This coffee is also delicious, with the aroma of milk and coffee. I didn't expect that coffee can be used to make cakes. As expected of a cake blessed by the elves, it's so delicious. The cake seemed to have magic, and everyone who ate it recalled the happiest thing in their life. Everyone laughed and shed tears. Halfway through the party, Xiao Yang and his friends left first. Before leaving, they said something to Makarov, who was blushing. Makarov stuttered and agreed. It is estimated that if he was asked to hand over all his savings now, he would happily agree. When Laxus returned home, he looked at Xiao Yang with expectation. Xiao Yang took out 4 particularly beautiful wooden boxes in Laxus's expectant eyes. He handed 2 of them to Laxus. After Laxus opened them, he saw the contents. Xiao Yang, is this jewelry? It's glowing. Laxus' nose moved. No, this fragrance is food. That's right, this is called temari sushi. It comes from a world of gourmet food and is made by a girl named Alice. Try it. Sushi? This is the first time I've heard of this word. It smells so good. Laxus picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, he covered his mouth and a stream of white liquid flowed out from between his fingers. It's delicious. It's like there's a whole pot of broth in it. It's so small but has so much juice. It's incredible. After eating the previous piece, he picked up a ball of green rice and put it in his mouth. Laxus chewed it twice and a strange expression appeared on his face. This rice actually tastes like vegetables? I clearly smell meat. Laxus finished the whole box bite by bite, and when he was done he covered his stomach and exclaimed, amazing, I can't tell what these foods taste like at all, I only know when I put them in my mouth, it's like exploring a treasure box. Xiao Yang watched Laxus finish the whole box bite by bite, with some confusion in his eyes. Why didn't Laxus have any strange hallucinations after eating? Is it because there is magic in the fairy tale world? After the two finished eating sushi, Xiao Yang took out his mobile phone and turned on Pula Magi Madoka Magica. The moment the anime was played, the surroundings suddenly began to distort, and then the scene at home turned into the scene in the anime. Laxus stood up in surprise when he saw it. Xiao Yang, why has the surroundings changed? He walked around to look at the surrounding buildings. Are there houses around? They are so tall. A man rushed straight towards Laxus, and he subconsciously dodged to the left. As soon as Laxus dodged, a figure suddenly passed behind him. Laxus was startled to see a man walking out of his body. Wow! This person came out of my body. Xiao Yang looked at Laxus, who looked like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and explained to him with a smile. This is an animation, a moving picture. Remember the stone that can play songs? That is the projection. This is another world, a world of technology. That's great, but what is technology? Technology is similar to the existence of magic devices here. Laxus looked at the figure that passed through his body from time to time and said with some distress, it's amazing, but it feels weird to see someone passing through me all the time. Xiao Yang took out his mobile phone and flipped the screen after hearing what Laxus said. It's a bit troublesome. I remember there seems to be an avoidance function. Found it. After Xiao Yang clicked the avoid function, everyone on the road walked around the two people, as if passers-by could see the two people. Wow! This makes me feel much more comfortable, Laxus shouted excitedly. Then Xiao Yang took out a series of snacks such as popcorn, beef jerky, potato chips, etc. from the space. Laxus' attention was attracted by the rose familiars that appeared around him, and he didn't see Xiao Yang taking out the snacks at all. Xiao Yang picked up a potato chip and handed it to him. "Laxus, try this." Laxus was still immersed in the scene of Mommy's transformation. He didn't come back to his senses. He subconsciously took the potato chip from Xiao Yang's hand and put it in his mouth. After taking a bite of the potato chip, feeling the crunchy taste in his mouth, Laxus finally came back to his senses. "Delicious. This thing is so crispy. Xiao Yang, everything you bring out is delicious." The two of them watched the third episode while eating snacks. At the beginning of the first episode, Laxus' eyes were shining and he was very excited. After watching the third episode, Laxus had a dull look on his face, as if he was completely shocked. After the third episode was over and the fourth episode was about to be played, the picture in front of them suddenly disappeared, and the surrounding environment returned to its original state. After the wonderful picture disappeared, Laxus shouted anxiously, "Xiao Yang, why is it gone? Did Senior Mommy die? Did she resurrect later? I don't have enough magic power to play the fourth episode, and it's late now. You should go to bed. Tomorrow you will know what will happen next. I'm going to sleep first." In order to prevent Laxus from asking questions all night, Xiao Yang immediately opened his wings and flew to the bed and lay down. Laxus was still sitting on the ground in a daze, not reacting to the scene just now. After a while, he stood up and turned to look at Xiao Yang lying on the bed. He opened his mouth, but when he saw Xiao Yang fell asleep, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Finally, he took off his clothes and went to bed. Can Laxus, who is first exposed to depressing anime, fall asleep? Obviously, no. Laxus lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and kept guessing how the next plot would develop until he fell asleep at dawn the next day. In the morning, Laxus woke up with a dark circle around his eyes, and couldn't wait to ask Xiao Yang a lot of questions. Why did Homura Akemi do such a thing? Did Xiao Yuan learn magic, etc.? Xiao Yang was frightened by Laxus's questions like machine gun bullets, and interrupted him when Laxus asked halfway. "Please be patient. You may need to use magic power during the day to avoid special circumstances. You can only watch it at night. Don't be anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." "What is tofu?" Xiao Yang was choked by Laxus' question. While explaining to Laxus what tofu was, he secretly felt lucky that he had finally changed the topic. In the following 4 days, the two of them finally finished watching the anime. When they finished watching the last episode, Laxus cried for a long time. While crying, he said that Homura Akemi was such a good person. "I had wronged her. Her relationship with Madoka was too good. Did they end up together? This has a follow-up plot, but the magic power is insufficient and it cannot be played. Theater version, you will know later." Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 7. In the guild, Laxus was sitting at the bar with a glass of milk. Xiao Yang flew in from the door and landed next to Laxus. When Laxus saw Xiao Yang, he handed him the milk and hamburger that he had ordered in advance. Xiao Yang took the food and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry Laxus, I got up late today. We agreed to meet at 8 o'clock. Laxus shook his head, not blaming Xiao Yang at all. "It's okay, I came at the right time, the milk is not too hot now, and there is your favorite fried fish burger." Laxus drank milk while watching Xiao Yang eat breakfast. After Xiao Yang finished breakfast, Laxus invited him. "Xiao Yang, I have to go to carry out a commission today. Can we form a team together?" Laxus said and looked at Xiao Yang with expectation. Xiao Yang nodded. "Of course, today is your first time to accept a commission. What is it?" "B-level commission, eliminate a small dark guild." "Xiao Yang, what should we call our team?" Xiao Yang thought about the characteristics of the two and finally came up with an answer. Let's call it the Lei Yin team, your magic and my name. Laxus was happy when he heard the team name, and he took the backpack that had been packed aside and went to the Lei Yin team. Okay, let's go now. You have packed it. Xiao Yang looked at Laxus' backpack in shock. Laxus touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Although I guessed that Xiao Yang you would definitely agree, I still want to ask your opinion. After all, you are my family. Xiao Yang was moved when he heard Laxus' words. Laxus is such a good boy. Then the two walked out of the guild and took the train to the crusade site. After getting off the train, the two walked and chatted in the woods. Originally, I wanted to take an A-level commission, but Grandpa wouldn't let me, saying it's dangerous. Xiao Yang heard Laxus say to him earnestly, the president is right, you have to keep your trump card, and wait until you are strong enough to become an S-level wizard before taking A-level commissions. Laxus stopped and looked at Xiao Yang in confusion. S-level is too late, why take A-level commissions when everyone in the guild is already A-level? Xiao Yang patted him and motioned him to continue walking. A-level commissions are not difficult, but what if the council doesn't figure out the level of the commission? What if an S-class wizard suddenly appeared among the A-class wizards? After I go back this time, I will show you another anime called This Hero is Super Strong but Overly Cautious. You will know after watching it. This hero is obviously super strong but overly cautious. What a strange name. Okay, I'll listen to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction after hearing what Laxus said, and raised his chin slightly. Everyone who makes a contract with me in the future will know this. This is the doctrine. Doctrine. Laxus looked at Xiao Yang with a puzzled look when he heard these two words he had never heard before. That's right, the doctrine. Everyone who signs a contract with me will know this. Okay, as long as Xiao Yang is happy. Laxus gave up the desire to understand the doctrine. He knew Xiao Yang would never hurt him anyway. The two walked for a while and came to the vicinity of the Dark Guild. Laxus was about to enter the Dark Guild's reconnaissance area when Xiao Yang stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait, I have a skill that I haven't used yet, I'll use it to study it now. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he entered the cat spirit state and attached himself to Laxus. As Xiao Yang attached himself, a red bubble appeared beside Laxus, and the bubble enveloped Laxus completely. Laxus looked up at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, is this also your ability? He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. I feel like I'm almost at S-level magic power now. What is the use of this big red bubble? Laxus stretched out his hand to touch the bubble, and his hand went straight through it after touching it. Xiao Yang looked at Laxus's movements and explained, I am now in cat spirit state, and no magic can attack me. Your magic power has increased because of my amplification magic. The bubbles around your body are shields, which can only be broken by specific magic. You will never be hurt unless the shield is removed, but your magic will not be affected by the shield and can directly attack the enemy. Laxus' eyes sparkled when he heard Xiao Yang's introduction. So cool. Alright, let's go in. Laxus walked to the door of the Dark Guild and attacked the two guards at the door. Enemy attack, enemy attack. One of the guards just shouted this sentence and was knocked to the ground by Laxus. The other one was so scared that his legs were shaking. When he looked up, he happened to see the fairy tale emblem on Xiao Yang's back and shouted. They are fairy tale. Before he could finish his words, he was knocked down by Laxus with a punch. Laxus walked into the Dark Guild, which was full of people, but only two of them were mages. After Laxus used a large-scale thunder magic, everyone was stunned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wood and fire shape magic. After Laxus killed the enemy, Xiao Yang withdrew from the cat spirit state, flew in the air and said puzzledly, this is the B-level commission? There are so many people, only 2 are mages, I thought there would be at least 10 mages. Laxus sensed the extra power in his body, stretched out his left hand, and first a trace of golden lightning flashed in his hand. Then the golden lightning suddenly changed color, switching back and forth between green and red. Laxus looked up at Xiao Yang in surprise and said, "Xiao Yang, my magic power has broken through, and I have also obtained fire magic and wood magic, which are integrated with my thunder attribute magic. My lightning magic has two properties, healing and explosion." Xiao Yang was also confused when he heard Laxus' words. He didn't know why this happened, so he quickly called out the system. "System, why did Laxus's magic become like that?" Unlike the host, the person who signed the contract can only obtain the most basic magic after defeating the enemy. No matter what level of magician, after defeating an S-level space magician, he can only obtain D-level space magic. Therefore, fusing magic that can be fused together can greatly enhance the power of the contractor. For magic that cannot be fused, such as thunder and space, the contractor will directly obtain space magic, but the strength of the magic can only be practiced bit by bit. "I understand." After listening to the system's explanation, Xiao Yang told Laxus beside him, "This is the contract. The person who signs the contract with me will gain a certain amount of magic power after defeating the enemy. In addition, you can also obtain magic used by the enemy." Laxus pondered for a while, and suddenly thought of something, looking at Xiao Yang with shining eyes. "Then after Xiao Yang's magic power is increased, will the time for playing anime be longer?" "Of course, as long as I defeat the enemy, my magic power will increase." Laxus became even more excited after hearing what Xiao Yang said, "So if I fight more people, I can watch the sequel of Magical Girl Madoka Magica." Still thinking about this _. Not all, you can also entrust. "Okay, I'll do my best," Laxus said with motivation. After that, Laxus turned around and left the Dark Guild. Xiao Yang saw Laxus leaving and shouted, "You're leaving now, what about the things inside?" Laxus turned around and looked at Xiao Yang. After thinking for a while, he found that he didn't have anything to take with him. "What? Is the mission completed now? The funds and magic devices inside? Those seem to have always been recycled by the council. Now the council is not here, who knows, we took it away." Laxus disagreed when he heard Xiao Yang's words. "Xiao Yang, it's wrong for you to do this. You will be paid after the commission is completed." "But the commission is to clean up the Dark Guild, right? No one has told us what to do with the things inside." Laxus was stunned for a moment after hearing what Xiao Yang said. Yes, really. Laxus is still young after all, and even if he is powerful, he is very easy to deceive. "Of course, okay, let's go in together and put everything away." "Okay." The two collected all the things in the Dark Guild and put them in Xiao Yang's space, then checked them carefully again, making sure there was nothing missing before leaving the Dark Guild. On the way, the two passed a forest. All the trees in this forest had no leaves, only bare branches. There was no sound in the forest, as if all life had disappeared. Halfway through the walk, the two found a man sitting under a tree. Xiao Yang was stunned when he saw the man, and said to Laxus beside him, "You wait here, I'll go over there and take a look." Laxus looked worried. "Can you do it alone? Let's go together." "It's okay, I'll go for a while and be back soon." Xiao Yang opened his wings and flew in front of the man. He took out a piece of cake from the space and handed it to the man. "Try it, it's delicious and can bring you a little happiness." The man was stunned for a moment. "Do you know me?" "Yes, you should also recognize the emblem on my hand, right?" Fairy tale. The man looked at the emblem on Xiao Yang's hand and fell into memories. "I didn't expect that someone in this guild still knows me. Kitty, thank you for the cake, but if we meet next time, you'd better stay away from me." After saying that, he took the cake and walked into the depths of the forest. Looking at the man's back, Xiao Yang flew back to Laxus and returned to the guild with him. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 8. After the two entered the guild, the noisy people suddenly quieted down. Xiao Yang felt that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. Laxus walked to Makarov and handed him the letter of entrustment. "Grandpa, our mission has been perfectly solved." Makarov seemed to be in a bad mood. After taking the letter of entrustment, he forced a smile on his face. "Oh, congratulations, Laxus." Laxus felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. Laxus looked at Makarov and asked, "Grandpa, didn't Dad say he would be back today? Where is he now?" Makarov couldn't keep the smile on his face after hearing this, and his expression was a little lonely. "Laxus, your father, Ivan, he may not come back again." After hearing this, Laxus showed a scared expression on his face. "What's wrong? Is Dad in trouble? Is he injured? Where is he now?" Makarov tilted his head, not daring to look at his grandson. "No, Laxus, Ivan is no longer a member of Fairy Tale." After hearing this, Laxus showed an expression of disbelief on his face. "He is not from Fairy Tale anymore. Why? Why did Dad quit the guild?" Makarov glanced at Laxus and said in a trembling voice, Ivan, I was the one who expelled him from the guild." Laxus couldn't believe what he heard. "Grandpa, you are kidding, right?" This time Makarov didn't look at him with a smile like before and said to him, "I was kidding you." After Laxus confirmed the truth of the matter, he asked Makarov angrily, Why did you expel Dad from the guild?" Makarov opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, and opened and closed his mouth several times. Finally, he made up his mind. "I'm sorry, Laxus, this reason is related to the guild, so I can't say it." When Laxus heard Makarov's words, his face was full of disbelief, and his body unconsciously took 2 steps back. "I hate Grandpa the most," Laxus said and ran out crying. Xiao Yang saw Laxus running out and was about to chase him. As soon as he opened his wings, he heard Makarov's voice. "Please, Xiao Yang, I feel sorry for this child, please go and accompany him." "Okay, I'll go find him, President," Xiao Yang said, and flew out. After Xiao Yang flew out, Makarov in the guild sat on a chair, looking depressed, as if he had aged several years. After thinking for a long time, he let out a long sigh. "Ivan, you." Xiao Yang thought about the places where Laxus would go, and after eliminating 2 of them, he finally found him in the last place. This is a meadow not far from the park. Only children can enter this meadow, and there are streams and fruit trees around the meadow. Since Laxus found out that no one would come here, he regarded this place as his secret base. He often brought Xiao Yang here to pick fruits, exercise, and fish in the stream. Xiao Yang saw Laxus from a distance. He was sitting alone on the grass, burying his face in his legs, crying softly. Xiao Yang flew to not far from Laxus, slowly landed on the ground, and slowly walked towards him. Laxus raised his head after hearing the voice. His face was full of tears, and his eyes were red from crying. Laxus wiped the tears from his face. "Xiao Yang, I went to find Dad, he's not here. Why did Grandpa kick Dad out of the guild?" Xiao Yang sighed and looked into Laxus' eyes. "Laxus, I do know the reason, but do you really want to know?" Laxus nodded without hesitation after hearing what Xiao Yang said. "I want to know." "Okay, Laxus, do you remember the room where you and I signed the contract?" "The room, is it the one with powerful magic?" "Yes, it was that room. In that room was the biggest secret of Fairy Tale, a very powerful but dangerous item. Your father wanted to go in secretly to steal the item, but the president found out and had a fight with him. No matter how the president tried to stop him, your father was still determined to get the item. No matter what he said, he would not listen. In desperation, he had to be expelled from the guild. Why didn't Grandpa tell me? Only the guild master can know about that item. After all, he is first the guild master, and then your grandfather, Ivan's father. Xiao Yang, how did you know this? Have you forgotten? I can tell fortunes. Laxus was no longer sad when he heard this, and asked anxiously, doesn't divination require a price? And since it is a very powerful prop, Xiao Yang, are you in danger? Xiao Yang shook his head, no, I forgot to tell you that there is no price for divination related to the person under the contract. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he flew up and patted Laxus' head with his claws. Laxus felt the light touch on his head and was stunned for a moment. Then he hugged Xiao Yang in his arms and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Xiao Yang gently patted his back in Laxus' arms. It doesn't matter, everyone in the guild will be by your side, and you will have many more family members in the future. Laxus lowered his head and looked at Xiao Yang when he heard this, then Xiao Yang, will you leave me? Laxus asked sobbingly, and his voice was a little hoarse because he cried so loudly. No, I will always be with Laxus. After listening to what Xiao Yang said, Laxus held him in front of his eyes, looked into his eyes and said word by word, okay, we will be good friends forever. Xiao Yang smiled after hearing what Laxus said, yeah, we are good friends forever. Laxus, do you feel better? Do you want to eat some chocolate cake? Xiao Yang took out a piece of cake from the space and handed it to Laxus. Laxus took the cake and suddenly smiled, then ate the cake in one breath, yeah, much better, thank you Xiao Yang. Let's go then. Didn't we agree to watch a new anime today? Well, let's go. Laxus hugged Xiao Yang and walked slowly towards home in the breeze. In the evening, Xiao Yang did not show Laxus Shenyang as he had said before, but showed him a new anime Pokemon. Laxus watched it very seriously and was very happy. In this way, the two spent a whole year day after day. During this year, the relationship between Xiao Yang and Laxus became better and better, and the relationship between the two can be said to be inseparable. Maybe because he felt hurt by the two people who were close to him, little Laxus always wanted to get some sense of security from Xiao Yang, so unless necessary, Laxus would generally not be too far away from Xiao Yang. During this year, Xiao Yang and his friends completed a lot of tasks, and now Laxus's strength has successfully reached the top of S level, but because Xiao Yang has been telling him to hide his strength, the strength he showed to the outside world is also he is only A level perfect, one step away from breaking through S level, but even so, the guild members are still shocked by Laxus's strength. As for Laxus' attitude towards other guild members, it is much better than in the original work. He does not look down on the weak people in the guild, but that's all. Because of Xiao Yang's easing of the relationship between Laxus and Makarov is not as bad as in the original work. The two still communicate every day, but their relationship is not as good as before. Less than half a year after Ivan was expelled from the guild, Laxus bought a house not far from the guild, and the two now live in their new home. Xiao Yang's magic power has grown tremendously because Laxus has completed many tasks. During this period, he also drew a lot of props and skills. At this time, the two of them had just finished the commission, and Xiao Yang grabbed Laxus's clothes and flew towards the guild. Xiao Yang, your phone is really powerful. The mission goal is to find the stolen gems. There is even a light that can directly point to the location of the gems. Those little thieves still want to cheat us. It's really abominable. This is normal. After all, they are thieves. It would be strange if they told you where the gems are if you asked them. I see. By the way, Xiao Yang, what are we going to do next? Laxus tilted his head and looked at Xiao Yang behind him. Let's go home and watch anime after dinner. Xiao Yang looked at Laxus and suddenly sighed, you are almost 1.75 meters tall now, but you were only 1.43 meters tall a year ago. To be exact, I am 178 centimeters tall. I need to grow up quickly so that I can protect you, Laxus said with a smile. Okay, then come on Laxus, and strive to become the strongest in Fiori. After listening to what Xiao Yang said, Laxus said confidently, I will work harder, and I will definitely become the strongest man in the world. Because of the substantial increase in magic power, Xiao Yang's flying speed has also increased a lot. After flying for less than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived over the guild. Xiao Yang was about to fly directly into the guild, when he suddenly saw a little girl standing in a corner not far from the guild. She would stick her head out from time to time to look at the guild in front of her. After seeing this scene, Xiao Yang flew forward again and landed behind the guild. Laxus fell to the ground and looked at Xiao Yang puzzledly. What's wrong, Xiao Yang? Do you have anything else to do? Laxus, you go and hand in the task first. I saw someone and I'm a little curious. Okay, then hurry up. I'll wait for you in the guild. If you're late, the cat house restaurant will be closed. I'll be back soon. Xiao Yang flew over the guild and looked at the little girl. He found that the little girl was still sticking her head out from time to time to check the guild. Xiao Yang landed beside the girl and said, Hello, do you have a commission? The girl jumped up in fright when she heard what Xiao Yang said, and she made an ah sound. She looked around vigilantly and found that there was no one around. She showed a puzzled expression on her face. Down below. The girl looked down when she heard the sound. Cat. Were you the one who was talking just now? The girl looked at Xiao Yang and opened her mouth in surprise. Yes, I am the one talking. I noticed you were staring at our guild. Is there something wrong? Your guild, are you also a member of that guild? I want to find a job. No, I want to join a guild, is that okay? The girl wanted to say something at first, but she probably felt that it was not appropriate, so she changed her words. Sure, fairy tale always welcomes friendly people. Do you know magic? Yes, I know card magic and divination, but I am not very strong. The girl said this with a depressed look. Xiao Yang flew up and touched her head. It doesn't matter. No one is strong at the beginning. Just work hard and get stronger little by little. When the girl heard what Xiao Yang said, her eyes lit up a little bit, and then she showed a brilliant smile. Well, I will become very strong in the future. After the girl finished speaking, Xiao Yang led her to the guild. My name is Yang Ming, Yang Ming. Duole, what about you? My name is Kana, Kana Alplona. Kana, what a nice name, Kana, you are here to look for someone, right? After hearing what Xiao Yang said, Kana stopped and asked nervously, You, how did you know? I also have divination magic. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, before Kana could react, the town began to shake and the city suddenly began to deform. At the same time, a man's voice came from the distance. Hey, Xiao Yang, I'm back, I brought you some delicious food. Xiao Yang smiled when she heard the voice. She came back just in time. It must be the telepathy between father and daughter. Xiao Yang whispered to Kana beside him, the person you want to find is here. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Kana's body trembled, and she looked up at the man in the distance. As the man got closer, his appearance became clearer. After a while, Gildarts walked in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, how are you? Before he finished speaking, Gildarts' attention was attracted by the girl next to him. Gildarts looked at the girl, his face full of shock, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and the thing in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. He squatted down and hugged Kana in his arms. Gildarts' voice was a little bit of a barely noticeable cry, You are my child, you must be my child, why are you here alone, where is your mother? When Kana heard Gildarts' words, her eyes turned red little by little, and tears slowly flowed out. She hugged Gildarts' neck and cried, Mom passed away, she asked me to come to Fairy Tale to find you. Gildarts was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then gently touched Kana's hair and comforted her, It's okay, Dad is here, Dad is here. Congratulations, Uncle, you found your child, and congratulations to you, Kana, you found the person you were looking for. After hearing what Xiao Yang said, both of them smiled. Ah, it's all thanks to you, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang shook his head. No, uncle, you recognized Kana by yourself. Gildarts did not refute, but lifted Xiao Yang from the ground and put him on his shoulders, and then held Kana in his arms. The three people entered the guild, and Gildarts shouted to everyone, I found my child, I have a daughter, I'm treating you today, free drinks. The originally noisy guild paused for a moment, and then a loud noise broke out. Oh! Gildarts found his daughter. Is that the one in his arms? What a lovely little girl! Everyone discussed while drinking. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 9. Xiao Yang flew to Laxus at the front desk, and Laxus handed him a glass of juice that he had ordered. Xiao Yang took the juice and said with a smile, it seems that we can't go to the cat house restaurant today. Xiao Yang, if you want to eat, I'll bring it back for you. Xiao Yang turned around and looked at Gildarts, who was introducing his daughter to everyone, and smiled. No, thank you Laxus, but today we have the fairy ramen that someone promised. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, Gildarts' voice rang out, give me 3 bowls of fairy ramen, plus fried fish, juice, and 3 strawberry cakes. Gildarts came to Xiao Yang with Kana in his arms and waved his hand. Xiao Yang, uncle is treating us today, order whatever you want, and Laxus too. Gildarts said, looking at Kana, Kana-chan, order whatever you want, daddy has plenty of money. There is no need to call Kana-chan so soon. Kana was frightened by the sudden enthusiasm and didn't know how to respond. Xiao Yang saw it and took the glass of juice that Gildarts ordered from in front of him and handed it to Kana. Kana, don't be afraid, uncle is so excited to see you suddenly, you will probably be spoiled from now on, even if you ask uncle to take you to challenge the 100-year mission tomorrow, he will agree immediately. Who said that? Although Kana didn't know what the 100 years mission was, a trace of sadness flashed across his face when he heard Gildarts' refusal. Even if I want to take Kana with me, I have to wait until I can easily pass the 100 years mission. What if Kana is in danger? Gildarts said righteously. Xiao Yang whispered in Kana's ear and explained to her what the 100 years mission was. When Kana heard Xiao Yang's words, she thought of what Gildarts had just said and laughed out loud. At this moment, the last bit of uneasiness in Kana's heart was eliminated, because she knew that she was at home now. Kana said to Gildarts in a sweet voice, thank you, Dad. Gildarts' bones were softened when he heard Kana's words, and he ran to the side with excitement to show off to everyone. Kana put the strawberries on her strawberry cake in front of Xiao Yang and said to him, thank you, Xiao Yang, I'm very happy to meet you. You're welcome, Kana. Xiao Yang smiled and ate the strawberry Kana handed to him. He knew it was proof of Kana's gratitude to him and a symbol of friendship. The next morning, Xiao Yang stretched out his limbs and lay on the bed. The sunlight shone on his face through the window. The dazzling light made Xiao Yang feel uncomfortable. He frowned and turned over. Pa! Xiao Yang fell on the blanket on the ground. He sat up, squinted his eyes, and flew up from the ground. He saw that the bed was empty. I didn't notice when Laxus went to exercise. Kittens sleep so soundly that I wouldn't know when I was taken away. Just as Xiao Yang finished speaking, the door creaked open and a voice came from the door. Xiao Yang, it's time to get up. I bought you breakfast. If you don't come to eat it, it will get cold. Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes to wake himself up a little, and shouted to the outside of the door, Laxus, I'm up and will be there soon. After he finished speaking, he spread his wings and flew to the dining table. Laxus was arranging breakfast one by one at the dining table. After arranging it, he took out the tableware for both of them from the kitchen. Today we have a shrimp combo and a hamburger. I came back from my workout and found a store that sells them. Besides that, we also have your favorite juice. Laxus inserted a straw into the juice and handed it to Xiao Yang. The two of them ate breakfast face to face. As they ate, Xiao Yang suddenly remembered that the system seemed to notify something yesterday, so he opened the system information page. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing Kana's plot so that she and Gildarts recognized each other too early and obtained the Eye of Truth, ignoring any illusions, and being able to see the magic source and physical condition of the wizard. Eye of Truth? Xiao Yang used this magic, and after using it, his cat's eye lit up, with a very low brightness, like a flashlight turned on during the day. Xiao Yang looked at Laxus. In his eyes, Laxus was a pale yellow human figure, and there were circles of electric current in Laxus' body flowing along the meridians to a circle in the lower abdomen. This circle was about the size of 2 tennis balls, filled with golden lightning, which would occasionally emit dazzling light. There were also some colorful things in the lower left corner of the circle, which were very blurry and could not even be seen what they were. System: the golden color in Laxus' body is his magic power, right? That's right. What are those colorful things in the lower left corner? Those are the magic gained by defeating the enemy, but because they are not as strong as the magic power you practiced at the beginning, they are pushed into the corner. So that's how it is. After finishing breakfast, Laxus asked Xiao Yang, "Are we going to do the mission today?" Xiao Yang shook his head. "Laxus, I have something to do with Kana today. Do you want to go to the guild with me or go train by yourself?" Xiao Yang and I went to the guild. "Okay, let's go." As soon as the two arrived at the guild, they heard Gildart's voice. "Hey, Macau, see this, this is my child, so cute, you should get married and have a child." Macao clenched his fists when he heard this. "Wakaba, why are you still drinking? Look at my daughter, she is so beautiful, you should have one too." A cross appeared on Wakaba's head. "Gildarts, you have said this at least 10 times since yesterday. Do you think we don't want to find a baby? Don't you want to have a baby? You bastard!" After saying this, the two of them simultaneously cast magic at Gildarts, but the magic disappeared when it hit Gildarts. "Oh, that's a pity." Gildarts had a smile on his face that looked like he deserved a beating. They couldn't talk them out of it, and they couldn't beat them. Macao and Wakaba ran to the corner to drink in silence. Kana, who was standing by, saw Xiao Yang and raised her hand to greet him. Xiao Yang smiled and waved, signaling Kana to come over. Kana ran to Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Kana, do you want to sign a contract with me and become a magical girl?" Laxus's expression became strange when he heard this. "Contract? What contract? Magical girl? A girl who can do magic? But I can do magic myself. After signing the contract, your magic power will grow faster, and there is a certain probability of obtaining the enemy's magic after defeating the enemy. Laxus has signed a contract with me a long time ago, so he has become so strong now." After listening to Xiao Ang's words, Kana's eyes turned into stars, and she said expectantly, "Really, really, can I become that powerful? I want to sign, I want to sign." Gildarts, who had shown off his daughter, came to Kana contentedly. He happened to hear this sentence and asked curiously what to sign. Xiao Yang repeated what he had just said, and Gildarts was surprised after hearing it. "Really? Forget it, I'll show you how to do it." Xiao Yang looked around the guild and saw Wakaba drinking in the corner. He raised his hand and a magic circle flashed across his hand. With a bang, Wakaba fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his head. After seeing Wakaba faint, Xiao Yang flew to his side and cast a magic spell. Si-Wuxi. A magic circle appeared under Xiao Ang's feet, and in the center of the magic circle was a harp. After the magic circle disappeared, a large bunch of flowers appeared in its place, and a beautiful harp sound came from these flowers. As the harp sounded, Wakaba woke up, covering his head with a painful expression. My head hurts, wasn't I drinking just now? I felt like I lost consciousness for a moment. Wakaba looked around and found Xiao Yang beside him and asked, Xiao Yang, what happened just now? Why did I suddenly faint? Xiao Yang showed a humorous smile. I don't know, uncle, did you lose your memory after getting drunk? Really? Am I drunk? Wakaba looked doubtful. Forget it, never mind, it's all right now anyway, Wakaba said and continued drinking. Xiao Yang returned to Kana and performed Wakaba's smoke magic in front of them. When the father and daughter saw it, golden light flashed in their eyes at the same time. Gildarts pointed at himself and said, Xiao Yang, do you think I can sign it? No you, Xiao Yang was interrupted by the system before he could finish his words. Ding, Gildarts can sign a contract with the host. Xiao Yang was stunned when he heard the system's voice, and then suddenly reacted, ah. I subconsciously put Gildarts in the same category as Makao, even though I said talent, why did I subconsciously understand it as age? If I had signed a contract with Gildarts a year ago, why would I be worried about insufficient magic power? I would have plenty of magic power to explode. Xiao Yang's face was full of pain when he thought of this. So I can't sign it. I thought I could have something in common with Kana-chan. Gildarts was a little disappointed. Kana's face turned slightly red. Dad, why are you saying this again? Shouldn't you be feeling sorry for not being able to sign the contract? No, we can sign it, Xiao Yang agreed quickly. Although the magic power from a year ago is gone, I will definitely get the magic power in the future. Gildarts smiled brightly when he heard this. Then Xiao Yang flew up and printed his claws on the foreheads of the two people. After a flash of white light, the contract was completed. Gildarts touched his forehead and asked in confusion, is the contract completed like this? Xiao Yang nodded, yes, the contract has been completed. You and Kana will get some magic power after completing the commission. If you defeat an enemy and gain magic, the magic you gain will first merge with your innate magic to create a derivative magic. If you can't fuse, you will get a new one, but the level is very low, you need to start from the beginning. After listening to Xiao Yang's words, Gildarts picked up Kana and ran to the commission column excitedly. Okay, Kana and I will go to do the commission now. In X774, it has been a year since Kana joined Fairy Tail. After signing a contract with Xiao Yang, Kana often does missions with Gildarts. Her magic level has now reached B level, but Kana's combat ability alone is not strong, and she can only take C-level missions by herself. Hey, Xiao Yang, can we watch Pokemon again tonight? Kana asked expectantly. Laxus folded his hands, looked down at Kana and retorted, no, we have to watch Naruto today. Didn't we already watch Pokemon yesterday? Kana's face turned into a chubby face when she heard Laxus' words, and she said angrily, well, Laxus is so stingy. You obviously like watching Pokemon too. That was before. Now I think Naruto is still good. Xiao Yang, what do you think we should watch today? Laxus said, and the two looked at Xiao Yang at the same time. Feeling the gazes of the two people, Xiao Yang took a sip of the soda he won in the lottery and said calmly, don't worry about these, there are actually other things to watch, such as Natsum's Book of Friends, which is very nice and warm. Okay, since Xiao Yang said so, let's look at this, the two people spoke at the same time. After Kana signed the contract, she often went to Xiao Yang to play, and the relationship between Laxus and Kana improved. At this time, the door of the guild suddenly opened, and Gildarts walked into the guild, followed by a little boy with short black hair and droopy eyes. As soon as Gildarts entered the door, he immediately rushed towards Kana next to him. Kana-chan, long time no see, did you miss your daddy? Gildarts said while rubbing Kana's face. Dad, you left this morning, How long has it been? Who is this child? Kana pushed Gildarts's face away. Gildarts then remembered to introduce the child to everyone. This is Grey Fulpasta, from the north of the kingdom. When I met him, he was being captured by the Dark Guild, and I saved him. Then he said he wanted to join our guild, so I brought him back. North, Kana's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache when she heard the word. Due to the recent demon Deliera, many countries in the north have been destroyed, and many families have been broken because of it. In Kana's opinion, Grey must have been forced to wander for this reason, which reminded her of herself before she joined Fairy Tale. After Grey stamped the guild seal, he looked at Makarov, who was drinking not far away. President, is there any way to remove the magic of absolute ice? Makarov was stunned for a moment and said, Absolute ice? No, Wait, there is a way, but after using this method, the person who cancels it will also die. After hearing this answer, Grey's eyes were filled with despair, his expression became depressed, and he slowly walked aside. After seeing this scene, Kana said to Xiao Yang, I will go tell Grey about the situation of the guild. After seeing the two nodded, she went to Grey. As soon as Kana left, Laxus took the opportunity to pick up Xiao Yang, and said as he walked, Xiao Yang, Kana is going to tell Grey something now, let's go back and watch Naruto. Well, Kana should take some time, and she definitely won't have time to look for us today, so let's go back and take a look. After hearing Xiao Yang's answer, Laxus showed a plan-oriented expression on his face, and his steps became much lighter. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 10. The next morning, just as Xiao Yang and Laxus arrived at the entrance of the guild, Grey walked up to them and was about to say something, but he seemed embarrassed and didn't say it. After a while, not only did he not say anything, but his face also turned red. Kana, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore, so she came over and said to Xiao Yang, Grey wants to sign a contract with you, but I don't know if you agree. Grey lowered his head and said faintly, yeah. Xiao Yang looked at Grey, okay, but Kana, you have to explain my doctrine to him. Grey raised his head in confusion after hearing Xiao Yang's words, what is the doctrine? Kana then remembered that she hadn't explained this to Grey yet, and then explained the meaning of the doctrine to Grey. After listening to it, Grey immediately nodded in affirmation, I am willing to abide by your doctrine. After Grey agreed, Xiao Yang put his hand on Grey's forehead and signed a contract with him. After signing the contract, Xiao Yang flew up and whispered something in Grey's ear. Don't let regret and pain torture yourself, become stronger, only when you become stronger can you defeat the one you want to defeat, don't let her down. After saying this, Xiao Yang and Laxus walked into the guild together. Grey was shocked after hearing this. How did he know that? Just as he was about to ask, Kana saw his shock and explained to Grey. Grey, did Xiao Yang just tell you something? He knows divination and can see the things of the people who have made contracts with him. He helped me and my father. After listening to Kana's explanation, Grey closed his mouth and said hello to Kana. He went to train alone. In X775, Kana and Grey were chatting in the guild. Grey, do you think tofu pudding tastes better when it's sweet or salty? Kana asked boredly, supporting her head with one hand. Need I say more? Of course it tastes better when it's cold. Grey looked into the distance and answered Kana's question nonchalantly. I asked whether sweet or salty food tastes better, not whether it is hot or cold. Also, Grey, put on your clothes. After being reminded by Kana, Grey looked at himself, wow. When did I take off my clothes? The door of the guild opened with a creaky sound, and a little girl with crimson hair walked in from outside. She had a very cold expression, an eye patch on one eye, and was wearing a simple armor. Everyone looked at the girl, and saw her slowly walk to Makarov and said, "Hello, I want to join this guild. Who is the president of this guild?" After listening to the girl's words, Makarov said, "I am the president of the guild. Why do you want to join the guild?" After hearing what Makarov said, the girl's expression suddenly fell, and she answered Makarov's question in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Grandpa Rob asked me to come. He asked me to join Fairy Tale." Hearing this, Makarov's expression became serious. "Rob, where is he?" Grandpa Rob died to protect me." When the girl said this, some bad memories came to her mind and her body trembled. Makarov showed confusion on his face, but did not ask anything. "Okay, since you were introduced by Rob, you can join the guild. What's your name?" "Child." Makarov looked at the girl with loving eyes. Elsa Shakarat." "Oh, Urza, from now on you just treat the guild as your home. I'll be out for a while," Makarov said, jumped off the table and walked out of the guild. After Urza stamped the emblem, she slowly walked out alone. 2 days passed since then, and still in the guild, the whole guild was filled with drinking and noise, but Urza was alone in the corner. Kana and Gray were chatting together at the same table. Kana glanced at Urza, who was eating silently on the side, and said to Gray, "That child, she has always been alone." Then Kana can take the initiative to go and talk to her. Kana shook her head, looking helpless. "I've tried, but she completely ignored me." Gray said proudly, "She's obviously new here, but she didn't even say hello to Lord Gray. It's really infuriating." Kana was speechless. "When did you become so great?" After Kana finished speaking, Gray walked towards Urza. After walking to Urza's table, Gray put his hands on his hips and said to her, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Urza seemed not to hear it, and continued to eat bread bite by bite. Gray felt very angry when he saw this scene, and kicked down the table in front of Urza, and the food on the table was scattered all over the floor. Xiao Yang and Laxus had just returned from the task, and saw this scene as soon as they entered the guild. Xiao Yang flew next to Gray and punched him in the head. "You idiot, what are you doing? The little girl provoked you, and you actually wasted food. Apologize to her." Gray seemed a little unhappy, but he apologized in the end. Urza said nothing after hearing this. Gray was furious when he saw Urza's attitude and was about to scold her, but Laxus, who came from behind, walked away with his pants lifted up. Xiao Yang looked at Urza and stretched out a hand to her. "Hello, my name is Yang Ming. Duole, the one with golden hair just now is Laxus. Duole, what's your name?" Urza looked at Xiao Yang's outstretched cat paw, was silent for a while, and wanted to hold it, but because everyone around was looking at him, she felt a little uneasy, so she only said one sentence in the end. "Elsa Shakarat." Xiao Yang was not angry when he saw that Elsa did not shake his hand. He withdrew his hand and said to Elsa, "Elsa, that idiot just did some outrageous things. I'm sorry." Elsa shook her head after hearing this and said, "It's okay." After saying these 2 words, she walked out of the guild alone. Kana and the others came to Xiao Yang when they saw Elsa leaving. Kana explained to Xiao Yang, "Gray may want to attract the attention of that child, so he did that. That child has been alone since joining the guild, and we are a little worried." Xiao Yang shook his head. "Although the idea is good, the approach is not right. How can you knock over someone's table when they are eating? Don't do that next time." Gray's behavior now is like that of an adolescent boy who wants to get the attention of the girl he likes by pulling her braids, but he doesn't know that this will have no effect except to make the girl hate him. Gray blushed a little after hearing this, and whispered, "Got it." After saying this, Xiao Yang and Laxus went to hand in the task. After handing in the task, the 2 walked home. Halfway through, Xiao Yang saw Urza, who was sitting on the shore with her legs hugged, crying silently. Xiao Yang turned around and said to Laxus, "Laxus, you go home first. I'll go see the child and go back soon. Laxus looked at Urza, who was crying silently, and inexplicably thought of himself when Yvonne had just left. Okay, Xiao Yang, you have to hurry up. I'll buy some drinks on the way home. Okay, let's have mapo tofu tonight, Laxus, you will definitely like it. I'm leaving first, Xiao Yang said and flew towards Elsa. Xiao Yang landed next to Elsa. When Elsa heard someone coming, she quickly wiped the tears from her face with her hands, turned her head and looked at the person next to her. Yang Ming, what do you want to talk to me about? Just call me Xiao Yang. Is there anything that makes Elsa unhappy? Tell me and I can help you analyze it. In fact, Elsa wanted to make friends with Xiao Yang the first time they met. He inexplicably gave people a trustworthy and close feeling. After hearing Xiao Yang's question, Elsa spoke. She thought for a while and asked, Xiao Yang, why does a person suddenly become a different person? He is such a gentle person, and he is about to be free. Xiao Yang thought for a while. There should be two possibilities. One is that his memory has been tampered with by something, or he is controlled by something. Another possibility is that the previous stimulation was too great, so another personality was awakened. Urza lost consciousness after hearing what Xiao Yang said, and she remembered Jalal's previous behavior. Xiao Yang looked at Urza, who was lost and sad, and reached out to touch Urza's head. Urza was originally in painful memories, and suddenly she felt a soft touch on the top of her head, and the touch pulled her out of the painful memories. Urza looked at Xiao Yang in front of her. Feeling the soft and warm cat pads on her head, Urza cried loudly, as if to release all the bad memories before. When Urza's crying turned into intermittent sobbing, Xiao Yang took out a piece of strawberry cake and handed it to her. Want to try it? A cake blessed by the desert elves in the other world. Because of Xiao Yang's intimate breath, Urza subconsciously took the cake, and after taking the cake she just realized what she had just done, and her face turned red. You know, in the place where Elsa originally lived, food was a very precious thing, and basically no one could eat enough. If someone gave food to the people around them, then the two of them must be very good friends. Elsa looked at the beautiful strawberry cake that was flashing in her hand, and thought in her mind, this thing must be very expensive. I have never seen such beautiful food. I'd better return it to Xiao Yang. Although Elsa was thinking about returning the cake to Xiao Yang in her mind, her hand involuntarily put the cake in her mouth. As the cake got closer and closer, Elsa's nose smelled a sweet scent that she had never smelled before. This fragrance was so charming that when Elsa came to her senses, she had already chewed the cake in her mouth. The moment the cake touched her tongue, Elsa's eyes shone like a flashlight. It's delicious. It's so sweet. How can there be such delicious food in the world? Elsa chewed the food in her mouth, and her cheeks swelled up like a squirrel. It was just a small piece of cake, but Elsa took 5 minutes to eat it. Another world, elves, what do elves look like? That world should be beautiful, right? Elsa thought while eating the cake in her hand. Xiao Yang laughed when she saw Elsa eating the cake, so cute, like a hamster holding a cake, even though Elsa is so big. It seems that both the cool guy Laxus and the fairy queen Elsa were the same when they were young. Elsa's face turned even redder when she heard Xiao Yang's laughter. Elsa's face was already red because of the excitement of eating the delicious cake, and now it was even redder. Xiao Yang laughed even louder when he saw Elsa's face was as red as a monkey's butt. Xiao Yang, stop laughing, Elsa said loudly with a red face. Elsa knew that Xiao Yang's laughter was not malicious, so she did not resist too much, but was a little shy. After all, who would hate a cute little cat, and this little cat also gave you a super delicious strawberry cake. Xiao Yang wiped the tears from his laughter, spread his wings and said to Elsa, have you finished eating? Do you want to fly around the town? You like flying very much. Elsa was stunned for a moment when she heard what Xiao Yang said. How did you know? Xiao Yang shook his tail. I can tell fortunes and know a lot of things. Elsa suddenly became nervous when she heard what Xiao Yang said, and asked softly, "Then do you know about the tower?" Xiao Yang said nothing, just smiled. He smiled, then flew to Elsa, picked up Elsa, and the two of them flew up together. Elsa was a little scared at first, and closed her eyes tightly. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes after adapting. Elsa looked at the small town below her with some excitement. She opened her arms, made a flying motion, and a big smile appeared on her face. After flying for a while, the two landed. Elsa was still a little reluctant, and said excitedly, "Xiao Yang, can we fly another circle?" After saying that, Elsa felt something was not right and added, "It doesn't matter if it doesn't work." Xiao Yang shook his head, "You can fly again, but Elsa, your body has not fully recovered yet, and your emotions just fluctuated too much, so it's not suitable for flying in the air for a long time. If you want to fly later, you can tell me again. You just joined the guild, right? We still have a long time to be together in the future." After hearing this, Elsa's eyes seemed to have hope, and she smiled after saying HMM. Elsa's smile was very beautiful. "By the way, Elsa, do you want to sign a contract with me?" "Sign a contract?" Elsa looked puzzled. "Yes, if you sign a contract with me, you will become stronger and be able to protect the people you want to protect." "I want to become stronger." Elsa thought for a while and said firmly, "I want to sign a contract with you, Xiao Yang, to become stronger." Xiao Yang put his hand on Elsa's forehead. Elsa closed her eyes. After the light flashed, Elsa slowly opened her eyes and then she screamed. Elsa's hands trembled as she took off the blindfold covering her eyes. She looked around with her two eyes and tears slowly fell from her eyes. "I can see now, both eyes can see," Elsa hugged Xiao Yang in her arms and shouted happily. Xiao Yang looked at Elsa's happy expression and said, "Elsa, feel if your eye has gained other abilities." After hearing Xiao Yang's words, Elsa closed her eyes and felt it carefully. "It seems that my left eye is immune to illusion magic. As long as magic is cast on this eye, the effect of the magic will be weakened by 2/3. Okay, Elsa, keep getting stronger, you will be able to protect whoever you want to protect, and you can also kill whoever is against you." Elsa nodded vigorously after hearing this. "Well, Xiao Yang, I will also protect you well." Xiao Yang smiled after hearing this. "Okay, then I'll leave it to Elsa." Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 11. Two people walked side by side towards the fork in the road ahead, chatting as they walked. "Xiao Yang, you smell so good, like milk." "That's because I like to drink milk. Children need to drink more milk to grow taller and stronger." Elsa looked thoughtful when she heard this. "So that's how it is. Then I will drink more milk in the future, so that I can become stronger." The shadows of the two people were stretched out very long under the setting sun. The two people separated after reaching the fork in the road. Elsa lived in the women's apartment in the south, and Xiao Yang's home was in the north. When they parted, Elsa smiled and said to Xiao Yang, "Thank you very much today, Xiao Yang. Today is the happiest day of my life in the past few years." "You're welcome. There are still many happy days to come. Look forward to every day in the future." After hearing Xiao Yang's words, Elsa nodded vigorously, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she waved to Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Urza." After separating from Urza, Xiao Yang spread his wings and flew back home in a few minutes. After returning home, Xiao Yang found that Laxus not only bought juice as agreed before, but also bought the newly released fish fillets. In the year X777, all the dragons disappeared. Because of Xiao Yang, Urza integrated into Fairy Tail faster than in the original, and her strength was much stronger than in the original. So far, Kana and Gray are already official B-class wizards, and Urza has worked harder than in the original, and has reached the pinnacle of B-class wizards. She is only one step away from becoming an A-class wizard, and this step will not take long. Xiao Yang was sitting in the guild, eating the fried pork chop rice in front of him, while chatting with Laxus. Laxus, when did you say the president will come back from the routine meeting? It's been 4 days, and I don't know how the things I asked the president to buy are doing. After listening to what Xiao Yang said, Laxus took out a fried chicken leg from his bowl and placed it in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, don't worry, the president should be back soon. The regular guild meeting is only open for 1 day, and he should be back today. Xiao Yang looked at the fried chicken leg on the plate and said to Laxus with a smile, "Thank you, Laxus, I really hope the president will come back soon. I'm looking forward to the specialty the president bought. I ate it once when I went to do a commission before, and it was really delicious." Xiao Yang thought about the taste of the food at that time, and an intoxicated look appeared on his face. It's a pity that I haven't received any commissions from that place since then. It would be a waste of time if I go there alone. Just as he said this, the door of the guild was opened, and Makarov walked in slowly, holding something in his hand. Xiao Yang flew over when he saw Makarov. "President, thank you for your hard work. Did you buy the souvenirs I asked you to buy?" Makarov handed the things in his hand to Xiao Yang. "Oh, I bought them. I also bought a sound kettle for Laxus. Are you happy?" As soon as he finished speaking, a boy with short cherry-colored hair, droopy eyes, and a white scarf walked out from behind Makarov. Xiao Yang looked at the boy puzzled and asked, "I'm happy, but where did this kid come from?" Before Makarov could speak, the little boy who came back with him spoke, "Hello, I'm Natsu Dragneel, are you Yang Ming?" The old man said, "You know where Igneel is?" "Igneel, _" Xiao Yang looked at Makarov with a scrutinizing gaze. "President, you didn't trick this child here, did you?" Makarov was a little panicked after hearing what Xiao Yang said. How could it be? This child came with me of his own accord." Natsu, who was standing next to him, said after hearing what Makarov said, "Grandpa, didn't you say that there is a very powerful fortune teller in your guild? As long as I join your guild, I can find out where Igneel has gone." After hearing what Natsu said, Xiao Yang looked at him. He looked at Makarov. Makarov felt Xiao Yang's gaze and sweat started to grow on his forehead. He tilted his head to one side and whistled. Well, otherwise the child would be in danger if he was alone in the wild. Do you think I am right? Xiao Yang sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Xiao Yang looked at Natsu and asked, Igneel? What is his relationship with you? Is he a human? Gray on the side laughed after hearing this. Haha, Xiao Yang, what are you asking? If he's not a human, then what is he? Could he be a dragon? It's a dragon. Igneel is a dragon. It was Igneel who raised me and taught me how to speak and use magic. Ha, this is so funny, how could there be dragons nowadays, it's so funny. Natsu heard Gray's doubt and retorted in a very loud voice, Ha! What did you say? How could there be no dragons? Wasn't I raised by dragons? Gray twisted his mouth and spread his hands, who knows whether what you said is true or false. After hearing this, a ball of fire appeared on Natsu's hand, and he said angrily, You bastard, you want to fight? Gray's hands also felt cold. Come on, who's afraid of who? I don't know if it's because one uses ice and the other uses fire, but the two of them started quarreling inexplicably when they met. Xiao Yang looked at the scene in front of him and hurriedly stopped it. Okay, Natsu should be using dragon-slaying magic, it must be taught to him by the dragon. Laxus listened and walked over. Hey, dragon-slaying magic. Laxus's tone was full of curiosity. Xiao Yang told Natsu that the dragon was too powerful and a contract was required for divination, and he also told him some other things. After listening, Natsu was puzzled, that is to say, after I sign that instrument with you, I can not only become stronger but also know where Igneel is, right? Xiao Yang was speechless. I said so many things, you didn't just hear it, these two. Natsu smiled and said proudly, yes. Forget it, I will lose if I argue with Natsu about these things. After Xiao Yang signed the contract with Natsu, he summoned the water divination plate. Xiao Yang closed his eyes, and the water divination plate in front of him began to rotate. After a while, the water divination plate in front of Xiao Yang suddenly turned red, and a dragon roar came from it. The people around were startled by the sound, and all the people in the guild gathered curiously. After listening, Natsu said excitedly, "This is Igneel's voice, and his breath." After a while, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, and the people around him cast curious eyes on Xiao Yang. Natsu asked anxiously, "How about it? Do you know where Igneel is?" Xiao Yang nodded, "I know, but I can't tell you." Natsu became even more anxious after hearing what Xiao Yang said. Why, could it be that Igneel doesn't want me anymore? Natsu was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Xiao Yang shook his head, "No, Natsu, I talked to him, he said he is right next to you, you will meet in the future, but not now." Natsu quickly asked, "Then when can we meet?" "I don't know, maybe 1 year later, maybe 20 years later, I'm not sure, that's all I can say." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he waved to Elsa next to him, and Elsa walked over after seeing him. "Urza, tell Natsu about the guild and the issues that need to be paid attention to in the contract." Urza nodded and said, "Okay, Xiao Yang, I understand. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 12. Xiao Yang and Laxus just finished their mission and are now on their way back to the guild. "Laxus, you see what I said before, we were clearly doing an A-level mission this time, but an S-level wizard showed up halfway. Fortunately, that wizard is not good at fighting, and fortunately, your strength is very high. If it were another A-level wizard, he would be dead. This time the client is the council again, they actually got the commission level wrong, they really are not reliable at all." Laxus said indifferently. "It's okay. Even if that wizard is an S-class wizard who is good at fighting, he can't beat me. You know Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang looked at Laxus with a look of disappointment on his face. "I know you can beat them, after all, you have reached the middle to late S level now, but this is not what I am talking about now. Do you know what information asymmetry is? If you have an enemy in front of you and you know nothing about him, but he knows everything about you, that's really terrible." Laxus listened to Xiao Yang patiently, then pulled Xiao Yang, who was flying in the air, into his arms and stroked his head vigorously. "Oh, I know, Xiao Yang, you have said these words many times. Besides, I only used lightning magic this time, and did not use other magic." After hearing this, Xiao Yang patted Laxus's arm and showed a relieved smile on his face. "Not bad, I am still very satisfied with this." Laxus was not very happy after hearing Xiao Yang's praise. He lowered his head and said to Xiao Yang in a somewhat aggrieved tone, "They all said that I have such strong power because I am Makarov's grandson. Obviously, these are all cultivated by myself, and they can't see them." Xiao Yang thought about it after listening to Laxus' words, then raised his head and looked into Laxus' eyes. "Do you really think so? Didn't the magic you learned come from the president? Didn't your magic have any genetic elements from the president? If you were a child of Wakaba, you might reach S level if you worked hard, but it would definitely not be as fast as it is now. Besides, being looked down upon by others is not a bad thing. Others look down on you and think you are not good enough, which will cause information asymmetry. If you attack the enemy with all your strength before he can react, you may injure or even knock out someone who is much stronger than you. The always victorious Makarov grandson is always better than the defeated Laxus." You don't need to care about what others say all the time. It will only waste your energy and energy. You just need to keep improving yourself. Come on, when you surpass the president, no one will think of you as just Makarov's grandson anymore. Laxus fell into deep thought after hearing these words. After a while, Laxus rekindled his fighting spirit, his eyes full of hope. Okay, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction after listening to Laxus' words. As time passed, the surroundings became darker and darker. Xiao Yang looked at the surrounding environment and said to Laxus, "Laxus, it's too late. Let's rest here today. If it weren't for the fact that they misjudged our strength, we would have gone back long ago. Sooner or later I will get rid of them all. There is a cake in town today that is only sold that day. Fortunately, I notified Elsa in advance and asked her to buy one for me, otherwise I would not be able to eat it." Laxus nodded after listening to Xiao Yang's words, walked around, collected some firewood, and found a relatively flat place. Xiao Yang took out a tent from the space and placed it on the open space. After Laxus arranged the firewood and lit it, Xiao Yang took out some food, and the two of them ate around the fire. After a while, when the two of them were full, Xiao Yang took out some snacks, put them on skewers one by one, and roasted them by the fire. After seeing it, Laxus asked curiously, "Xiao Yang, what is this purple long strip, and this square, white one?" Laxus's nose moved. "This white thing also exudes a sweet fragrance. The purple one is a violet melon, and the other white one is a marshmallow. They are both delicious when roasted," Xiao Yang explained to Laxus while roasting a marshmallow in his hand. Just when the food was ready to be taken down, Laxus looked at the bushes next to him and shouted, "Who are you? Come out, or I'll be rude to you." Laxus' body flashed with golden lightning as he spoke. Xiao Yang was a little confused after hearing these words, and the bushes next to him made a sound, and two children came out of the bushes, a girl and a boy. Both of them had mushroom-shaped hair, and the color was white. This scene was like two white mushrooms coming out of the bushes. After the two came out, they raised their hands and surrendered. "We have no ill intentions, we just came out to find something to eat and happened to pass by here." After saying this, the two people's stomachs made a gurgling sound at the same time, and they blushed when they heard the sound of their stomachs. Xiao Yang looked at the two people in front of him, handed over the violet melon and marshmallow in his hand, and the two of them, Laxus, who was looking behind Xiao Yang, was a little scared and didn't dare to take the food from Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang saw the fear of the two and said to them, "Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you, eat it with confidence." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Laxus nodded to show that he was right. The brother and sister looked at this scene and felt relieved, and took the food from Xiao Yang. The boy took a bite of the violet melon and exclaimed, "This purple thing is delicious, it tastes like meat, and it has a hint of fruity fragrance." The girl took a bite of the marshmallow and showed a happy smile on her face. "This white one is also delicious, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, so sweet and fragrant." Xiao Yang looked at the two people who were eating and asked, "Why are you two in the wild? You know, it's very dangerous here at night." After listening to what Xiao Yang said, the two were silent for a while, and finally decided to tell the reason. "We are from the village in front. For some reasons, the people in the village hate us, so we come out to find food at night." "Well, can we take some?" "Not much, just a little bit." The girl stretched out her hand and made a small gesture. "Sure, you can take more. We are leaving tomorrow. Do you want to take some for tomorrow?" The girl was silent for a while and thought about her future situation. Finally, she made up her mind and said, "No, we have a sister. Can you help us?" The boy heard the girl's voice and persuaded, "Lissana, stop talking, let's go." Lissana shook her head and looked at Elfman on the side. "Brother Elf, I believe in them. They should not be bad people. They gave us food, and they seem to be very strong." They can definitely help Sister Myra. After listening, Elfman thought about the food he had just eaten and said nothing more. Xiao Yang nodded, okay, wait for me. Xiao Yang put away the tent and extinguished the fire with water magic. The two looked at such a big thing in front of them and suddenly disappeared, with amazement on their faces. After packing everything up, Xiao Yang and Laxus followed the two to the village where they were. After walking for a while, they came to a church. After entering through the small door, Xiao Yang saw a little girl with white hair. She was wearing a cloak and sitting on the ground with her eyes closed. Sister Myra, we are back with food, Lysina waved and ran towards the girl with food. Myra heard the familiar voice and said before she opened her eyes, Lysina, didn't I say it was too dangerous at night and not to go out at night? I will find food during the day. After saying this, Myra opened her eyes and first saw a smile on Lysina's face who was running over. Then she looked at Elfman behind her. Myra suddenly found that there was a man following Elfman. Myra was afraid that the man would hurt Elfman, and she shouted in panic, Elfman, run, there is someone behind you. Myra quickly rushed towards Elfman, trying to pull her brother back behind her. Lysina saw Myra's performance and quickly said, Sister Myra, I called them to help. They gave us food, and they are also very powerful. Myra was a little relieved after hearing Lysina's words. She stopped and looked at the man behind Elfman carefully. Xiao Yang looked at Myra's cautious eyes and introduced himself first. Hello, my name is Yang Ming. Duo, what's your name? Myra was too worried about her brother just now, so she didn't see Xiao Yang. She only noticed him when he made a sound. Myra was stunned for a moment when she heard Xiao Yang's voice, then she shifted her gaze to him and slowly said, cats can actually talk? My name is Miraja Strauss. Lysina next to her also smiled and said, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lysina Strauss, and the one over there is my brother Elfman Strauss. Elfman touched his head after Lysina finished speaking, and smiled shyly at Xiao Yang. After listening to the introductions of several people, Xiao Yang looked at Myra and asked the question that scared the three siblings, Myra, you should have received a demon, right? Myra was stunned for a moment after hearing what Xiao Yang said, then her eyes became alert again, and she retracted her left hand into her cloak. What kind of demon? I don't know. Lysina and Elfman beside them also looked nervous. Don't be nervous, I can see your magic power. You must have just awakened your magic not long ago, but you can't control it because you haven't learned the corresponding knowledge. I didn't expect that you reached C level right after awakening, and you almost became B level. Maybe the magic power is too strong and it is uncontrollable. After listening to what Xiao Yang said, Myra was stunned for a moment, and took her left hand out of the cloak. What appeared in everyone's eyes was an arm like rotten wood, and countless purple eyeballs were embedded in the arm. Myra looked at her arm with confusion on her face. Magic? Receive? Didn't I become a devil? Xiao Yang laughed softly as if he heard a funny joke. Of course not, how can a human become a devil so easily? Myra looked at Xiao Yang puzzledly, then, can I change back? Of course you can, your magic power is not very stable now, you can change back after you master this magic. After listening to what Xiao Yang said, Myra was still thinking, but the brother and sister next to her cheered great. Myra looked at her arm and thought, as for magic, it is better not to awaken such magic than to be hated by the people in the village and cause her brothers and sisters to have no food to eat. Xiao Yang looked at Myra's disgusted expression and said helplessly, Myra, your thoughts are completely written on your face. Remember to remain calm when encountering things. Don't you like this magic? Because I awakened this magic, I was hated and expelled by the people in the village, and even implicated my younger brothers and sisters. Lysina shook her head when she heard Myra say this. No, Brother Elf and I are not implicated by you, and we don't blame you. Sister Myra became like this because she wanted to save us. If it weren't for Sister Myra defeating that demon, I think we would have died long ago. Sister Myra will always be our best sister." After saying that, Lysina went forward to hug Myra, and Elfman also went forward after seeing this, and the three of them hugged each other tightly. Lysina. Elfman. Myra looked like she was about to cry. At this moment, there was a sudden noisy sound outside. Xiao Yang flew to the window and saw that it was crowded with people outside. Everyone held a torch in their right hand, and some people held farm tools in their left hand. Hearing the sound, Lysina remembered what she had heard before. "By the way, Sister Myra, when we went outside to find food, we heard the villagers say they wanted to set fire to us." After hearing what Lysina said, Myra once again felt that awakening magic was not a good thing. Xiao Yang looked at Laxus. "Laxus, please go and persuade them. Remember not to be too heavy-handed. Just let them retreat." "Okay, I got it." Laxus agreed and walked out. Myra looked at Laxus with a worried face. Is he okay by himself? Otherwise, I'd better go find the villagers myself. Xiao Yang said nothing, but focused his eyes on Laxus, and the three of them followed Xiao Yang's gaze. When the villagers outside saw Laxus walk out, they were about to ask something, but before the villagers could open their mouths, a golden lightning appeared on Laxus' body. The lightning struck the woods not far away, and there was a boom sound, and the trees not far away were broken in half. The villagers were frightened by the scene and hurriedly retreated. Some timid people even fell to the ground. Laxus glanced at the villagers and said coldly, "Don't come over, otherwise those trees will be your fate." After hearing this, the villagers didn't care about burning the church. They threw down the farm tools in their hands and ran away. When the three people in the church saw it, their eyes were full of surprise. "You see, Myra, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. If your magic is strong enough, you can easily defeat anyone you want to defeat and protect anything you want to protect. Do you still think magic is bad now?" Myra shook her head after hearing Xiao Yang's words. "No, thank you, Yang Ming, I will definitely work hard to become stronger." Myra's tone was full of enthusiasm. "Do you three want to join our guild, Fairy Tale Guild?" The three of them looked puzzled when they heard Xiao Yang's words. In a place like this where the villagers wanted to burn the wizard to death, it was normal for the three of them not to know the word guild. The guild is where wizards gather. Everyone in the guild is a wizard. No one will look at you strangely. On the contrary, if you are strong, everyone will admire you. When your strength improves, you can also take on commissions and earn rewards. Laxus and I just completed a commission and were about to return to the guild. But can Lysina and Elfman join without magic? Myra showed a worried look on her face. It doesn't matter, they can learn it. After all, you are siblings. If you have the possibility to awaken magic, they should also have it. Okay, let's join Fairy Tale. Let's go together tomorrow, and rest here tonight. Xiao Yang took out a lot of food and tents, and the three of them spent a night in joy and amazement. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 13. The next day, before dawn, Xiao Yang and the others set off for the guild. On the way, Myra covered her arms tightly, fearing that she would be discovered by others. When she arrived at the door of the guild, she heard a voice from inside before she pushed the door open. "Natsu, you are a fool with droopy eyes and fire." "Ha, what did you say, you droopy-eyed, naked asshole, you wanna fight? I really want to see you kneel on the ground and say, 'Master Grey, I'm sorry, I was wrong.'" Myra and the other two looked curious when they heard the voice coming from the guild. They entered the guild and walked straight towards Makarov. Xiao Yang shouted. "President, a newcomer has arrived, a very strong wizard." Makarov looked up at Myra and squinted his eyes and said, "This is receiving magic." Myra's arm accidentally exposed was seen by Makarov. "Another powerful person has joined the guild, let's fight it out. Natsu heard the word powerful and ran over to join in the fun. Urza also came over after hearing the noise, holding a cake in her hand, and lectured Natsu, idiot, he just joined the guild, he doesn't know anything, why are you fighting, be more friendly to the newcomer. After that, Urza came to Xiao Yang and handed him the cake in her hand. Xiao Yang, this is the cake you asked me to buy. Xiao Yang put the cake in the space and took out 3 banknotes. Thank you, Urza, here's the money. Urza didn't take the money, she shook her head and said, no need, Xiao Yang, you helped me a lot when I first came here, this is my gift to you. Xiao Yang thought that with Urza's character, this should not be a polite remark, so he didn't insist on giving money. Thank you, Elsa. I will also give you a gift on your birthday in 2 days. Elsa nodded and then looked at the newlyweds and greeted them. Hello, my name is Elsa Shakarat, what are your names? My name is Myra Jane Strauss. Lysina followed Myra and began to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Lysina Strauss, and that's my brother Elfman Strauss over there. After the few people got to know each other, Urza took them to familiarize themselves with the guild as a senior. After a while, Myra completely mastered her magic and could receive it at will. In order to comfort Myra, Lysina and Elfman also learned to receive magic, and the 3 of them signed a contract with Xiao Yang. Urza and Myra suddenly started fighting for some reason. Although they didn't fight as frequently as Gray and the others, they also had a small fight every 3 days and a big fight every 5 days. Look, I found a dragon egg. Natsu ran into the guild excitedly holding an egg as tall as him. Everyone turned their attention to Natsu after hearing this. Is this a dragon egg? Gray asked doubtfully. Hearing his mortal enemy questioning him, Natsu shouted. This is of course a dragon egg, look at the pattern on the egg, does it look like a dragon's claw? Makeo, who heard the familiar conversation, approached Natsu. Makeo took a look at the egg, touched his chin and said, this egg, why is it so similar to the one Laxus picked up before, except the color is different? Natsu shouted excitedly, Laxus, he also picked up such an egg. Did a dragon come out? Wakaba touched his head and broke Natsu's unrealistic fantasy, of course not, if there was a dragon you would have seen it by now, what came out of that egg was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang! All the children in the guild shouted in surprise. Kana cats actually came out of eggs. I always thought Xiao Yang was born alive. Elsa, is there a cat in this egg? Is he as powerful as Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang, who had just returned to the guild, heard someone calling him and asked in confusion, what's wrong? What do you call me for? Natsu raised the egg in his hand. Xiao Yang, are you born from an egg? They said that this egg of mine will also give birth to a cat like you. Xiao Yang glanced at the egg in Natsu's hand. Well, the egg in your hand is most likely a cat egg, and it will give birth to a cat like me. Natsu's cheeks flushed with excitement after hearing this. Then he can also take out a lot of delicious food, fun things, and he can also do divination magic. When Myra and the others heard what Natsu said, their eyes began to light up. Xiao Yang saw that they suspected that they would secretly take the egg back to raise it themselves, so he quickly explained. I'm not sure. Every cat has different talents. I'm just one in a million. I don't know what kind of cat will come out. After hearing this, Natsu looked at the egg expectantly. What kind of magic can my cat do? I'm so excited. Then Natsu began to hatch the eggs. At first, he didn't know how to take care of the eggs and was always in a hurry. After Lysina joined, this situation was alleviated. One morning, Natsu woke up and suddenly found that the egg was gone. He ran to the guild with tears in his eyes to ask for help. Everyone in the guild searched for the egg with him. Xiao Yang was about to use divination magic when Gray came to everyone with the egg. Gray said that he found it in Natsu's house. Natsu didn't believe it and insisted that Gray was a thief. Finally, Xiao Yang used divination magic to restore the process of the incident. It turned out that Natsu didn't sleep well in the middle of the night and kicked the egg behind the sofa. When he woke up, he didn't see the egg. His first reaction was that it was stolen. He didn't look for it at home at all, but ran directly to the guild. Since then, Gray often mocks Natsu for being blind, and every time Gray mocks him, Natsu's eyes turn red and he gets anxious. After all, who made him wrongly accuse Gray of stealing eggs? Another month passed in the guild. Urza grabbed Natsu and Gray and yelled angrily, "You two, which bastard stole my strawberry cake? That's a delicacy I saved for later." Gray argued, "I didn't eat it, it must have been Natsu who ate it." Natsu, "I didn't eat it either, it must have been Gray who ate it, but it's just right, let's have a fight, Urza, I will definitely win this time." The three parties started a melee, and of course the result was obvious, Natsu and Gray were game over. Xiao Yang sighed while eating cake on the table, "Young people are still more interesting to fight, old people can't do it at all." Laxus ===. Suddenly, there was a bustle at the entrance of the guild. Makaro fled a bunny girl into the guild, smiling obscenely as he walked. Xiao Yang heard the noise and took a look, and suddenly realized that the bunny girl was Lucy. Shouldn't Lucy be a child now? Why is she so big suddenly and still wearing a bunny girl's clothes? At this time, Urza walked up to Xiao Yang with a look of surprise on her face. "Xiao Yang, I saw a very strange person outside, she was wearing a cat girl's clothes, but her hair color is the same as mine." After listening to Urza's words, Xiao Yang suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such a plot in the extra chapter of the original work. What was the reason for the time travel? Xiao Yang suddenly had an evil idea in his mind. Xiao Yang spread his wings and flew out of the guild. He flew to the place where Natsu and Gray often fought, and in the future Gray and the others were indeed there. The two of them were disguised quite well, better than Urza, and next to them stood a Happy in a bear costume. Xiao Yang landed next to the two of them and suddenly shouted, "Happy! Love!" Happy responded to Xiao Yang subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered what Elsa had arranged before. Remember, no one can expose themselves and cannot contact people from the past, otherwise they will tamper with history. If they are exposed, you know the consequences. At the same time, Elsa's horrible face appeared in Happy's mind. Thinking of this, Happy panicked, and the sweat on his head flowed down. He said in panic, What are you talking about? I'm not called Happy, I'm called Xiaolulu, that's right, my name is Xiaolulu." After Happy finished speaking, his eyes looked up at the sky, and his hand quietly pulled Natsu. Natsu was comparing with Gray, who was more powerful when they were young. He felt someone pulling him from below, and said impatiently, "Happy, what are you doing? Don't you see that I'm with?" Before Natsu finished speaking, he saw Xiao Yang. Before his brain could react, his mouth spoke, "Hey, Xiao Yang, what are you doing here?" Gray heard it and secretly cried out that something was wrong. He came to Natsu and covered his mouth. Natsu was about to struggle and curse, but Gray whispered in Natsu's ear, "You idiot, Urza said that you can't have any intersection with people of this era, have you forgotten?" Natsu then realized what he had just done, and he was panicked. "Hey, you two are Natsu and Gray, right?" After hearing this, the two men broke out in sweat and shook their heads quickly. No, you got the wrong people." Happy was also there to explain for them, "Yes, they are not Natsu and Gray, and we don't know any Urza." As soon as he finished speaking, Happy realized that he was wrong and quickly covered his mouth. Xiao Yang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt after hearing these people's explanations. "Ha ha ha, okay, you are not Natsu, Gray and Happy, I probably got the wrong people." After saying this, Xiao Yang flew away, covering his stomach. Natsu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his head. "Hey, luckily I'm smart, otherwise I would have been found out." Gray punched Natsu and said angrily, "You idiot, you have been found out." Xiao Yang just pretended not to know. Natsu looked puzzled, "Is that so?" I think what I said was perfect. Natsu pointed at Happy and said, "That's Happy's fault. We were exposed because of him." That's what Urza said when she asked later. Happy panicked and retorted quickly, "It's not us. We were exposed because Natsu greeted us first." The three of them were blaming each other, thinking that the other was exposed first, so a fight started between the two of them, and Happy was fanning the flames. On the other side, Xiao Yang flew to the warehouse opposite the guild, looked at the cat-eared girl who was sitting on the ground flipping through a book and asked, "Urza, what are you doing?" "It's Xiao Yang." Before she could finish her words, Elsa realized something was wrong and stammered. What are you talking about? Who is Elsa? I don't know this person, you are so weird, haha. Okay, stop pretending, I ran into Natsu and the others before. Elsa clenched her fists, these bastards, didn't I tell them not to act on their own? They actually recognized me. Damn it. Well, it's not all their fault. You forgot that I can see the source of magic. No matter how people disguise themselves, the source of magic cannot change. You should be from the future, why are you here? Elsa stopped pretending after realizing her identity was exposed, and put the book on the ground in front of Xiao Yang. It's because of this book. We were organizing the data room before, and this book suddenly fell down. It emitted a burst of light, and we came to the past. After Xiao Yang heard what Elsa said, the forgotten memories reappeared. He flipped through the book and said to Elsa, "If someone who is recalling the past touches this book, the book will take the person who touches it back to the time period he is recalling. Logically, there should be only one person, you should have touched each other at that time. The time limit of this book is 6 hours. After 6 hours, the recaller will return to the original time. You must confirm who the recaller is as soon as possible, otherwise you will have to stay at this time point." Urza took out a rectangular object and took a look. She found that there were only 30 minutes left before 6 hours. She said anxiously, "Thanks, Xiao Yang, I will treat you to cake later. I'm leaving first." Urza ran away before Xiao Yang replied. When Urza found Lucy and Gray to explain the reason, the three of them ran to Natsu anxiously. When they were about to be teleported away, Happy reacted. "Logically speaking, I was not born at this time, so why would Xiao Yang know me?" Before Habib could think carefully, a flash of light passed by and the few people disappeared. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 14. Xiao Yang is looking for Elsa's birthday present. I remember I drew a dress before. Where did I put it? Why doesn't the system have a search function? I'm about to become Doraemon. Xiao Yang flipped through his system space one by one. The items in it reached an astonishing 1,000 pages. As time passed, Xiao Yang drew more and more items. Not only that, Xiao Yang would put anything he was interested in into the space whenever he saw it. Who could refuse to collect things in the infinite space? At this time, Natsu came to Xiao Yang's house. "Hey, Xiao Yang, are you still not done packing? Elsa's birthday party is about to start. I'll be there soon. I'm looking for Urza's birthday present, but I forgot where I put it. Please sit on the sofa first." Natsu said okay and sat on the sofa. After sitting down, he suddenly found a basket on the table in front of him. In the basket were many yellow, long, slightly wavy objects on the edges. Natsu looked at these things and fell into deep thought. What is this? Can I eat it? It should be okay to put it on the table. Found it. All the props in the games in my previous life are not as many as the things in my current system backpack. Xiao Yang took the dress out of the backpack and put it in a gift box. Just after packing the gift box, Xiao Yang suddenly remembered that there was an electric banana, from the captive of food, on the table. This thing has 500,000 volts of electricity, which is 400,000 more than the original book. With Natsu's personality, he will definitely eat it. Xiao Yang hurriedly shouted to the living room, "Natsu!" Ah! Xiao Yang hadn't finished speaking when a scream came from the living room. It seems to be too late. Xiao Yang hurried to the living room, where Natsu was lying unconscious on the floor, his eyes spinning, his body steaming, and a trace of electricity flashing from time to time. After Xiao Yang cast a healing spell on Natsu, Natsu woke up and pointed at the electric banana on the table, his face full of fear. "Xiao Yang, what is that on the table? Why did I feel like I was hit by Laxus's magic after taking a bite?" "This is an electric banana, a plant that contains 500,000 volts of electricity. Since Laxus and I both have the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, I took it out as a daily snack. Natsu, don't eat things you don't recognize casually, be careful of poisoning." Natsu touched his head and said aggrievedly, "How should I know? I thought I could eat anything on the table." At this point, Natsu suddenly became excited. "Xiao Yang, since there are fruits containing electricity, are there any fruits containing fire?" Xiao Yang thought about it and found that there really were some. He took out some fruits from the space and handed them to Natsu. The whole fruit was red, with layers of green protrusions on the skin. "This is the fire dragon fruit, which contains flames that can roast a person." Natsu took it excitedly and put it in his mouth at once. "Oh, this is delicious, hot, with the sweetness of flames and fruit." Natsu ate one after another. Okay, don't eat any more. Elsa and the others must be waiting anxiously. Let's go over and eat later." "No problem," Natsu gave a thumbs up. Xiao Yang and Natsu walked out, and on the way they met Kana, who had just bought gifts. The three of them walked to the guild together. As soon as they entered the guild, Laxus walked to Xiao Yang's side. "Xiao Yang, you are too slow, didn't you say you would come right away? If I had known, I would have come with you." Sorry, I didn't expect it would take so long to find it." "I'll definitely find it next time," Xiao Yang said as he took out a red box with a bow from the space and handed it to Elsa next to him. "Elsa, happy birthday, I wish you happiness every day." Elsa's face was full of smiles after receiving it. "Thank you, Xiao Yang, can I open it?" "Of course, this is a gift for you." Elsa opened the gift box and took out a shiny black and purple dress. The girls in the guild cried out in surprise when they saw it. "What a beautiful dress!" "Thank you, Xiao Yang. This is not just a dress, it can also change size, color, and style freely, it is dust-proof and fireproof, and will never wear out. This dress is made by fairies from another world using magic." Elsa was even more surprised after hearing this. "Fairies? So amazing, thank you, Xiao Yang, I will definitely take good care of it." After admiring the dress for a while, Elsa put it in her own dressing space. Kana looked at it with envy. "Xiao Yang, I want this dress too, can you give me one?" "Sorry, Kana, I only have one piece of this kind of clothes, but I have some other types of clothes. They don't have any special effects, they're just better looking than ordinary clothes, is that okay?" Okay, thank you, Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang took out several sets of beautiful clothes from the space and distributed them to several girls. Of course, a birthday is indispensable, a cake blessed by the elves from another world. Xiao Yang took out another 3-layer cake with strawberry, cheese, and chocolate flavors from bottom to top. 10 minutes later, the party started. As there were more and more children in the guild, a table was specially set up for the children. The children ate the cake and sighed. "Wow, this strawberry cake is delicious. This black cake is also delicious. It is sweet with a hint of bitterness. It is called chocolate, right? As long as it's a cake, it's delicious." Elsa tasted every cake and was very happy. "Xiao Yang is amazing, he can always bring out a lot of delicious food, when can my cat come out? Naz said, and touched the egg next to him. After touching it, the egg suddenly began to shine, and swayed left and right. Wow, my egg is about to hatch. Hearing Natsu's voice, everyone in the guild looked at the egg, and with a click, the egg cracked and a blue kitten came out. It's a cat. I have a cat, I have my own cat, ha 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 ha. Natsu laughed wantonly, and with a pang sound, 2 small wings grew out of the cat's back, and the kitten flew tremblingly from the chair to Natsu's head. After flying to his head, the cat's eyes opened, and it made a love sound. Natsu's face was full of excitement. My little cat, what should I call him? Xiao Yang said. He was born at Elsa's birthday party, surrounded by laughter. He is like a bluebird that brings happiness to people. Let's call him Happy, a happy blue kitten. Happy. Happy. Ha ha ha, my Happy. Natsu hugged Happy and shouted happily. When Happy heard Natsu's voice, he made a sound of love again, as if responding to Natsu and others, as if he liked this name very much. Happy Qingming outing and reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 4th to April 6th. Chapter 15. I am a cat, a happy star cat, with bubbles popping up all around me. As long as you are happy, haha, you can go to another town to buy delicacies that you can't buy here. Although I can't match the speed of Koro-sensei, it is still much faster than when I was a human before. Xiao Yang was happily eating the delicacies in his hand while flying in the air. It had been several years since Urza's birthday. Now Laxus has become a Holy 10 wizard, and Urza and the others have all been promoted to S level. When passing by a forest, Xiao Yang suddenly heard a sound like the roar of a wild beast, mixed with a little bit of human shouting. Xiao Yang curiously flew in the direction where the sound came from. After Xiao Yang came to the place where the sound came from, he lowered his head and looked down. Why do these 2 people look so much like Myra and Lysina? Is there a monster in front? Why do I feel like I have seen this scene before? Xiao Yang looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. Oh, right. I remembered. Isn't this the plot where Elfman lost control after taking over the Beast King? Why did this plot happen? I remember that Myra and I told each other more than once that we should be cautious and that we should get the specific information of the enemy before attacking. Xiao Yang just thought of this when he saw Lysina below slowly walking towards the Beast King in front of him. Xiao Yang was startled. This idiot. Xiao Yang quickly flew down. The blazing sky covers the 7 rings. Just as Elfman's hand was about to hit Lysina, Xiao Yang cast a magic spell, and layer after layer of red shields instantly appeared in front of Lysina. There were 3 layers of shields in total. Elfman's attack broke through 2 of them and was blocked by the 3rd layer. Although the attack was blocked, the aftermath still made Lysina fly out. After Xiao Yang landed, he cast a purification spell on Elfman, which lifted Elfman's out-of-control beast state. After the beast state was lifted, Elfman fell to the ground because of exhaustion of magic power. Xiao Yang came to Myra and said angrily, Myra, didn't I tell you many times that you must fully understand the enemy's intelligence before taking action? Even if you don't know the enemy's intelligence, you should at least keep 2 or 3 trump cards to deal with emergencies. Fortunately, I passed by here and put a shield for Lysina, otherwise Lysina would have been finished. Xiao Yang originally wanted to say that Lysina was dead, but seeing Myra's dazed look, he couldn't bear it, so he changed his words and said it was over. Myra hasn't reacted to what happened just now, and she was still stunned after Xiao Yang finished speaking. After a while, Myra finally came back to her senses, hugged Xiao Yang beside her, and burst into tears. After crying for a while, Myra recovered, and while running to where Lysina flew over, she asked nervously, Xiao Yang, Lysina, is Lysina okay? It's okay, it's just because of the shock wave that I flew out, it's not a big problem, it should be a scratch at most. If it weren't for the rush, there wouldn't even be such a scratch. Hey, that's good. Myra was obviously much more relaxed. After what happened just now, Myra's legs were still a little weak. Although she ran towards Listener, it was almost the same as walking over. Xiao Yang wanted Myra to learn a lesson, and just watched Myra slowly run over. The two came to Listener, who was still lying on the ground unconscious. Myra asked anxiously, Xiao Yang, didn't you say Listener was fine? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Xiao Yang opened the Eye of Truth and looked at Listener. After the Eye of Truth fed back the information, he turned to look at Myra. Listener's body entered a self-defense mode due to the sudden force and fell into a coma. This is the body's instinctive defense mechanism to prevent itself from suffering too much pain. I'll cast a purification spell on her, and she will almost wake up. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he cast a purification spell on Listener. As soon as the purification spell was cast, Listener's fingers moved, and then her eyes slowly opened. After opening her eyes, Listener looked at Myra next to her. Sister Myra, am I dead now? Why can't I feel any pain? After hearing this, Myra knelt down and hugged Listener, her face full of relief. No, Listener, thanks to Xiao Yang, he saved you. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. If I had been more careful and recognized the mission, if I hadn't fought with Elsa before doing this mission and consumed too much magic power. If I were stronger, you would be fine. Fortunately, you are fine. That's great, Listener. Myra cried as she spoke, and her voice was a little sobbing. After listening to her, Listener touched Myra's face and shook her head. No, Sister Myra, I don't blame you. Look, I'm fine now. I'm still fine, so don't cry. This Sister Myra is not like Sister Myra at all. How's Brother Alf? He's fine. He passed out due to excessive consumption of magic power after Xiao Yang released him from receiving magic. After hearing this, Listener helped Myra to stand up slowly and said to Xiao Yang, Thank you, Xiao Yang. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't be here. Xiao Yang waved his hand and said, It's okay. Just remember this experience well. Every failure is a lesson for you. Next time the three of you go on a mission, you must thoroughly investigate the situation of the commission and improve your own strength. Well, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded. Suddenly, he felt a huge and strange magic in the sky. Myra beside him also felt this magic. The two looked up at the sky together and saw a huge vortex in the sky. The vortex kept turning, as if absorbing something. After a while, the vortex in the sky disappeared. The moment the vortex disappeared, a small black dot appeared in the sky. I'll go up and take a look, Xiao Yang said to the two people next to him. After that, he spread his wings and flew up. Myra and Listener shouted from below, Be careful, pay attention to safety. Xiao Yang flew into the sky, and as he approached, the black spot became larger and larger. This is a person. And it's Listener from another world. I remember that in the original book, the Listener who fell off the cliff merged with the Listener of this world. Now, because I saved the Listener of this world, she can only fall down. Xiao Yang stepped forward and caught the Listener of another world. Her body was full of scars. After Xiao Yang launched a healing magic on her, he flew to the ground with Listener's clothes. When they got close to the ground, Myra and the others also saw the Listener of another world in Xiao Yang's hand. This is Listener. This is me. Xiao Yang put Listener from another world on the ground. Myra looked at Listener on the ground and then at Listener next to her. Exactly the same, Xiao Yang, who is she? I don't know either. She fell from the sky. I have already cast a healing spell. She should wake up soon. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, Listener on the ground said, Sister Myra, everyone run quickly. The kingdom army is right behind us. You go first. After she finished speaking, she suddenly sat up and opened her eyes. She looked around and saw Xiao Yang first. She was startled and quickly stood up and bowed to Xiao Yang. "Angel, it's Angel, hello." Myra and the others showed the expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. "Why do you call me an angel? Is it because I have wings?" Although Xiao Yang already knew the reason, he still had to pretend in front of Myra and the others. Lisana was about to reply, but suddenly saw Lisana and Myra with puzzled faces. She pointed at Lisana and said in surprise, "Are you Sister Myra and another me?" Myra first explained to Lisana what happened, and then Lisana explained to Xiao Yang and the others where she came from. "Are you saying that you came from another world? There was also a fairy tale guild in that world, but that guild was being hunted by the kingdom army. You were injured and fell off a cliff. When you woke up, you saw us." "Lisana, you..." Before Xiao Yang finished speaking, the two Lisana looked at him at the same time. "What's wrong, X2? For the sake of convenience, let's call Lisana from another world Lisa." "Lisa, why do you call me an angel?" "Because we have a race there, and there are beings like you in it. They can decide the life and death of any of us, and they have a very high status, so we call the people of this race angels." "Well, you probably can't go back for now. Do you want to go back to the guild in our world together?" Lisa was grateful when she heard Xiao Ang's words. "Okay. Thank you so much." After Lisa finished speaking, the four of them went to find Elfman. After Xiao Yang cast a healing magic, Elfman also woke up. Several people slowly walked towards the guild. On the way, Myra and the other two explained the situation of this world and the rules of the guild to Lisa. Xiao Yang opened the system interface and checked the rewards given by the system just now. "Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Heaven's Chain, a treasure from the world of fate. The higher the divinity, the greater the binding force, received magic angels and transformations." "System, why are you giving so many things this time, and the rewards are so powerful?" "Because you saved two listeners, changed the original plot, and made Myra have no knot in her heart and can use magic normally. She will be stronger in the future, so this time the reward is so good. I signed a contract with Laxus before, and he became stronger than in the original book, so why is the reward only the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic? And that is not a reward. Because Laxus did not participate in many plots in the original book, and Laxus himself was very powerful in the future. And because of Myra's heart knot, there will be a blank period of several years in the middle, and her magic power cannot be improved during the blank period, so this time the reward is so much." "Is the receiving magic the same as Myra's? Transfiguration should allow me to become a human, right?" "Yes, this receiving magic is exactly the opposite of Myra's. One is to receive demons, and the other is to receive angels. However, since there are not many angels in this world, the strength of this receiving magic is determined by the user's faith. In other words, the higher the user's faith in angels, the more powerful he will be when using this magic. Transfiguration magic can turn me into a human, and it basically does not consume too much magic power after transformation. Except for the receiving magic, which is useless to me, everything else is good." 10 minutes later, the five of them returned to the guild. Everyone in the guild was shocked to see another Lisana. After Xiao Yang explained to the president, Lisana joined the guild under the name Lisa and became a waiter. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 16. After returning home, Xiao Yang activated the transformation magic. After activating the magic, a magic circle appeared under Xiao Yang's feet, and in the middle of the circle was the shape of a cat. Xiao Yang's body then emitted a white light, and in the light, his body gradually stretched and deformed. After the white light disappeared, a person appeared in the same place. This person had black hair that was longer than his ears, his eyes were as blue as the sky, and he had a white flower on his chest. He was wearing a green and white suit and a linen cloak. Xiao Yang waved his hand, adapting to his new body. I haven't used the human form for a long time. I've been a cat for so long, and I'm a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming a human. Laxus next to him opened his mouth in surprise as he watched Xiao Yang transform from a cat to a human. Xiao Yang, you are Xiao Yang, right? Why did you suddenly become a human? Is it an illusion? Xiao Yang looked at Laxus' panic and felt a little funny. Laxus had a stern face for a long time. This was the first time I saw Laxus's exaggerated expression since then, after his father was kicked out of the guild. Yes, it's me. This is not an illusion, it's a kind of magic of mine. It's a real person. If you don't believe me, try touching him. Laxus poked Xiao Yang's face with his finger, and felt the warm touch on his hand, which shocked Laxus. Awesome! Can cats turn into humans? Xiao Yang thought for a while and said to Laxus, every cat should be able to turn into a human, right? Maybe one day you will see a harpy turn into a human. After all, in the original book, Xiaolulu also turned into a human. Laxus' eyes widened when he heard this. Harpy. That night, Laxus had a dream. In the dream, the harpy turned into a human and kept saying in his ear, I love you. The next morning, Xiao Yang and Laxus ate the rice noodles they won in the lottery. Xiao Yang, this thin noodle is delicious, and the toppings are so rich. This is called rice noodles, which are made from ground rice. By the way, Laxus, I will enter the guild in human form in a while, just pretend you don't know me. I have a fun idea, hehe. Okay, but don't go too far. Okay, I got it. After dinner, the two came to the guild. Before entering the guild, Xiao Yang turned into a child. Xiao Yang took out a mirror to look at his current appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Then the two walked into the guild. As soon as he entered the guild, Makao saw Xiao Yang following behind Laxus. Hey, Laxus, who is the kid behind you? Is he a new member who wants to join the guild? Hehe, isn't the fun here? Before Laxus could say anything, Xiao Yang choked and cried, ran in front of Makao and hugged his legs. Wow, Dad, I finally found you. I've been looking for you for so long. Laxus was shocked. The other people in the guild were shocked when they heard Xiao Yang's words. Hey! Makao, you actually have such a big child. Wakaba came to Makao angrily and hit him hard on the head. Makao, didn't you say you would treat Alo well? I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to have such a big child. If I had known, I would not have quit. I would definitely treat Dia well instead of being an unfaithful man like you. Makao was also panicked. No, I don't know him, how could I have such a big child? Besides, my hair is purple and his hair is black, how could he be my son? Xiao Yang quickly filled in the gap as soon as Makao finished speaking. Wow, Dad, my mom has black hair so I have black hair, don't you remember your mom? Look, my hair is a little purple. Wakaba looked at Xiao Yang's hair and nodded with a serious face. Indeed, this child's hair is black with a little purple. Laxus couldn't bear it anymore. Okay, Xiao Yang, stop teasing Makao. If you continue to talk about him, his wife will divorce him. And no matter how you look at it, Xiao Yang's hair is all black, not even a bit of purple. Xiao Yang, the guild members shouted. Ha 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 ha, Uncle Wakaba, how did you know my hair is purple? It's obviously pure black. You believe everything I say. After saying that, Xiao Yang slowly changed from a child to a young man. Elsa looked at the changes in Xiao Yang and asked curiously, Xiao Yang, is this your newly awakened magic? Yes, this is the magic I just learned. It can transform into human form. After transforming into human form, I can switch back and forth between the ages of 1 and 18, but I can't be older, unless my magic power breaks through again. The highest I can become is about 25 years old. Macau was finally relieved at this time. Hey, I was scared to death. Suddenly there was such a child. That is to say, although I am very lustful, I am still very loyal. How could there be another child? At this point, Macau looked at Wakaba angrily. Wakaba, you actually believed it all of a sudden without any doubt. You can't always think that I am such a person, right? Wakaba touched his hair and smiled awkwardly. Haha, how could it be? It's not that things happened too suddenly. By the way, today two people actually changed so much, it's really scary. Xiao Yang was stunned when he heard this. Two people, who is the other one? Myra suddenly walked to the side of the crowd, completely different from before, looking very gentle, and she was holding a cake in her hand. Xiao Yang looked at Myra, who was the same as in the original, and asked curiously, Myra, why did you suddenly become like this? Is it because of Listener before? Not all. I suddenly realized that people should not be too impatient. This helps me calm down. Also, this is the cake I made. Thank you for saving Listener before. You're welcome, and thank you for the cake. Let's go to the table and eat it together. After saying that, Xiao Yang took the cake and walked to the table beside him. At this moment, Natsu and Gray, who were arguing nearby, threw something, which hit the cake in Xiao Yang's hand, and the cake fell to the ground with a pop. With the sound of the cake falling to the ground, everyone around stopped moving. Natsu and Gray on the other side also realized that something was wrong, and ran out while saying sorry. Myra next to them instantly turned into her previous bad look, and in the blink of an eye she came in front of the two of them, grabbing their clothes. You two bastards, this is a cake that I worked so hard to make for a long time, and you actually broke it. Die! Gray and Natsu screamed, ah! Myra, we were wrong, stop fighting. Xiao Yang sighed as he listened to the sound of fists hitting flesh next to him. Myra is still the same Myra as before. After sighing, Xiao Yang took out another cake and ate it with everyone accompanied by the screams of Natsu and Gray. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17. Ding! The main storyline officially begins. Congratulations to the host for receiving the storyline start reward, sharing and granting. Hearing the system prompt, Xiao Yang exclaimed. Has the plot started yet? I seem to have heard Laxus talking about Natsu going to find the fire dragon a few days ago. Natsu has gone to find the fire dragon several times in the past 2 years. When he went to find it for the first time, I thought the plot was about to begin, but in the end, Natsu came back alone. In the blink of an eye, I have been in this world for many years. Just after sighing, Xiao Yang suddenly realized that he still didn't know the use of the magic given by the system just now. What is the ability of sharing and granting in the system? Sharing means that as long as the people who have contracted with the host are around you, they can cast the magic you share. For example, if the host opens the wing magic and dragon slaying magic, the contractors around the host can use these two magics, but the power of their magic is determined by the size of their own magic. The host can share up to 5 magics, and the people who share magic cannot exceed 500 meters from the host. Granting means that the host can give the contractor a power from another world and a magic from this world. Note, people who sign important contracts have 4 chances and the skills opened in the novice gift pack cannot be shared or granted. If the granted magic covers the previous magic, then the magic will be directly upgraded to the original magic level. If it is a new skill, you need to slowly practice it yourself. That's great. I haven't been out for a long time. I've been playing with my phone at home or in the guild these past 2 days. Let's go for a ride today. Xiao Yang spread his wings and flew to the door. As soon as he flew to the door opened by itself, and Laxus walked in, wiping his sweat. Xiao Yang, are you going to the guild? No, I'm planning to go to Harjan. I might come across something interesting there. Then Xiao Yang, I will go with you, Laxus said as he was about to get his backpack. No need. Didn't you accept a commission this morning? I'll be back tomorrow too. Let's have lunch together tomorrow at noon. Good. Laxus has grown up and matured a lot. He is not as dependent on Xiao Yang as he was when he was a child, but he still likes to be with Xiao Yang, just like Happy and Natsu. Xiao Yang took out the flying magic carpet, which needs to be driven by magic, cannot be damaged, and can be large or small, sat on it and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of the skills he had acquired this morning. Laxus, come here for a moment. Xiao Yang waved his hand towards Laxus. Laxus came in front of Xiao Yang, and Xiao Yang put his hand on Laxus' forehead. After a flash of light, a pair of golden wings grew out from behind Laxus. Laxus looked at the wings behind him, full of surprise. Xiao Yang, isn't this your magic? Yes, I can grant you 4 magics, this one counts as 1. With these wings, you will be able to complete tasks much faster, and you can fly back to the guild by yourself. Thank you, Xiao Yang. Be careful on your way. Okay, see you tomorrow. Laxus's strength has now reached the middle level of the 10 holy mages, but the strength he shows to the outside world is still S level. Because of his high degree of mission completion and the use of a lot of thunder magic, he has the title of Thunder God. A year ago, after Laxus completed the commission, he accidentally met Albagreen and the other 2 who were surrounded by a group of demons. Laxus saved them. After watching Laxus kill all the demons in less than 3 moves, they developed a feeling of admiration for Laxus. Then they expressed their desire to join the guild where Laxus was. After joining the guild, the 3 of them formed the Thunder God clan and pledged allegiance to Laxus. Kana and Gray's magic power has all reached S level. Because of Xiao Yang, they did not participate in the S. There were only 100 S-class wizards in the exam, except for Natsu, who signed up for one of the exams because he wanted to defeat Gray. But because he was taking the exam with Myra at the time, he naturally lost. After the exam, he was ridiculed by Gray for a long time. Myra and Urza both became the top of S-class, and they were just 1 step away from becoming the Holy 10 Wizards. The strength displayed by the guild to the outside world is the same as in the original work, with most of them being A-class and a few being S-class. After flying for a while, Xiao Yang arrived at the Harjan port and saw a ship sailing away. Xiao Yang sat on the magic carpet and sighed, it's different to fly with others and to be carried by others. It's still more comfortable to sit. Xiao Yang looked at the ship and thought carefully, is that the ship that Lucy was taken on? I remember the main storyline roughly, but I forgot all the details. Why can't I see Fairy Tale on my phone? Suddenly, a golden thing flew over from the air and landed on the magic carpet. Xiao Yang took it and saw that it was a bunch of golden keys. Xiao Yang shook the key in his hand. This should be Lucy's Star Spirit key, right? It looks like gold. Xiao Yang curiously tried to bend it with his hands, but found that he couldn't bend it at all. You know, Xiao Yang can break a big rock with 1 punch now. This key is so hard, no wonder the enemies in the original book had to throw it away after getting the key. Xiao Yang put away the magic carpet and flew to the ship in front with the key. As soon as he landed on the ship, he heard Happy shouting, Natsu, are you okay? Natsu was kneeling on the boat, looking like he was about to vomit. Next to Natsu stood a blonde girl with a good figure. Opposite the 2 stood a large group of hostile people. Good evening, I just found a good deal outside. Xiao Yang cast a purification spell on Natsu, and Natsu suddenly became energetic, and flames appeared on his hands. You said you are a wizard of Fairy Tale, and I am a member of Fairy Tale, why have I never seen you before? Natsu took off his coat, revealing the emblem of Fairy Tale on his right shoulder. Seeing Natsu fighting, Happy consciously took Lucy to Xiao Yang's side. Hey, Xiao Yang, what are you doing here? Fortunately you are here, otherwise Natsu would be sold. Natsu shouted when he heard what Happy said, Happy, what are you talking about? What do you mean I was sold? Lucy was shocked by what Natsu said just now. Fairy tale? Natsu is actually a wizard, and a wizard of fairy tale. Happy was full of confusion. Didn't I tell you? Lucy retorted loudly, you didn't say that. I always thought that one of you was an ordinary person and the other was a talking cat. By the way, it's okay for Natsu to be alone, we have to help him. No, Natsu was seasick just now, so he acted weak. He is very strong, and it is no problem for him to defeat a ship alone. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Lucy noticed him. She was confused at first, and then turned to shock. Since Natsu is a fairy tale wizard, then you are too. You look like a cat, with golden hair and a cloud on your head. You are fairy tale's strongest assistant, Lord Yang Ming, right? It is said that no one will die wherever you are. Xiao Yang waved his hand. It's too far-fetched to say that no one will die. Although I have a strong healing ability, it's not to the point where no one will die. I can only heal injuries. Well, that's also amazing. It is said that once you were out on a commission, all the people in a village were injured, and you rescued them all in a short time, and no one died. Happy complained on the side, what is Lord Yang Ming? Why didn't you call me Lord Hobbit? You know, I'm a cat like Xiao Yang. And you didn't recognize me and Natsu at first, because he's a fire dragon underscore. Ha 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 ha, / Q, this is not the beginning. I didn't know you guys were from fairy tale. If I knew I would definitely recognize you from the beginning. Oh hey. Wow, Lucy looks so powerful now, and she even skipped the matter of Lord Hobbit. Before Lucy could reply to Hobbit, Xiao Yang said to Lucy, Lucy, do you want to sign a contract with me? Lucy was shocked. The legendary contract. It is said that everyone who has made a contract with Lord Yang Ming is very strong. Me, can I do that too? I'd love to. Yes, Lucy, you are very talented. Xiao Yang and Lucy signed the contract. As soon as they signed the contract, the wings behind the harpy disappeared. The man and the cat were stunned. They floated in the air for 3 seconds and were about to fall. Xiao Yang caught them with one claw each. Lucy Omega Harpy, why did you suddenly fall down? Harpy raised his hand and said as a matter of course, love, it's because our magic power is not enough. Lucy held her head with her face full of speechless words. At this time, the ship below emitted a huge fire, and then the ship began to slowly sink. Xiao Yang looked at the sinking ship helplessly and said, Natsu has gone too far again. He didn't even think about how he would get back if the ship sank. Happy raised his hand, love, this is Natsu. Lucy _ it feels a little unreliable. Xiao Yang carried the two people onto the boat, and used water magic to drag the boat slowly towards the port. Habib suddenly remembered what Xiao Yang said just now. Xiao Yang, you just said you picked up a good deal. Yes, it's this key. Xiao Yang took out the key. Lucy was surprised when she saw it. My key. You are worthy of being the strongest assistant. It's really reassuring. Xiao Yang handed the key to Lucy, and at this time Natsu also jumped off the boat and came to the three of them. Natsu, don't you think about how you are going to get back to land after destroying the boat? Natsu smiled and said, Happy is by my side, and Xiao Yang you are here too, there must be a way. During the conversation, the boat had already docked, and the sound of the army came from not far away. Natsu whispered that it was not good, and ran out with Lucy. Lucy _ Why are you dragging me to run? After listening to this, Natsu smiled and said to Lucy, Lucy, aren't you going to join our guild? Lucy was stunned for a moment, and also smiled yet. Xiao Yang followed, Natsu, why are you running? We saved a whole ship of people, the army should thank you. Natsu was stunned for a moment, but did not stop. Oh, yes, this time I didn't destroy anything, I ran away subconsciously. Lucy was a little speechless when she was dragged, wondering if this guild is really the same as she thought. Dragon Boat Festival Reading. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18. What the hell is this game? System, explain it to me. It clearly says that you can withdraw cash for free when you reach level 20. Why do I need to spend J coins to buy it now? Are you learning PDD here? Host, don't get excited. Although it says that you can withdraw cash for free, these foods must come to this world through some medium, and J coins are the best medium. What's the difference between this and buying it with my own money? If I have the time to play games, I might as well just go to the street and buy a cake. But there is no honeycomb toffee in this world, nor mint chocolate ice cream. Think about the white peach ice cream you have eaten before. Aren't these worth your time and money? Xiao Yang thought about what the system said and found that it was true. The food in the game is not available in this world. I can only get it from the game. Damn it, I have the illusion that I have to step into it even though I know it is a trap. Okay, then why is this the only game that is lit up, and the others are all grey and can't be opened? I want to eat pies and burritos. The host can click on the game description, where it says, you must complete the previous game before you can open the next game. Who would read the game description when playing this kind of game? This is just a 4,399 game. Don't even mention now. When I was in primary school, I didn't even read the game description when I played this kind of game. After Xiao Yang finished complaining, he clicked on the game description. After reading it, his desire to complain became stronger. Level 50. I remember playing this game when I was a kid. The highest level was only level 10 or level 15. I've only reached level 20 after playing for 3 days, and it's getting slower and slower. I'm tired of it now. Host, although the level has increased, the types of food have also increased, and your mobile phone now has a clone function, so the people who have contracted with you can also play this game. If you play together, the upgrade speed will be much faster. Really? That's fine. It's a good opportunity to give it to Urza and the others. They haven't played games before, so it will definitely be something new for them. The mini-game Xiao Yang was playing at this time was the reward from the Harjan port. Because he didn't destroy the port, he was rewarded with a whole series of Papa games. This set of games includes Papa's Dessert Shop, Papa's Pie Shop, Papa's Milk Tea Shop and more than 20 kinds of shops, but currently only Papa's Cookie Shop is playable. The door of the guild opened, and Lucy and Natsu walked in. Xiao Yang greeted Lucy, "Hey, Lucy, long time no see. I heard that you accepted a commission of 500,000 that only required destroying a book. How did it go? Was it easy?" Lucy's face drooped instantly after hearing what Xiao Yang said. Don't mention it, Xiao Yang. That task was not completed at all. We found that the book had another secret, so we didn't destroy it. We took the book to the client, and the client was about to pay us, but Naz refused, saying that we didn't destroy the book so it didn't count as completing the commission. Ah, Delta, / my 500,000 J, my rent flew away, TT. Lucy was reminded of the 500,000 yuan she had lost because of Xiao Ang's words and started to cry. That's really bad. By the way, there have been a lot of rumors about Lucy recently. It is said that you first killed 19 gorillas with your bare hands, and then destroyed the entire Duke's mansion by yourself. Now you are very famous. Everyone is saying that you are the strongest newcomer in this period of time. Lucy was shocked after hearing what Xiao Yang said. What? I didn't do those things, why are they spread so outrageously? By the way, Xiao Yang, why did my magic power increase after defeating enemies these days, and I also gained basic earth magic? Although it is very weak, I am sure I have it. I have never learned this kind of magic before. == Didn't Natsu and Happy tell you? This is the ability you get after making a contract with me. After defeating the enemy, your magic power will be increased by a certain amount. In addition, there is a chance to get magic used by the enemy. Didn't you complete 2 missions as a team? How come you don't know this yet? After hearing this, Happy said frankly, "Love, because the 2 of us forgot to tell Lucy." Lucy was shocked. How could I forget such an important thing? I should have said it at the beginning. The door of the guild suddenly opened, and Loki ran in and shouted in panic, "Ersa is back!" The guild was quiet for a while, and then there was a huge voice, "Ersa!" Natsu and Gray on the side were even more panicked than Loki, and the sweat on their heads was dripping down. After a while, Ersa walked into the guild, holding a huge horn in her hand. As soon as Ersa entered the guild, she looked around and scolded most of the people around her, then looked at Myra and asked, "Myra, where is the president?" Myra smiled and answered gently, "The president went to attend the routine meeting." "Ersa, what do you want?" Ersa didn't continue. She looked at the people around her and asked, "Are Natsu and Gray there?" Hearing Ersa's words, Natsu and Gray on the side quickly hugged each other's shoulders, sweat dripping from their bodies. "Hello, Elsa, we are also getting along well today." Lucy looked shocked. Sigma, Natsu has become a harpy. Ersa nodded in satisfaction at their performance. "Well, even good friends will quarrel occasionally, but I like to see you get along well, and you are doing well now." Gray turned his head to the side and whispered, "It's not that good actually." Ersa's expression suddenly became serious. "Gray, Natsu, I have something to ask you. I heard some bad remarks when I was on a mission today, and I was going to ask the president something. But since the president is not here, I can only solve it by myself for the time being, and I need you 2 to help me." The people around were shocked when they heard it. "Hey, did I hear it right? That Elsa actually wants to ask for help, people to help." Natsu shouted with fire in his mouth, "There is no need for Gray, I can do it alone." Ersa shook her head, "This time it's not that simple, I don't know the specific situation of the enemy, I must be cautious." Then Ersa turned to look at Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, please help me this time too." Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment and said, "Okay, by the way, Myra and Lucy will go too this time." Lucy pointed at herself, her tone full of disbelief. That's right, Lucy will take this as an experience, and as for Myra, I have something for you tomorrow." That afternoon, at the place where the presidents held their regular meetings, Makarov stood on the table, twisting his hips to show off the beauties of his guild to the people around him. A bird flew in, saying, "There is a letter from President Makarov, there is a letter from President Makarov." After Makarov took it, he opened the envelope, and a virtual projection of Myra appeared on the envelope. Makarov proudly showed off to the people around him, "Look, this is our guild's signature beauty, beautiful, beautiful." Myra on the envelope made a voice, "President, did this regular meeting go smoothly? Something big happened in the guild recently. You will never believe that I, Ersa, Gray, Natsu and Lucy have formed a temporary team. This is probably the strongest team in fairy tale." After saying this, Myra disappeared. Makarov's expression changed immediately when he heard this. He frowned and shouted in despair, "What?" Makarov just finished shouting, Myra suddenly appeared again. "Oh, by the way, President, Xiao Yang is also in this team." Hearing this, Makarov breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "Oh, Xiao Yang is here, that's okay, at least it won't be too destructive." Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19. The next morning, Magnolia train station. "Hey, Lucy, Natsu, when did you come here?" Xiao Yang fell from midair and greeted Lucy and the others. "It's Xiao Yang, we just arrived too. Can I really do it? Isn't it enough to have Natsu and the others here? They are so powerful, I can't help much if I go. Lucy felt a little disappointed when she said this. Natsu and the others have also been through your stage, don't worry, believe in yourself, you have signed a contract with me, as long as you don't be lazy, even if you are a pig, you can become a holy 10. Sigma, holy 10. Me? Really? Of course, don't you want to step forward and save some people when they are in danger? When you become powerful, you will be a hero. 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 Lucy's eyes were full of longing when she heard these two words. After all, she was a novelist, and a teenage novelist. Okay, I will definitely try my best. Lucy's voice was full of enthusiasm. Happy on the side pulled Natsu, who was arguing with Gray, and whispered, Hey, Natsu, why do I feel like Xiao Yang is flattering Lucy? After hearing this, Natsu thought about the conversation between Lucy and Xiao Yang just now. Ah? Really, I didn't hear it. Happy was speechless after hearing what Natsu said, and waved his hand. Forget it, Natsu, I'm such an idiot to tell you this. Natsu was about to refute, when he suddenly saw Urza and Myra also walked into the station. Behind Urza was a mountain of luggage. Lucy asked Xiao Yang curiously, why does Urza have to carry so much luggage? Don't mind it, it's just Urza's habit. It's better to take more than less. Okay, everyone is here, let's get on the train. The group walked to the train and sat down next to each other. As soon as Natsu got on the train, he immediately became vomiting. Natsu looked down at Xiao Yang, stretched out his hand to him, and said intermittently, Xiao Yang, help, help, I'm about to, I'm about to die. == Why does the Dragon Slayer get dizzy in transportation, and every time he gets dizzy, each time he casts the purification spell it's only effective for 1 day, the next day it's still the same, this is absolute cause and effect. Xiao Yang thought while casting the purification spell on Natsu. After casting it, Natsu immediately became lively and energetic, completely different from just now. Lucy looked at Natsu like this and suddenly asked, Natsu's magic is fire, what are Urza, Gray and Myra's magic? Before Urza could speak, Happy said, Hey, Urza's magic is beautiful, after casting the magic a lot of red blood will appear, but it's from the enemy. Lucy _ is it beautiful? This should be scary. After hearing what Happy said, Elsa looked at Gray on the side, is it beautiful? I think Gray's magic is beautiful. After hearing this, Gray placed his right hand with his palm facing up, and clenched his left hand into a fist and placed it on top of his right palm. Then a trace of cold air appeared around his hand. After he took his fist away, an ice sculpture of the fairy tale logo appeared on his palm. Gray raised the ice sculpture and said to Lucy, Really? I think it's okay. Myra touched her face and said with a smile, My magic is receiving magic, and I can receive demons. Lucy was shocked. Evil, demons. I can't imagine it at all. Miss Myra looks so gentle, and she is also a photo girl who often appears in the Magic Weekly Solarser. Happy raised his hand, Lucy, don't you know? Myra also has a code name known to everyone, Demon Myra Jane. Lucy's worldview was shattered when she heard what Happy said, What, isn't that the same name? Lucy carefully recalled the appearance of the Demon Myra Jane. I remember the appearance of the Demon Myra Jane seemed to have huge golden claws and white hair floating in the air. Myra Jane smiled and raised her hand, Hey, that's me. Lucy compared the appearance of the two people in her mind. _this, now that I think about it, it seems to be similar. I have always thought that these are two people, so I didn't think about it carefully. The contrast before and after is too big. Xiao Yang suddenly thought that he could ask them to help with the game level. He took out his mobile phone and clicked the clone button, while thinking about splitting it into 5. After clicking the clone, the mobile phone suddenly became 5. Xiao Yang gave a mobile phone to each person and said, Everyone must be bored on the train. It's a good time to play a game. Games, X5ELSA. What is the game? The game is, Forget it, I can't explain it clearly. You can open your phones and see for yourself. There should be some icons in the phone. Click on the icon that says Papa's Cookie Shop. Everyone turned on their phones. Lucy tapped the phone display, and the screen suddenly lit up. Lucy said in surprise, "That's amazing. There is a specific time display on the phone. It can even glow." Habib originally wanted to complain about Lucy's naivety, but when he thought about the fact that he couldn't see the phone, he held back. Myra clicked it and looked at Xiao Yang puzzledly. "Xiao Yang, what does WeChat mean here?" "It allows us to talk over long distances, no matter how far we are, we can chat with each other." Lucy was shocked. "Great! Is this real?" Lucy opened WeChat and found the names and avatars of 5 people on WeChat. She sent a smiley face to Natsu. After receiving the smiley face, Natsu turned to look at Lucy and shouted angrily, "Lucy, are you dissatisfied with me?" "Lucy, hey! I clearly sent a smiling emoji." Xiao Yang quickly explained, "The original meaning of this is actually a smile, but when I see its pupils facing downwards, I feel a sense of sarcasm, so I often use it to taunt others." When Xiao Yang feels speechless and laughs at others, he often uses illusion to send emojis in mid-air, and this smile is one of the ones he often uses. Don't worry about that, just click on the cookie shop icon and follow the steps in the game to play. After upgrading this game, different foods will be gradually unlocked. You can use J coins to exchange for the foods. It can be exchanged for food. Lucy looked at the phone in disbelief. "It's just a magic item, why can't it be exchanged for food?" Lucy flipped the phone left and right, and shook it vigorously. "It can't pour out any food? Could it be that food appeared out of thin air?" Happy finally couldn't help it. "Lucy, don't worry about it, just try it and you'll know." Lucy thought about what Happy said and felt that it was true, and then she immersed herself in the game. Time passed very quickly when playing games, and everyone became more and more excited, especially Natsu and Urza. One was very excited after knowing that they could exchange food, and the other was very involved because the game was about making desserts. Seeing everyone so involved with their mobile phones, Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. He took out his mobile phone and opened the game. He saw that the game level was slowly improving as everyone played. "Well, not bad, there is strength in numbers. After we go back, we will give one to everyone. No one in this world has played this kind of game and they will definitely be addicted. It won't take long for me to upgrade." After a while, Xiao Yang suddenly remembered that Urza had not explained the purpose of this trip until now, so he quickly called Urza. "Elsa, stop playing, explain the reason for this trip first." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Urza didn't react at all, as if she didn't hear him speak. == Although I know that I will be very devoted when playing for the first time, this is too much. Xiao Yang flew to Elsa and took her phone away. Elsa looked at the phone with reluctance. "Ah, my cookie. It's ready. I only need one last one to upgrade it." "Elsa, did you hear what I said just now?" Elsa realized after hearing Xiao Yang's words that she was too absorbed in the game and ignored the surrounding environment, which is simply a taboo for swordsmen. Elsa's right hand slapped Gray's left leg. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so obsessed with the game that I ignored your words, hit me." Gray put down his mobile phone, covered his left leg with both hands, his face full of pain. "Why did you hit my leg when you apologized?" This wailing directly woke everyone up from the game, but there was still one person who was still immersed in the game. Xiao Yang was shocked when he saw Elsa's face full of regret. "Oh no, if Elsa stops playing games because of this, then my leveling up will be much slower. You know, Elsa likes desserts so much, she will definitely not get tired of playing this kind of game for a long time." Xiao Yang quickly comforted her. "It's okay, Elsa, playing games in your spare time doesn't affect anything, Just be careful not to be so involved next time. What is the purpose of this trip? Elsa then remembered that she had not yet introduced the purpose of this trip to everyone, and said to everyone, I came out this time because I heard a conversation between members of the Dark Guild Iron Forest in a tavern. They discussed lullaby. I originally came back to ask the president, but the president was not there, so we have to find out the purpose of the Dark Guild this time. The Dark Wizard Guild was also set up by the Magic Council. This type of guild is usually free to do what they want and has no hard and fast rules. As long as the money is in place, even the council can try it. Lucy was shocked when she heard this. Lullaby. I read in a book that it is said that this is a demon created by Zeref. It can take away other people's souls as long as it makes a sound, but lullaby should have been sealed by the council. Can these things be discussed in public? Aren't they afraid of the news leaking out? Happy raised his paw. Love. It's leaked now. Everyone on the train was discussing the next countermeasures, only Natsu was still immersed in the game and knew nothing. Soon they arrived at the station and everyone got off the train. After a while, Happy suddenly found that something seemed to be missing. Happy looked around and shouted, Natsu is gone. He is still on that train. Urza blamed herself when she heard what Happy said, I'm sorry, Natsu was right next to me, but I didn't notice him. I am so negligent. It's okay, Urza, the most important thing now is to catch up with the train and find Natsu. Xiao Yang activated the shared skill, and a message was transmitted to everyone's mind. Everyone subconsciously activated the magic that had just been transmitted. As the magic was activated, everyone had a pair of wings with the same color as their own magic behind them. Is this wings? They are the same wings as Xiao Yang and Habi. Everyone was very surprised, except Habi, who was shocked at first and then sad when he saw the wings behind everyone. Habi lay on the ground and sobbed, they all have wings, so we are useless, right? This is a magic collision. Lucy comforted Habi after hearing this, it's okay, Habi, although we have wings, but you can too. Lucy thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Oh, by the way, you can cheer us up too. After hearing what Lucy said, Happy became even sadder. Woohoo, Lucy is bullying people, Habib flew away crying. I am just trying to comfort you. Lucy looked incredulous. Xiao Yang said to Lucy, Lucy, you are very good at comforting me, but don't do it next time. Lucy, Xiao Yang was complaining about me just now. He praised me before, why didn't he let me comfort him later? Then Xiao Yang looked at everyone and said, let's go, we should be able to catch up with Natsu in a while. In this way, everyone chased the previous train, and soon they came to the previous train. As soon as they arrived at the train, Natsu jumped out of the train window and hit Gray with a clang, and the two fell to the ground together. As the two fell, the rest of the people also flew to the ground. Natsu saw the wings behind everyone and asked in confusion, why do you all have wings? Urza, this is Xiao Yang's magic. Natsu, are you okay? I'm fine, but I just met a weird guy, he seems to be from the Iron Forest Guild, we had a fight, I beat him away. Urza slapped him in the face, angrily said, stupid, that's the target we're looking for this time, didn't you hear it just now? Natsu covered his face with a puzzled look, is that true? Urza sighed, forget it, let's chase him now. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 20. After a while, they arrived at the Gunyuki station in front of them. There was a large crowd of people in front of the station, and some guards were guarding the door, not letting people in. The onlookers below were chatting with each other. Several men with scythes suddenly walked onto the bus. I know these people, they are members of the Dark Guild that often hangs around here. Lucy looked at the people below with some confusion, why didn't they hijack a carriage or a boat, but a train? Happy, well, a train can only run on rails, it's not very useful at all. Elsa, no, in fact, the speed of a train is much faster than other means of transportation. Gray didn't know when he only had one pair of pants left. I think there must be some reason that forced those guys in the Iron Forest to move forward quickly. Lucy, but the army has been dispatched, they will definitely be arrested. That's not necessarily true, you don't understand the army of this world yet, you will know it later, Xiao Yang said, and everyone flew forward again. Flying in the air, Lucy couldn't help but sigh, wow, I didn't expect that flying in the air would feel like this. I feel that this magic doesn't consume much magic power. After hearing what Lucy said, Happy showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Magic power, I seem to have something to say to Lucy. What does hubby have to say to me? I forgot, but I vaguely remember that it seemed to be related to Lucy. After listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Yang pointed at Happy's bag and said, Happy, you are not going to tell Lucy about the key in your backpack, are you? Oh, I remember now, it's the key. Happy showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and took out a golden key from the green bag behind him. Lucy opened her mouth in surprise when she saw the key. Sigma, this is the key to the 12 gates of the zodiac. It is the Virgo star spirit that Duke Abar had before, but why is it in the harpy's possession? Happy, how can you steal other people's things without permission? This is wrong, Lucy pinched Happy's face and taught Happy. No, this is what Barag wanted to give to Lucy, because after Abar was arrested, Barag terminated the contract with him. Later, Barag wanted to sign a contract with Lucy, so he came to my house to find me. Hearing this, Lucy embarrassedly let go of the hand that was pinching Happy's face. Lucy actually suspected that I stole it. It was clearly the key meant for Lucy, and it was the key to the important 12 gates of the zodiac, the 12 gates of the zodiac. When Happy mentioned the 12 gates of the zodiac, he emphasized his tone. After hearing this, Lucy smiled awkwardly, clasped her hands together and made a fly-rubbing gesture, with a flattering smile on her face. Oh, I'm sorry, Happy, I didn't expect that I had wronged you, thank you Happy. Lucy was about to go over to take the key, but Happy took 2 steps back. The 12 gates of the zodiac, stealing. A man of insight is a hero. Lucy can advance and retreat. I'm sorry, Hobby, I will definitely compensate you later, absolutely. Anyway, give me the key. The expression on Lucy's face was as attentive as it could be when she said this. After hearing this, Hobby happily raised the key and said, hey, remember to compensate me later. After saying that, he gave the key to Lucy. After receiving the key, Lucy asked curiously, why did Xiao Yang know that there was a key to the 12 gates of the zodiac in Hobby's backpack? Hobby obviously forgot it himself. It's because of my magic, the Eye of Truth, which can see the source of magic. Lucy, your key is emitting golden light, and there is the same light in the harpy's bag just now, so I know. I see, Lucy said with a look of sudden enlightenment. Gray asked in confusion, how did Barga find Happy? Lucy thought for a moment, maybe Barga remembered Natsu's magic when they fought before. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yang and the others arrived at Ashibana station. There were many people waiting for the train outside the station. A soldier with a loudspeaker kept shouting, everyone please step back. There was a train derailment and we cannot enter the station for the time being. After hearing the soldier's words, the people outside talked a lot. Derailment? Really? I heard that a few evil guys have occupied the station. After hearing the conversation of the crowd, Xiao Yang was about to tell everyone to go directly into the station, but he turned around and found that Elsa had disappeared. Myra on the side pointed down. Xiao Yang looked down and found that Elsa was standing behind the soldier who had just shouted, and patted the soldier on the shoulder. I want to ask you what's going on inside. Before the soldier could answer Elsa's question, she knocked the soldier in front of her down with a bang. Seeing that Elsa was about to ask the same question to another person not far away, Xiao Yang quickly stopped Elsa. Okay, Urza, there's a high probability that someone from the Iron Forest is inside. Don't ask questions like that anymore. People who don't know might think we're going to hijack the station. Urza was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded, okay. The further they went into the station, the more soldiers were lying on the ground. As soon as they reached the waiting hall of the station, a voice came, "You're here, flies from fairy tale." The entire hall was crowded with people, and the one who made the voice just now was a man with long white hair, a naked upper body, and a skirt. Urza saw the people in the hall and asked, "What's your purpose? What do you want to do with Lala Bait?" Xiao Yang interrupted Urza quickly, "Okay Urza, these questions are not important. You all go together and kill them all, and everything will be clear." Xiao Yang waved his claws at Natsu next to him, "Natsu, go." As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, Natsu rushed forward, "I can't wait any longer, watch me knock you all down." Lucy _ is it my illusion? Why do I feel like Xiao Yang was calling a dog just now? The people from the Dark Guild were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the Light Guild would fight without saying anything. Generally speaking, shouldn't both sides mock each other before fighting? Natsu put his hands to his mouth and made a blowing motion. A magic circle with a red dragon head appeared in front of him. A burst of fire appeared from Natsu's mouth and knocked down a group of people. After seeing Natsu's action, Urza also rushed up and cast a magic spell. Change clothes, heavenly wheel armor. A red magic circle appeared in front of Urza, and her clothes emitted white light. When the white light dissipated, the armor on Urza turned into steel armor with wings. A white light flashed around Urza, and a sword appeared beside her every time a white light flashed. These swords slashed at the enemy with unstoppable power. Grey also rushed out, Ice Shape, Lancer. A blue magic circle flashed, and many ice spears flew out. Each ice spear could defeat an enemy. After Natsu and his men killed half of them, the people of the Dark Guild finally reacted and attacked the fairy tale people. Receive, Satan's soul. A black magic circle appeared in front of Myra, with a demonic pattern in it. A white light flashed, and Myra's originally smooth long hair stood up. A pair of black wings grew out from behind her. Her hands turned into huge golden claws, and her expression changed from gentle to cold. Myra disappeared from her original position in an instant and appeared in front of Elijah. Elijah was startled and was about to cast a spell, but he was still a step too slow. Super sadistic flash. A black energy ball appeared in Myra's hands. She threw the energy ball at Elijah. With just one blow, Elijah was knocked down. Lucy looked at the people in front of her and exclaimed, "So powerful. But I have to work harder too. Open it, the gate of Taurus, Talos." Lucy took out the key and made a gesture to open the door. After the golden magic circle flashed, a bull holding an axe appeared. "Meow, Miss Lucy's figure is still so great." The bull cow's eyes turned into a heart shape, and he looked at Lucy with lustful eyes. "Go ahead, Talos, kill all the enemies in front of you." Lucy pointed at the enemies in front of her. "Meow, I will protect Miss Lucy's beautiful figure." After saying this, the bull took the axe and chopped at the enemy. In less than 5 minutes, all the people in the Dark Guild were knocked to the ground. "Great, this is fairy tale," a pineapple-headed girl exclaimed, covering her chest. "Well, the lullaby incident is almost over," said Xiao Yang as he flew towards Elijah. Elijah looked at Xiao Yang, who was gradually walking towards him, and shouted, "Give up. I have already given lullaby to my most capable subordinate." Calculating the time, they are almost at the place where the group of presidents are having a meeting. When the time comes, as long as lullaby is blown, everyone will die, ha 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 ha. Natsu and the others were already scared when they heard this and hurried to save the president. Xiao Yang sneered while searching Elijah's body, "Hey, who are you trying to fool here? I've seen this trick of yours countless times before, from novels. After saying this, Xiao Yang also took lullaby from Elijah. Elijah looked at Xiao Yang with a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible, how do you know this is? Before he could finish his words, Xiao Yang knocked him out with a punch, then returned to the crowd with the flute in his hand. A flash of red light appeared in the flute's eyes, and Xiao Yang pinched the flute with his hand, and the red light disappeared. Xiao Yang, how do you know lullaby is still on him? Elsa looked at Xiao Yang with a puzzled look on her face. It's very simple. How could the Dark Guild trust others? Such an important thing must be held by himself. Lies should be 70% true and 30% false. His original plan should be to go to the president's place to blow lullaby. And such a large ball of magic source in his arms, I must be blind to see it. Next, we will go to the president's place. Okay. So the man spread his wings and flew to the place where Makarov held a regular meeting. On the way, Xiao Yang handed lullaby to Myra. Myra, receive this. This is also a demon, I have erased his consciousness. After making a contract with Xiao Yang, Myra gained a new ability, as long as the demon lost consciousness can be received. Lucy was surprised, this thing actually has self-awareness, receiving? It turns out that it receives the demons of this world. I thought Myra received the demon out of thin air. Of course, any demon created by Zeref must have self-awareness. If lullaby is taken by someone from another dark guild, he will first have the desire to blow the flute, and then he will be completely controlled by the flute and become a puppet. Myra's magic is to receive demons, to take the power of other demons and use it for her own benefit. This is reception magic. Myra was a little worried while holding the flute. Doesn't this thing need to be handed over to the council? Don't worry, I have my own arrangements, just accept it with peace of mind. Myra nodded, closed her eyes, and activated the receiving magic. After a while, Lullaby disappeared. At the same time when Lullaby disappeared, Myra also changed into a new form. After receiving the devil, Myra had flute-like tattoos on her cheeks, and she was wearing wooden armor. A black and green flute appeared in her hand, and her hair was tied with a green ribbon, turning into twin ponytails. Myra opened her eyes. In this form, I can absorb people's vitality and souls, and I can also transfer the absorbed vitality to others. Lucy's eyes turned into stars when she heard Myra's words. How amazing, if I could also receive magic. Very good, everyone remember, what I have in my hand now is lullaby. Xiao Yang used the wood-shaping magic and made a flute that is exactly the same as lullaby. Lucy complained, the people in the council are not fools, how could they not see this? What about this? The eyes of the flute in Xiao Yang's hand suddenly glowed red, and the flute exuded an evil aura. Lucy was surprised when she saw it and exclaimed, hey! The aura suddenly changed, and it's exactly the same as before lullaby. Why? This is a tangible illusion that can transform an intangible illusion into a tangible one, so that no one will know that lullaby is missing. Those idiots in the council sealed the thing and allowed a small dark guild like Iron Forest to get it. It's really a dereliction of duty. Xiao Yang tossed the flute in his hand and said, fortunately, we can get a good reward after handing in lullaby. Remuneration, greedy face, but the Iron Forest is not small, it is already very impressive, Lucy exclaimed. You will find out later. There are many powerful people in this world. We will soon arrive at the place where the president is holding a meeting. Everyone must not let anything slip, especially you two, Happy and Natsu. Do you understand? The two people who were Q were very angry. That's so rude. Forget about Natsu, but am I that kind of cat, Delta? What do you mean by forget it, Harpy, please explain clearly. You better not, if you two let it slip, you two will be beaten by Myra and Elsa. After hearing this, the two broke out in cold sweat. Hey, I promise to complete the task. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 21. Chairman, we are here. Xiao Yang arrived at the meeting and found many troops below. Makarov looked at a group of people flying in the sky with a look of surprise. Although I know Xiao Yang has many incredible magics, I still feel surprised every time I see new ones. By the way, you should have encountered the Iron Forest before. Did Lullaby get it? Of course I got it, it's just a demon. Xiao Yang raised Lullaby to show Makarov. At this time, a frog came over, with its nose turned up and said arrogantly, "You are the wizards of fairy tale, hand over Lullaby." Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows when he heard the arrogant tone. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the messenger of the council. I heard that the army of the council went to hunt down Tai Zizan, but was defeated before they even reached the gate. What a pity! Who would dare to talk to the messenger like that? Frog shouted angrily, "What does this have to do with you? Since you have got Lullaby, you should hand it over to me immediately. You should know how dangerous it is. If Lullaby has an accident in your hands, be careful that the council will hold you responsible." Really? I heard that Lullaby was sealed in the council before. Why is it in the hands of Tai Zizan now? Xiao Yang took Lullaby in his hand and kept spinning it like a pen. Is it that the council is not strong enough? Or is there a traitor inside? Xiao Yang stared at the frog. An array of black and purple magic power that was invisible to the naked eye wrapped around the frog. After the magic power entered the frog's body, the frog's eyes suddenly turned red, and he gasped heavily as if he had just run 1,000 meters. Now he only had Lullaby in his eyes. Mine, Lullaby is mine, no one can stop me. The frog ran to Xiao Yang desperately and wanted to take Lullaby away. A piece of soil appeared out of nowhere at the frog's feet. Pa! The frog fell face down. Seeing that the frog didn't notice that he was casting magic, Xiao Yang nodded. His mind should be basically gone, so we can proceed with the next plan. Why are you in such a hurry? Lullaby will definitely give it to you. You are so anxious, are you the traitor? Xiao Yang shook his tail. After a long time together, Urza and Myra instantly understood what they should do. Astonishing magic power burst out from both of them. The frog was frightened by this magic power and regained some consciousness. He shouted to Makarov not far away. "President Makarov, are you going to hurt the messenger? You should know that if I am injured, you will not feel good either." Makarov pretended that he heard nothing and shouted to the distance, "What? Old Ma, you said you were looking for me, I'm coming." Makarov ran away. Xiao Yang squinted and smiled. "Don't panic, we didn't say we would beat you, after all, we are not sure yet, right? I will definitely give Lullaby, but look at this reward for defeating the Dark Guild and taking back Lullaby." When the frog heard that it could get Lullaby by paying money, it immediately stretched out 3 frog toes. "We will give you 3 million J as a reward, and we will definitely not let you work for nothing." Hearing this, Xiao Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face. "This is the best. This is Lullaby. Remember to keep it well and don't lose it again." Xiao Yang handed Lullaby to Frog. When Mila and the others saw it, they put away their anger and gave Frog a kind smile. I know. I'll leave first. They're asking for more." When the frog saw the two people's smiles, he shuddered like a cat seeing a mouse and ran away quickly. "Damn it, I ended up paying 500,000. Obviously, I wanted to deduct 500,000 at the beginning. Why did I rush up to grab the flute just now? And I'm not a traitor, why should I panic?" The frog thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He just thought that Myra and the others' magic power was too strong, which made his head a mess. Lucy's eyes turned into 2 money symbols. 3 million J, it's a lot, it can pay off more than 3 years of rent at once. By the way, Xiao Yang, Aren't you afraid that he will complain to the higher UPS if you treat him like this, and then turn our guild into a dark guild? Lucy asked puzzledly. Xiao Yang showed a disdainful expression on his face. He just said that. How can it be true? Besides, those people in the council are not stupid. It is impossible for them to put a powerful guild on the opposite side for a small messenger. The frog also knows this. Those words just now were just talk. Okay, guild master, your regular meeting should be over, let's go back to the guild together, Xiao Yang said to Makarov, who was pretending to chat not far away. Makarov turned around and walked towards Xiao Yang. 2 days later, in front of the Kriba Grand Canyon. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. It's unbelievable. Why haven't we returned to the guild yet? We are clearly flying in the air, why are we still lost? Lucy looked around Huang and shouted frantically. Hot, tired, thirsty. Lucy paused for a moment. Well, I'm not thirsty, nor hungry, but there's nothing but wasteland all around, and it feels like I can never get out. Happy, it's because you don't have enough magic power, Lucy, and you ran out of wings halfway, so we have to walk. Delta, / wasn't it you, Happy, who first said that you were too tired to fly and wanted to rest? And, Harpy, are you lost again? We have been walking for so long, why haven't we returned to Magnolia yet? You are such a directionally challenged and stupid cat. What do you mean I'm lost again? That's so rude. I didn't get lost last time. Today is the first time. I don't care if it's your first time, you're just lost. While Lucy and Happy were arguing, Xiao Yang was checking the rewards the system had just given. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing Lullaby's plot, capturing Lullaby in advance and not destroying the meeting venue, and obtaining the mentally retarded persuasion aura and ribbon magic, Mommy Tomo's magic. What is this idiot persuasion halo? After this halo is activated, it can forcibly lower the IQ of the people around you who you want to lower their intelligence, making the host more effective. Even if the halo is taken back later, they will not think there is anything wrong with what they said at that time. Well, that's pretty good, it will make many things much more convenient. Natsu in front suddenly covered his stomach and yelled, Ah, I'm so hungry. I have some cookies here, do you want some more? Xiao Yang wanted to exchange cookies from the game again. When Naz heard the word cookies, he held his head and yelled madly, I have eaten ice cream cookies for 2 days, I want to eat meat. Meat. Xiao Yang, don't you have a lot of food in your space? Xiao Yang spread his hands, I don't know why I can't take out the things in my space here, so now I only have ice cream cookies exchanged from the game. My space has been banned, I don't know what compensation the system will give me later. Really? I think the cookies are delicious, especially the honey toffee ice cream. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious ice cream. It's a real treat to eat ice cream on such a hot day. Elsa held a plate of ice cream cookies in her hand. Every time she ate a cookie, she would smile in ecstasy. Most people can eat desserts for 2 days in a row without getting tired of it, but Elsa ate at least 100 yuan. You love desserts too much, Lucy said as she looked at Elsa's enjoyment. Look. Happy pointed to the canyon ahead. Chapter 22. Ah! Happy's eyes lit up and he drooled as he pointed down the cliff. Look, Natsu, that's the legendary feather fish. I heard it's super delicious. Natsu, the legendary delicacy. Grey feather fish. Makarov patted Happy with tears in his eyes. You are so good, Happy, you found it. Finally, I don't have to eat dessert anymore. I don't want to eat cookies and ice cream anymore in my life. Lucy looked at the fish below the cliff with doubt in her heart. These fish don't look very delicious. Can they really be delicious? Okay, let's start fishing. It's a dream delicacy, a delicious feather fish, I will definitely eat it. Hobby stood on the cliff holding a fishing rod and shouted firmly. Lucy looked at the fishing rod that suddenly appeared in Hobby's hand and wondered. By the way, where did the fishing rod in Hobby's hand come from? Could it be from Elsa's big suitcase? Except for Elsa and Xiao Yang, the rest of the people present were sitting on the edge of the cliff after catching the fish. Xiao Yang felt that fishing this way was not very efficient, while Elsa was happily eating dessert. Within 3 minutes, Hobby put down the fishing rod, stood up, and walked to the side. I'm tired of fishing. Lucy Sigma, what a weak will. Because I can't catch anything, Hobby said with his head down in disappointment. Lucy squatted down and encouraged him in a gentle tone. But aren't you hungry? Then try harder and don't give up so quickly. Happy frowned and ran away crying, Lucy is so bad. Lucy looked incredulous, hey. I'm just comforting you. In the end, the 6 people only caught 1 fish, and everyone decided to give the fish to Happy. Natsu roasted the fish over the fire and handed it to Happy. Happy took the fish and bit it happily, and finished the fish in 2 bites. How happy he was when he took the fish, how painful it was when he ate the fish. It tastes so bad. The harpy chewed it twice and then spat out the fish. Seeing this, Lucy showed a relieved expression on her face. Luckily I didn't eat it. Looking at everyone's operation, Xiao Yang was full of questions. Why do you use fishing rods to fish? You can cast long-range magic on it, kill the fish and then let the harpy go down to pick up the fish, and you just grill it and eat it without cleaning it up. After all, it is called a fantasy delicacy, so there may be some special cooking method. Everyone looked as if they had suddenly realized something. Sigma. Yes, we can just let Happy go down to pick them up. Natsu was about to launch an attack after he finished speaking. Xiao Yang quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. I just said that there might be some special cooking methods. If you put on the fire, they will all be roasted. I will show you how. Xiao Yang walked to the edge of the cliff and activated the ribbon magic he had just acquired. A yellow magic circle with a ribbon pattern flashed by, and 20 platinum-colored flintlock rifles appeared out of thin air in the sky. As the gunshots rang out, the feather fish under the cliff was stunned, and seeing that the fish was about to fall down, Xiao Yang quickly used the ribbon to pull the fallen fish to the edge of the cliff. Urza looked at the scene in front of her and shouted in shock, This is Senior Mommy's magic. Elsa came to Xiao Yang in an instant, lifted him up, and said in a panic. Xiao Yang, did you sign a contract with Kobo? Where is he? I'll go over and kill him with a knife. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you become a witch. == No, it's not Elsa, this is a similar magic. How can there be Kobo in our world? Besides, I'm a man and can't become a witch. Elsa breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Xiao Yang's words. Hey, I was scared to death, Xiao Yang, you were going to die. Lucy heard what Xiao Yang and Elsa said, her face full of questions, and she quietly walked aside. What are they talking about, Happy, Xiao Yang, and why does Elsa think Xiao Yang is dying? Well, I don't really know, Natsu is not interested in that anime. After saying this, Happy realized that his explanation seemed a bit biased and quickly added. By the way, Xiao Yang's magic can show many virtual scenes from another world, but I haven't seen them. Only people who have made a contract with Xiao Yang can see them. Lucy Sigma, didn't I make a contract with Xiao Yang before? Does that mean I can watch it too? I'll have to ask him about it after I get back. Okay, Elsa, don't think so much, just cut open the bodies of these fish and take a look. Elsa had some doubts after hearing this, but she still cut the fish open as Xiao Yang said. As Elsa moved, the internal structure of the fish's body appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the fish that had been cut open and exclaimed, there is something inside this fish, and it's black. Xiao Yang, that should be the gallbladder and the protective membrane. If it is not removed, it will have a bitter and fishy taste. Happy clapped his hands, so that's why, no wonder the fish I ate before was so bad. Everyone followed Elsa's actions to clean up each fish, and then grilled and ate the fish. Everyone chewed the fish in their mouths and exclaimed, "It's delicious, it's worthy of being the legendary delicacy." Happy's face was full of intoxication. "Ah! I will die without regrets to eat such delicious fish." Myra looked at the fish in her hand in surprise. Really, it was so unpalatable before, but it became delicious immediately after removing some things. Natsu's body was on fire and he shouted, "Okay, let's get more." In the remaining time, everyone ate about 60 fish, and walked forward after eating. After a while, everyone came to a small town. As soon as they walked into the town, they felt an uncomfortable atmosphere. The whole town was quiet without any sound. After investigation, they found that there was no one in this town. Although there was no one, there were steaming hot food that had just been prepared, and clothes that had just been washed and were ready to be dried. It was as if the people who were still working just now disappeared in an instant. Makarov led everyone to a hill not far away. As soon as they arrived at the town far away from the hill, a violent red light was emitted. When the red light disappeared, the town disappeared, and it was replaced by a monster with many heads that looked like snakes and dragons. Lucy stared at the monster not far away with wide eyes and shouted in surprise, "What is this?" Makarov looked at the monster in front of him and slowly explained to everyone. "There are many lines on the ground in this town. From what I have observed, these lines are a magic circle, and this magic circle is used to activate the seal magic of alive." Lucy: "Alive?" "That's right, look carefully, this magic turns lifeless things into living things. The people in the village must have activated this forbidden magic, and as a result, a group of people have become food for these monsters." Lucy was a little confused, but why did the people here activate this magic? Elsa: "Because this is the village of the Dark Guild. Just before, I went to check a family's warehouse. There were many magic props in the warehouse, and these props were all forbidden magic. Then destroy them." Xiao Yang raised his hand, and a huge magic circle appeared in the air. Tyro finale. A white gun head slowly emerged from the formation, followed by a gorgeous gun body. A 5-meter-long fire gun appeared in front of everyone. Infinite magic power gathered from all around to the muzzle. In the blink of an eye, an energy ball appeared at the muzzle. The energy ball slowly flew towards the village. The moment this energy ball hit the monster began to melt like ice meeting fire and disappeared. 30 seconds later, the original village disappeared, replaced by a bottomless pit. "What kind of magic is this? It's amazing." The whole monster disappeared in an instant, Lucy exclaimed as she looked at the huge pit in front of her. "It is an advanced version of the previous ribbon magic. Okay, now that everything is done, let's go. I will lead the way for the rest of the time, and we will go back soon." "Natsu Xiao Yang, you know the way. I should have let you lead the way from the beginning." After hearing his words, Habi shouted angrily, "Natsu, you don't believe me. We are about to go out. I will lead the way next. Don't bother Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang shrugged and said indifferently, "Okay, you lead the way first. If you can't find the way, I will come later." Habi patted his chest and said proudly, "Of course I can find it. We are about to go out." Habi's words were extremely firm. Unfortunately, Habi still didn't lead the way in the end. It was Xiao Yang who led everyone back to the guild according to the map. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 23. Xiao Yang had just arrived at the guild from home when he found a large group of people gathered in an open space not far from the guild. Myra stood aside, looking at these people with a smile. In front of her was a table filled with beer and drinks. Xiao Yang flew beside Myra, picked up a bottle of drink, and asked while drinking, "What are they doing here?" Myra shifted her gaze to Xiao Yang. "Oh, it's Xiao Yang, there are Natsu and Urza in there, they are dueling, everyone in the guild is betting on how many seconds Natsu can last." Straight face, why did Natsu suddenly duel with Urza? And the most important thing is that Urza agreed. Hearing Xiaoyang's question, Myra raised her hand, covered her upturned mouth, and said with a smile. I heard that Natsu wanted to duel with Urza before, but Urza always disagreed. Just now, Natsu secretly ate the strawberry cake that Urza had left for her to enjoy slowly, and then he provoked Urza again, so Urza agreed. The smile in Myra's eyes became more and more intense. By the way, I heard that Natsu ate the last bite of the strawberry cake in front of Urza. It's a pity that I didn't see the expression on Urza's face at that time. It will definitely be interesting. Omega eat cake? Why does this routine feel so familiar to me? Oh, is there? I don't know either. Myra's eyes narrowed completely into slits, with a mysterious smile on her face. Forget it, I'll go in and see for myself. Xiao Yang flew up and looked down from the sky at Natsu and Urza in the middle of the crowd below. Urza was wearing the Flame Emperor's armor and holding a scarlet dagger in her left hand. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu's hand was ablaze, and he was about to attack Urza, but he had only taken 2 steps. Urza suddenly moved, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them switched positions. Natsu stood there with his fist waving, and 3 seconds later he fell to the ground in a daze. Xiao Yang == as expected, it is still an instant kill. Only when Natsu is at low health can he defeat the enemy. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for changing the original plot so that Urza and Natsu don't have to go to jail and get the Shadow Core. This skill is not bad. I wanted it when I saw Jackie Chan Adventures. Xiao Yang smiled with satisfaction when he heard the system's voice. After Natsu was knocked unconscious, everyone dispersed. Happy slowly walked towards Natsu and patted his face when he got to Natsu. Natsu, wake up! After Happy finished shouting, Natsu slowly opened his eyes. After 3 seconds, flames ignited on his body and he shouted to the empty space beside him, Ersa, let's fight! Happy looked at Natsu who was on fire and said calmly, Natsu, have you forgotten that you have been defeated by Urza? Now Urza has gone to buy the new cake. Natsu's face was full of unwillingness, and he clenched his fists tightly. Damn, it's so close, I can defeat Urza soon. At this time, Happy slowly said, by the way, Natsu, Urza asked me to tell you. Happy imitated Urza's tone. Natsu, you haven't finished eating my cake yet. When I come back with the cake, you'll be dead. Then Happy took out his non-existent phone and took a look. Ah! It's almost time, that cake shop will start selling exquisite cakes soon. Happy, remember to tell Natsu these words, I have to leave immediately. Lucy, who was watching the fun on the side, was speechless. Well, there is no need to learn it in such detail. There is no need to talk about buying cakes later. Natsu broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Happy's words. Myra's method is quite useful, but it can't be used often. No, I have to go out and avoid it, and improve myself at the same time. When the time comes, I will come back and defeat Urza, and I will be the strongest in fairy tale. Gray will kneel down and say, ah, Master Natsu is so awesome, he is the number 1 in Fiori. Natsu thought and laughed. Happy looked at the silly Natsu and a drop of sweat appeared on his head. Natsu, stop grinning, we should go do the commission. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Natsu's head when he heard Happy's words. Delegation. I have a good idea. The next morning, Xiao Yang and Laxus just entered the guild and heard Myra yelling, oh no, President, there is one less S-level commission posted on the 2nd floor. Puff, the coffee that Makarov had just drunk sprayed out in an instant. His eyes widened. What? Lucky, what kind of idiot would take something like that? Libby thought for a moment. Come to think of it, I saw Happy quietly taking a commission from the guild yesterday, and I was curious why Happy took the commission so secretly. Everyone in the guild heard what Libby said and started to discuss. It's actually Harpy. So it's Natsu and Lucy. What are these two thinking about? How dare you accept an S-level mission without permission? I didn't expect them to be so stupid. This is an S-level commission. If you're not careful, you'll die. What mission did they accept? Makarov looked at Myra seriously and said. Myra glanced at the commission record, the Cursed Island, Karna Island. Makeo what? Wakaba Karna Island. Lucky it's too much. Bisksa. Those guys are so stupid. Makarov saw Laxus at the door. Laxus, you and Xiao Yang bring those two idiots back immediately. Laxus was about to agree, but Xiao Yang interrupted him. It's okay, President. I will inform Urza later. Laxus still has some things to do, so let Gray go this time. There is something else related to Gray there. Gray was stunned for a moment, pointing at himself, his tone full of confusion. Me? How can it be related to me? You will know when you go there. Also, when you go there, you have to pretend to stop Natsu and the others. After all, they ran there secretly, so some punishment is inevitable. Okay. Gray stood up and walked out of the guild. Makarov thought for a while and raised his head. Xiao Yang, are you sure nothing will happen this time? That's an S-rank mission. Xiao Yang waved his hand. Don't worry, I've divined, there won't be much danger this time. Natsu and Gray are about the same strength, plus Urza, this mission will be done for sure. After Xiao Yang and Makarov finished talking, Laxus picked him up, and the two walked to a corner where no one was around. Xiao Yang, what did you predict? Well, this commission is the key for Gray to break the shadow of his childhood. Laxus nodded. Okay, I understand. By the way, let's take a mission in 2 days. I saw a monster commission. I heard that this monster is very delicious. Okay, Xiao Yang agreed and took out his phone to contact Urza and informed Natsu of their situation. Got it, I'll go. Urza's tone can be described as gritting her teeth, plus the occasional screams from there. Natsu and the other two were in a bad mood, with new and old hatreds added up, a beating was inevitable. The next night, Xiao Yang opened the flying magic carpet and sat on it, following the instructions on the map, slowly flying towards Karna Island. Halfway through, he suddenly heard a voice from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the puppet show and wave magic. It seems that Lucy and Natsu have almost defeated the enemy, and Lucy is lucky enough to get the puppet show. You should know that this magic is extremely powerful. It can control everything except humans. In the original novel, Shirley did not make much use of the efficiency of this magic. Fire, water, wind, any natural elements, demons, stars, and even gods do not belong to humans. The wave magic should be acquired by Natsu, but considering his personality, it is unlikely that he can understand this magic. Go back and remind him. Xiao Yang flew to the beach of Karna Island and saw a giant rat in a maid costume and Shirley with pink hair and circles in her eyes lying on the beach. The mouse looks weird in this outfit. Xiao Yang complained and flew to the temple ruins not far away and entered the bottom of the ruins. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 24. There is a huge block of ice under the ruins. A black demon is sealed in the ice. A purple beam of light falls from the sky and shines on the ice. Not far from the ice stands an old man. He looks at the ice with a smile on his face. It's about to start. A voice suddenly came from the northwest. Finally I found it. The old man turned his head and saw that kid who used Dragon Slayer magic. He saw Natsu running towards him from the passage below, his hand wrapped in a ball of fire. The old man chuckled at the oncoming flames, then he jumped back calmly and squatted on the stone behind him. Natsu's attack was easily avoided. How did you find this place? Natsu pointed to his nose. I have a very sensitive nose. By the way, you smell like a woman's perfume. It's not like perfume, it's perfume, am I right, this lady? No, to be precise it should be Miss Tia. Xiao Yang was flying in the air and looking at the two people below. Natsu heard his voice and smiled and looked up at him. Xiao Yang, when did you come? Isn't he an old man? Why do you say he is a lady? Xiao Yang ignored Natsu, but kept staring at the old woman, carefully observing her expression. The old woman was stunned when he said the name Tia, but the next second her face returned to the previous smile. Oh, what is this little cat talking about? I am just a short old man. Xiao Yang shrugged and looked at the old man playfully. Maybe I really saw it wrong, but don't worry, you will come to me later. After all, you are Yu's daughter, right? Arusha. Xiao Yang did not say the word you, but just made a mouth shape. Arusha looked at his mouth shape and her body trembled obviously. How do you know my name? Arusha spoke, and this time the voice was a female voice. Natsu was shocked when he heard this. O_O. The voice just now was said by this old man. He changed his sex to become a woman. Pfft. Although Xiao Yang wanted to be a cold riddle man, he was still amused by Natsu's words. This laughter destroyed the mysterious atmosphere that Xiao Yang had created before. He turned his head and glared at Natsu, then looked at Arusha. Who knows, maybe you told me, or maybe someone else told me, guess how I knew it? Xiao Yang said this and attached himself to Naz. You better explain it to me, or I will let you experience what horror is. A crystal ball appeared in Ursha's hand, and she threw it at Natsu. The crystal ball bounced off as soon as it hit the shield around Natsu. Seeing that the enemy was not injured, Ursha attacked more frequently. Wow, it's been a while since I've been possessed by Xiao Yang, and the amplification ability is still as strong as ever. Xiao Yang, don't team up with Laxus, team up with me. We two cats can definitely kill people and become the best in Fiori. Natsu said as he used the iron fist of the fire dragon to hit Altair. She was hit by Natsu's attack. It's at least twice as fast as before, and more powerful than before, because of that cat. Didn't the intelligence say that it only has healing abilities? Tisk. Altair wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. After being knocked away by Natsu's punch, she learned her lesson and only cast magic from a distance. Humph, you're still thinking about forming a team. Think about what kind of punishment you'll receive when you return to the guild. I'm really looking forward to it. After all, the president said that I will punish you this time. He asked me to teach you and Happy a lesson. When Natsu heard what Xiao Yang said, he was like a child caught eating snacks. He froze in place for a moment, and the cold sweat on his head could not stop flowing down. Yes, that's right. Actually, it was the harpy who asked me to come this time. I was just threatened by the harpy. Oh, do you think I will believe you? You are still so good at lying. I will tell Happy exactly what you said later. After hearing what Xiao Yang said, Natsu showed a look of despair on his face. We'll talk about this later, let's kill the enemy in front of us first. When Natsu heard this, he nodded as if Xiao Yang had acquitted him. Then he raised his hands to his mouth and blew out a flame with a diameter of 1 meter. What? Even the temperature and diameter of the breath have increased. Even if that cat can increase the abilities of others, it can't increase it to such an outrageous extent. Damn it, my attack can't hit him at all. If this continues, others will come. Flash charge. Arusha threw the crystal ball in the air, and a silver magic circle flashed by. The crystal balls in the air multiplied, and the densely packed crystal balls faced the breath below. After 30 seconds, all the crystal balls in the sky melted, and after the breath disappeared, Arusha also disappeared. Natsu looked at the empty place not far away and shouted, "Damn it!" He ran away. Natsu suddenly thought of the conversation between the two just now. Xiao Yang, you said his name is Arusha? How did you know his name? She told me. She only told me on the computer screen, and I was not the only one who told it. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, 3 question marks appeared above Natsu's head. Before he could ask in detail, Deliura behind the two of them let out a huge roar, and the originally huge ice block had now melted half. After seeing this, Natsu forgot the question he was about to ask, and covered his head and yelled, "Oh no, I have to go and stop the ceremony, Xiao Yang, let's go together." "No, Natsu, go ahead, I have things to do." "Then I'll go first." After saying that, Natsu left in a hurry. Not long after he left, the purple beam in the sky began to get smaller. 1 minute later, the purple beam of light disappeared completely. A large group of people came in from the passage and looked at the demon in front of them. The ice that originally wrapped Deliura had now completely melted. Gray looked at the huge demon in front of him, his eyes full of despair. "It's over, we're all going to die here." He recalled the scene of Deliura attacking him in the past, and the feeling of powerlessness spread all over his body. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind not to let the previous tragedy happen again. Gray opened his hands, crossed his arms in front of him, and exuded a huge magical power. Absolute. Before Gray could finish his moves, Xiao Yang punched him in the head. He almost fell down. Gray covered his head and looked at Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, what are you doing? If you delay any longer, we will all be finished." "Stupid, did you save you just to let you die again? Try using your strongest attack now." After saying that, Xiao Yang attached himself to Gray. "But that's Deliura, the most powerful demon. Stop talking nonsense, just do it." Hearing Xiao Yang's firm tone, he had no choice but to do as he was told. "All right." Ice cannon. A cannon made of ice appeared in Gray's hand, and with a boom, a cannonball hit Deliura. Deliura stretched out his fist to break the ice bullet, but as soon as it came into contact, Deliura's fist made a cracking sound, and then cracks began to extend upwards from his fist. When the cracks spread all over his body shattered. "Deliura is dead." Gray looked at the shattered Deliura with disbelief in his eyes. "That's right, Deliura is half dead in the ice. Yu has been fighting it in the ice for these years, taking its life bit by bit. Even if the ice is not melted, Deliura will die in the ice." After hearing Xiao Yang's explanation, the scenes of his past with Yu once again emerged in Gray's mind. One picture after another kept flashing, and finally these pictures merged into the smile before Yu turned into ice. Gray raised his hand to cover his eyes, and 2 tears slowly fell. "Thank you very much, Master." Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25. When everyone came to the outside of the ruins, Natsu and Happy shouted happily, "It's over, it's all over, great." Lucy patted her chest. "Yes, I was seriously worried for a while just now, by the way, Yu is really amazing." Natsu's eyes lit up, "So we have finally completed the S-level mission." Lucy responded happily, "Then can we go to the second floor generously in the future?" As soon as the two finished speaking, the 4 words "horrible punishment" suddenly flashed in their minds. The two people's heads turned around like rusty machines, and saw Urza with a gloomy face and Xiao Yang with a smiling face behind them. "By the way, severe punishment is waiting for us." The two covered their heads in fear. Xiao Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Relax, Natsu, this is not the first time you have been punished. But this time we also gained a great general, I can give you a small reduction in punishment." "General?" Lucy's eyes showed a hint of doubt. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, a female voice sounded behind Gray. "I am not a great general. There are many people in this world who are more powerful than me. I am just a small character." Gray and Leo immediately thought of someone when they heard the voice. Although this person is no longer in this world, they still looked towards the place where the voice came from with expectation. A woman with short dark black hair, wearing a jacket, and very capable and beautiful appearance slowly walked towards the crowd. "How could that be? You must know that you killed Deliola, the demon who could destroy the entire city in just one day. Don't be so modest, you are you, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lucy Sigma, you are you. Isn't that Gray and the others master? You are you X2. Leo and Gray looked at the people in front of them, tears falling uncontrollably from their eyes. You walked up and punched one of them on the head. You two idiots, who told you to fight like this? Gray, didn't I tell you not to use that magic anymore? You didn't listen no matter how many times I told you. Leo, didn't I say before that only shaping magic performed with both hands is the most stable? You will suffer if you do this. Ulu put his left hand on his waist and looked at the two helplessly. You two are really worrying. The two felt their noses sore when they heard the same mumbling as in the past, and the tears in their eyes flowed like a small river. Gray looked at Ulu with tears in his eyes and said excitedly, Ulu, are you still alive? I thought you were dead just now. Ulu rubbed his hair. You were so stubborn when you were a child, but you became so crybaby when you grew up. It was Xiao Yang who saved me. After hearing Ulu's words, everyone looked at Xiao Yang. After I came here, I found that although you had turned into an ice cube, her faith and magic were strong enough, so her will continued to survive. After purifying the ice state, it turned back to normal. However, you lost a lot of magic power, from S level to A level, maybe because of the battle with Deliera, or maybe it turned into ice and melted. Leo looked at his master expectantly. Where will you go next? You come with me, the two of us will continue to train in the snow mountain. I will definitely defeat you later. Xiao Yang shook his paw after hearing what Leo said. No, you has promised me to join Fairy Tale. You can't cheat on me, this is immoral behavior. You smiled and touched Leo's hair. Yes, Leo, didn't I say before, there are many strong people in this world, you don't have to stick to me. I promised Xiao Yang to join his guild, and I will continue to watch you from a distance in the future. After you finished speaking, Gray smirked beside him. Yes, Leo, you have to learn to grow up on your own, but it's a pity that you can only go back to the guild with me. == number asshole, do you want to fight? Leo said angrily to Gray. If the two of them fight, there must be a winner. It's such a waste of time. Xiao Yang hurriedly stopped the two of them. Okay, let's end this matter here. After completing this task, we should go back to the guild. Lucy looked up at the purple moon in the sky. We have obviously stopped the ceremony, and Deliera is dead. Why is the moon still purple? Because we want to destroy the moon, Urza said, turning to look at Natsu. Natsu, you come with me, together we will destroy the moon and restore the villagers. Destroy the moon. Everyone present was so scared that they left the black and white background, only Natsu happily agreed. After Urza finished speaking, she walked towards the village. As she walked, the silver-white armor on Urza's body glowed a little bit, and her armor gradually turned into a giant armor with a yellow base. Natsu saw Urza walking towards the village and followed her excitedly. What kind of moves should I use to attack the moon later, the roar of the fire dragon, or the secret of the dragon slayer? If Gray sees me destroying the moon, he will definitely kneel on the ground and beg for my life, ha ha ha. Lucy looked at Natsu's arrogant expression and complained to Gray beside him == What do you think Natsu is thinking about? He is so intoxicated. Gray thought for 3 seconds and replied, he should be thinking about what kind of move can destroy the moon so that I can kneel down and beg for mercy. Lucy Sigma, how do you know? Gray clenched his fists. Because if I were to destroy the moon, I would think the same thing. You two are worthy rivals. Happy raised his paw. Love, this is Natsu and Gray. Everyone walked into the village, and Natsu asked curiously, Urza, why didn't we destroy the moon directly at the ruins? It's obviously higher there. No, the villagers can't get through there, so this place is just right. Gray, you want to destroy the moon, even that Elsa will find it difficult to do it. Lucy's face was full of doubts. Didn't you just say that you wanted to destroy the moon with Elsa? Metaphor, metaphor, understand? I'm not that idiot that Natsu was, who believed Urza's words right away. A white light flashed in Urza's hand, and a spear appeared out of thin air in her hand. This is the evil breaking spear that can shatter darkness. Oh, XN! The villagers exclaimed when they heard Urza's introduction. Natsu and Urza came to the village's observation tower. Urza raised the spear in her hand, aimed at the moon, and shouted as she threw it. Natsu heard Urza's voice, and flames appeared on Natsu's hand. He punched the bottom of the gun. Flames like propellers appeared on both sides of the gun head, and the gun was thrown out. 3 minutes later, the gun pierced into the moon. Crack! Cracks appeared on the purple moon. Gray and Lucy looked as if their worldviews had collapsed. No way. Natsu looked at the cracked moon in the sky, turned his head to look at Gray, and saw his surprised expression. Gray, see. I broke the moon, you still have time to spare my life. Natsu's voice was as arrogant as it could be. The cracks on the moon were getting bigger and bigger. When the cracks expanded to a certain extent, the purple moon disappeared, replaced by a pure white full moon. Hearing the sound of shattering, Natsu turned his head and looked at the sky. What? The moon is not broken. Natsu said this with 5 parts of shock, 4 parts of regret and 1 part of fear. A lot of purple dust gradually floated down from the sky. These dusts gathered from all directions in Xiaoyang's hand and formed a purple crystal. Lucy looked at the broken sky, and then looked at the crystal in Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang, what's going on? Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 26. It's very simple. The island has long been surrounded by an evil film, which is a gas produced from the moon drops. After these gases condensed, they formed a thin film in the sky. This is why the moon you see is purple. So is the purple crystal in your hand the membrane in the sky. Lucy looked at the purple crystal in Xiaoyang's hand, which looked like a gem, and she wanted to touch it. Almost. This is a mixture of the film above the sky and the moon drops. As for its function, it can eliminate any magic, confuse the demon's memory and cause a certain amount of damage to the demon. Sigma, the memory of the chaotic demon. Is that what I understand? After hearing Xiaoyang's words, the desire in Lucy's heart disappeared. She turned her head and looked at the villagers who had turned into demons with a shocked face. That's right, these villagers are all demons. The film has confused their memories, which makes them think they are cursed. In fact, they all have the ability to transform into humans, but they mistakenly think that their appearance after becoming humans is their original appearance. Great, but why are Leo and the others okay? Because they are human beings. I have already said that it is to confuse the demon's memories. The villagers were stunned after hearing Xiaoyang's words, and they didn't react for a long time. As expected, I was right to call you here. A red demon came from behind Gray and the others. When Lucy saw the red demon, she showed a look of fear on her face. She hugged the harpy who also had a look of fear on his face and shouted, "Ghost!" Gray pointed at the demon with a frightened look on his face. "You are the uncle on the boat before. Aren't you dead?" The village chief walked towards the demon with tears in his eyes and trembling body. Po. Bobo touched his head and said, "I am a demon. I was just stabbed in the chest. How could I die so easily?" At that time, everyone on the island thought they were human, which scared me, so I left. At this time, Gray saw Natsu, who was walking towards him slowly with a look of loss on his face not far away. There was an evil light in his eyes. Gray put his hands to his mouth as a megaphone and shouted, "Hey, isn't this the dragon slayer who shattered the moon? Let's cheer for this warrior together." Damn, this bastard is laughing at me. Natsu clenched his fist and shouted. Although I can't break the moon, I can still break you. Gray's forehead was bulging with blue veins when he heard this. Oh, really? Then let me see how you can break me. The two began to beat each other. The people around laughed when they saw this scene. It was unknown which demon flew up first. This was like a signal. One demon after another spread their wings and flew into the sky. Throw a party, a devil's party. The group played on the island for a night, and packed up and returned to the guild around noon the next day. Of course, Urza didn't ask for the reward for this mission, but the villagers gave her many local specialties and a key to the zodiac. Xiao Yang and the others returned to the guild, and as soon as they arrived at the door of the guild, Natsu kicked the door open with a fierce look on his face. Hey, Master Natsu who completed the S-class mission is back, come and worship him, I will be an S-class wizard from now on, ha 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 ha. Seeing Natsu's proud look, Happy secretly thought it was not good, spread his wings and tried to run, but was caught by Laxus who came to find Xiao Yang. Laxus brought the panicked Happy to Xiao Yang. Hey, Harpy, where are you going? Harpy turned his head to the right, not daring to look at Xiao Yang. Hey, Xiao Yang, I suddenly remembered that I still have some clothes to hang out at home. I need to go back and hang them out. Really? There's no rush to hang the clothes. Natsu told me before that it was you who forced him to participate in the S-rank mission. I will punish you severely. Sigma, what? Could Happy endure this? Obviously he couldn't. He flew in front of Natsu and started to curse. After a quarrel, the two men agreed to speak in the same tone. Xiao Yang, actually Lucy forced us to go, because the mission commission contained the key to the zodiac, and we were forced. Lucy looked at the two people's faces and loudly exposed their behavior, and repeatedly stated that this mission was caused by Natsu and Happy, and had nothing to do with her. Ha ha ha, Gray, your guild is very lively, it will definitely be fun here later. You looked at the behavior of Natsu and the other two and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Gray looked at the three people blaming each other and covered his eyes with his hands in embarrassment. Then Gray pulled you to get the guild seal, and you also signed a contract with Xiao Yang. It won't be long before there will be another Saint 10 in the guild. Okay, Natsu, stop explaining. I was thinking of reducing your punishment a little bit, but I didn't expect you to shirk it like this. Just watch Silent Hill this time. Natsu's face turned green after hearing Xiao Yang's words. Then he looked around, found Gray, pointed at him and said, Gray is going this time too, let's watch it together. After hearing what Natsu said, Gray rolled up his non-existent sleeves and was about to settle the score with him, but Xiao Yang stretched out his hand to stop him. It was my suggestion that Gray go this time, so don't punish him. As for you, you have to add another Sadeko. Before Natsu could react, a purple magic circle appeared in front of Xiao Yang. After the magic circle disappeared, Natsu seemed to have seen something horrible. He stepped on the spot and shouted for help. Lucy looked at Natsu with a horrified face and hurriedly asked Myra beside him. There is clearly nothing, why does Natsu seem to have seen something horrible? Myra beside him gently explained this is Xiao Yang's illusion, which allows people to see some scenes realistically, and even touch what you see. It seems to be called a horror movie. I heard from the people who were punished before that there is background music inside. In addition, people inside cannot use any magic. It is super scary, but in reality you will stay in the same place and will not run around. Isn't it very convenient? What the hell is convenient? What can make Natsu so scared? Even Happy is so scared. Lucy sighed in her heart as she looked at Happy who was shaking like a sieve. Xiao Yang looked at Happy. There is also Happy, right? Happy shuddered when he heard this. He slowly raised his hand and said in a trembling voice. Hey, can we please not watch horror movies, or I will pee my pants. Lucy got even more scared when she heard Habib say that, and her legs were shaking. "No problem, don't watch the horror movie this time, change to one you like, okay?" Habib was about to be happy, but the next second his eyes were dull, the expression on his face became excited, and a sparkling liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. This picture was extremely weird. The excited expression did not last long, and soon his expression turned into pain. Elsa looked at Habib and asked curiously, "Xiao Yang, what did you show Habib?" There were a lot of fish flying in the sky, fish running on the ground, fish swimming in the water, piled up into a mountain, and there were all kinds of ways to cook fish, but later these fish gradually disappeared, eaten by others or eaten by harpies. "Devil, Xiao Yang is a devil," Lucy showed a look of horror on her face. "Now it's Lucy's turn." "Hey!" Lucy stood up straight instantly. "Relax, you are a newbie, and this is your first time making a mistake, so you will not experience the same level of scenes as Natsu. The scene you are experiencing is called Yin Erun." Lucy breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "So it's a nursery, it doesn't sound that scary, it scared me to death." Lucy just breathed a sigh of relief, and before she had time to prepare herself mentally, she entered the illusion, and soon Lucy screamed. Lucy screamed louder than Natsu, and the whole guild was filled with Lucy's screams. After watching the punishment of Lucy and the others for a while, Xiao Yang went home with Laxus. On the way, the system issued a prompt. "Ding, congratulations to the host for reviving Uru and letting him join Fairy Tale, and get the position swap cape and the Sword of Promised Victory. The Sword of Promised Victory, this time the reward is very good, I remember it seems to be a city treasure with strong destructive power." Soon, Xiao Yang and the others returned home. In the following days, Xiao Yang didn't see Lucy and the other three for a long time. "I heard that Lucy ran away when she saw a child, Natsu ran away when he saw a well, and Happy almost broke himself by eating fish." Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27. A few days after Uru joined the guild, Xiao Yang and Laxus went together to fulfill the commission they had agreed to. The monster they had to defeat was a delicious giant lobster. After completing the commission, the two took the flying carpet back to Magnolia. As soon as they flew to a place not far from the guild, they saw from a distance that the guild was pierced by many iron pillars and the entire guild was in tatters. Laxus' eyes were filled with anger when he saw this. He kicked his legs hard, jumped off the flying carpet, and rushed into the guild, shouting, "Grandpa, who destroyed the guild?" Makarov was stunned for a moment when he heard Laxus calling him Grandpa. "I don't know. When I got to the guild the next morning, I found it like this. Fortunately, no one was injured." Natsu rushed to Laxus and shouted it must be Phantom and the others. "People outside say so." Makarov hurriedly stopped him. "Natsu, don't talk nonsense without evidence." Xiao Yang thought about it, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have drawn a prop before, and a smirk appeared on his face. "Let's punish those who destroyed the guild." Lisa asked from the side. "Xiao Yang, we don't even know who the murderer is, how can you punish him? Do you know?" "No, but I have this." Xiao Yang took out a pink rubber fart drum from the space, and everyone looked at this thing in confusion. Xiao Yang explained to everyone this is called a magic fart drum. After absorbing someone's magic power, it can connect to the owner of the magic power. If you beat this fart drum, the owner of the magic power will also be hurt in the same way. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, everyone's eyes shone with evil light, especially Natsu and Gray. It's just that because of the long time, the magic power of these iron pillars is insufficient, and the fart drum can't absorb the magic power of the iron pillars. After listening to this, Natsu said disappointedly, "Tisk, what are you talking about, Xiao Yang, you are so happy for nothing." "Don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet. Although this magic can't absorb magic power, I still have another magic that can be combined with it." Xiao Yang walked out of the guild and came to an iron pillar. Chuling spell. Modified. A purple magic circle appeared on the iron pillar, and a section of the iron pillar suddenly began to soften, slowly melting like clay. It kept changing its shape in midair until it turned into a straw doll, then it stopped wriggling and fell into Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Yang took the doll back to the guild and began to explain to everyone. This straw doll is made of these iron pillars. Any damage done to the doll will be returned to its owner. Originally, this doll could only explode the enemy's head or heart. Xiao Yang put the doll on the magic fart drum. But when combined with the magic butt drum, it's more than that. As long as the magic butt drum is damaged, the owner of the doll can also feel it. Oh! That's amazing, the guild members exclaimed. Natsu grabbed the magic fart drum and beat it madly. Ha ha ha, this is retribution for destroying our guild. Natsu laughed wildly while beating them. At the same time, in the Phantom Guild on the other side, Gajil, who was eating with a fork, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. His arm turned into an iron rod and hit the people behind him. Who of you bastards hit me? The people who were knocked flying were banged against the wall. A big hole was punched in the solid wall. They slowly fell from the wall and explained, "We didn't know." Gajil stood up and looked around. There was no one around, but the severe pain in his buttocks continued. Gajil's whole body turned into steel. After seeing Gajil's actions, the people around him asked curiously, "Gajil, why did you turn into a dragon?" After turning into an Iron Man, his buttocks were still in great pain. He angrily vented his emotions to these people. "It's really annoying, don't bother with it." Then Gajil walked out of the guild, enduring the severe pain. After he walked out of the guild, his legs, which were walking normally, instantly became limping. Everyone in Fairy Tale was scrambling to hit the fart drum. After a while, the little man on the fart drum disappeared. Xiao Yang saw it and hurriedly called out to everyone, "Okay, okay, stop hitting it. The magic has expired. It's useless to hit it again." Everyone stopped fighting, only Natsu was still hitting it. Laxus snatched the prop from Natsu's hand and returned it to Xiao Yang. Natsu looked at such a fun thing being taken away and shouted angrily, "Laxus, you have already hit it, now it's my turn, you can't hit it twice by yourself." Happy_Natsu, you are fighting for the second time now. Lisana could tell at a glance that Natsu didn't listen carefully just now, so she explained it to him again. After listening, Natsu said excitedly, "Xiao Yang, then you can connect again, so you can fight again." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, "How can I fight continuously? This magic can only be used once at a time. If I can use it continuously, I will be invincible directly." "Oh, don't tell anyone about this, I'm planning to do it later." "Well, it works. Remember, if anyone tells others, he will be the next one to be beaten." After hearing what Xiao Yang said, everyone nodded in agreement. Only Natsu put his hands on his head and said casually, "Okay, I wanted to fight again, but now there is no chance." In the evening, the president told everyone to travel together recently. At least 2 people should travel together so that they can take care of each other. After everyone agreed, they prepared to leave. Xiao Yang looked at Rebbe, who was traveling with Jade, and shouted, "Rebbe, come here." Rebbe heard his voice and greeted Jade and the others and came over. "What's wrong, Xiao Yang?" "Lower your head." Libby lowered her head in confusion. Xiao Yang pressed her head. "Okay, you can look up now." When Libby raised her head, a cat's paw print flashed across her forehead. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Libby, if someone triggers the magic, you have to close your eyes and shout for the wind. Remember that?" "I remember, but what kind of magic is this?" Libby asked, touching her forehead. "You will know later, remember, don't open your eyes." Libby nodded, "Okay, I know, by the way, this is delicious, Xiao Yang, you try it, I'm leaving." She took out a snack from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Yang. After seeing Xiao Yang take it, she left. In the evening, Xiao Yang and Laxus were watching a movie at home. A flash of light passed by, and a photo appeared out of thin air in Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Yang looked at the photo in his hand and laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, Gajil is so dedicated, his butt is so swollen and he still comes out to work, ha ha ha." Laxus saw Xiao Yang rolling on the ground with laughter, his face full of curiosity. He held the photo in front of him, and the moment he saw the content of the photo, Laxus quickly threw the photo aside and shouted at Xiao Yang. "What is this? Xiao Yang, why is this person naked? This is the person who destroyed the guild before. I divined that something might happen to Levi, so I gave her a spell and also put a camera magic on her, a lucky draw, which can take photos remotely and send the photos directly to Xiao Yang. What? Then let's go and save Levi now." Hearing that Levi was in danger, Laxus quickly stood up to save her. Because they grew up together, the people who signed the contract with Xiao Yang have a good relationship. Xiao Yang waved his hand, "Don't worry, he has both hands and can't take care of attacking Levi, but I have to talk to the president tomorrow." Reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28. The next morning, Xiao Yang arrived at the guild and flew straight to Makarov, who was drinking, and handed him a photo. "President, look at this photo." Makarov took the photo from Xiao Yang's hand and glanced at it casually. This glance made his eyes go dark and he spit out the wine he had just drunk. He raised his hand to wipe the wine stains on his mouth. "Ahem, Xiao Yang, speaking earnestly, you can't secretly take photos of others without clothes. Even if you want to take photos of yourself, you shouldn't take photos of a man. You should find someone with a great body, hehe." Makarov showed a lewd smile. "President, what are you thinking about? The person in the photo is a sneak attacker. Yesterday, Phantom sent people to attack Rebbe, but I tricked them." Makarov's expression became serious when he heard this. "What, you said that Phantom sent people to attack Rebbe yesterday?" Xiao Yang nodded. "Yes, yesterday I had a premonition that Rebbe was in danger, so I cast a spell on her. If I hadn't taken action, Rebbe would have become like this." Appeared in mid-air the image of Levi and the other three being hung on the tree. When Makarov saw the appearance of Levi and the others, white steam gradually emerged from his head and he roared angrily like a kettle that had just boiled. "Damn it, damn ghosts, since you are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust." Makarov waved his hand and said, "Call all guild members to start the war." Xiao Yang hurriedly stopped him when he heard his words. "President, wait a minute, the Phantom's men didn't succeed yesterday. If we start a war now, even if we win, they will definitely bite us back. I have a good idea, but I need your cooperation." Xiao Yang whispered his plan in Makarov's ear. After hearing the plan, Makarov looked at him with a look of "Are you kidding me? Xiao Yang, will this work? The other party is not a fool." Xiao Yang patted his chest and said confidently, "Believe me, think about what you will get after success. The brave ones will be fed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. If we succeed, our guild will become rich." Makarov thought of the pie that Xiao Yang had just painted for him, and he made up his mind to agree. "Okay," nods heavily, "I'll listen to you. If it doesn't work, I'll take the responsibility. Don't worry, it's all right." Xiao Yang made an okay gesture. At this time, Lei Bai just walked into the guild. Xiao Yang saw her and flew to her and asked, "Hey, Lei Bai, you closed your eyes yesterday, right?" After hearing what Xiao Yang said, Lei Bai's face suddenly turned red, and she stammered with smoke coming out of her head. "Xiao Yang, I didn't open my eyes yesterday, and I didn't see anything naked, No, I didn't see anything." After saying that, Lei Bai immediately lowered her head, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Seeing this, Xiao Yang stopped teasing her, and said seriously, "Okay, Lei Bai, I came here to ask you to do me a favor, and I will give you 200,000 J after it's done." Lei Bai looked up and waved her hand to refuse. "No need, I'm willing to help Xiao Yang, no need for money. Libby, please listen to me first and then decide whether you want to do it or not." Xiao Yang flew to her ear and repeated the plan. After hearing it, Libby frowned and disagreed. "Xiao Yang, aren't we cheating by doing this? How can this be called cheating? This is called strategy. Look, it's true that the person wanted to attack you yesterday. But I'm not injured." Libby looked puzzled. "Although you are not injured, others may be attacked. What if Lucy is attacked? I can't accurately predict everything." After listening to Xiao Yang's words, Libby fell into deep thought. After thinking about the pros and cons, she agreed with a tangled expression. "Very good, then proceed as planned." After that, Xiao Yang took out a lot of cosmetics from the space and put a battle-damaged makeup on Lei Bai. Xiao Yang won the makeup skills and cosmetics in the lottery. After 20 minutes, the makeup was completed. Lei Bai, who was intact just now, was now covered with scars. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, her clothes were tattered, and the Ghost's Guild emblem was printed on her abdomen. Xiao Yang saw Lei Bai's broken appearance and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, it's me, take a look for yourself." He took out a mirror from the space and handed it to Libby. Libby took the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror and exclaimed, "Wow! It's amazing, I look like I've really been beaten up. But that guy didn't hit me yesterday, won't he tell others when he gets home?" Xiao Yang waved his hand. "Don't worry, he won't spread such an embarrassing thing yesterday. I'll take you to the big tree over there in the park to take a picture. Then Lucy and the others will help you back. Remember to take 3 steps forward and 2 steps back when you go back. Keep your head tilted and your body limp." "Okay, I understand, Xiao Yang." After Levi nodded, Xiao Yang secretly took her to the park, and then notified Lucy and the others. Under the watch of Magnolia residents, Lucy helped Levi to go to the hospital for treatment. The other members of the guild were very angry when they learned that Levi was injured, and proposed to Makarov to go to war with Spectre. Makarov agreed, and a group of people went to Spectre in a grand manner. After arriving at Spectre, Makarov rushed in and fought with Joseph. The battle between the two sides was one-sided, and the fairy tale people beat Spectre back step by step. At this time, a man with long hair suddenly fell from the sky and landed on a sign not far from the crowd. "Who is this guy?" Elfman asked curiously, looking at the guy with a face full of iron nails. "Urza, he is the Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajil, the Iron Dragon." Natsu rushed out first and started a big battle with Gajil. Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, there was a loud bang on the ceiling, and Makarov fell from above with a livid face. Urza looked at Makarov, who was dying on the ground, with horror on her face. "President!" Not far away, a fat man with his eyes covered cried and said, "Oh, it's so sad, why is it so sad?" It turns out that it is the sadness of the great wizard's imminent death. A mean-looking man walked out slowly, holding Lucy in his arms, and mocked everyone. "That's right, this is the magic of Mr. Arya of the 4 elements, sky, which turns the opponent's magic power into air. This is a kind of magic that makes the magic power disappear completely. It seems that we have won this battle." The man said this with a smug look on his face. "Damn Joseph!" Elsa glanced at Joseph with anger on her face, then rushed forward and hugged Makarov in her arms. Makarov stretched out his hand tremblingly and said in a weak voice, My magic." Elsa was panicked. "President, cheer up." Gray looked at Makarov and shouted in shock, "I can't feel the old man's magic at all." Elsa turned to look at everyone and shouted, "Retreat quickly, everyone go back to the guild immediately." No one agreed, they all said that they could still fight, they wanted to avenge the president and take back Lucy. Elsa took Makarov and retreated first. No, the president is in danger of life, retreat first, save the president first. Everyone was a little unwilling after hearing this. They could obviously fight over, but Joseph actually made a sneak attack. In order to prevent the president from having an accident, everyone returned to the guild. Reading on Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29. As soon as they returned to the guild, Makarov and Urza's arms turned into smoke and disappeared. Looking at the empty arms, Urza was stunned at first, then her eyes widened and she held her head and shouted, "Sigma, oh, President. That's not me, I'm fine, Urza, the decision you made just now was the right one, it was Xiao Ang's illusion magic, the purpose was to lure Joseph over." Makarov walked out from behind the bar, he was intact and his face was ruddy. Urza O Xiao Yang. Gray recalled the previous battle. By the way, Xiao Yang, I didn't notice before, he was never in the team, and the same goes for Laxus and you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yang appeared out of thin air beside Urza. I've always been here, but you can't see me because of the illusion magic. At this time, Happy shouted anxiously, Xiao Yang, Lucy has also been taken away. Don't worry, we'll get her back soon. Xiao Yang took out an alarm clock from the space and put it on the ground. Natsu looked at the 3 question marks on the alarm clock. Xiao Yang, what is it? This is called the timed idiot. As long as the time is set in advance, this thing will explode and produce gas, and people who come into contact with the gas will do all kinds of stupid things. Natsu, can this bring Lucy back? Of course not, it needs another thing to cooperate with. Xiao Yang said, and took out the position interchange cloak again. He covered the bomb with the cloak, and 5 seconds later the cloak suddenly became larger. When the cloak was taken away, the bomb on the ground had disappeared, and instead, there was Lucy with her hands tied behind her back and her eyes closed. Everyone was about to cheer, when they saw Lucy twisting her body and saying in a very sexy voice, "Well, I can't do it anymore, I'm about to pee my pants." The cheers were suppressed by this voice. Lucy felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. She opened her eyes and found that she was actually in the guild. The people in front of her looked at her with strange expressions. Lucy's face turned red instantly. Wasn't I talking to Joseph just now? Why did I appear in the guild? It's so embarrassing. Can I die now? While untying the rope on Lucy's body, Habib explained to her what had just happened. After listening to Habib's words, Lucy stood in front of everyone with guilt on her face. Sorry everyone, I'm actually Lucy Hartfilia. This time, it was because my father asked Phantom to bring me back that this series of things happened. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Before Lucy could finish her words, she saw Makarov holding a glass of beer and slowly passing by her. He took a sip of the beer from time to time, with a look of ease on his face. Makarov noticed Lucy's gaze and greeted her. Hey, Lucy, welcome back. Lucy's eyes were about to pop out, she was dazed, pointing at Makarov stupidly. Oh yes, President? Didn't Joseph say before that you? Oh, that was Xiao Ang's illusion. I'm fine. That idiot couldn't see it at all, ha ha ha. Makarov laughed wildly. Lucy was stunned for a while and said, it's good that the president is fine, but because of me, Rei-chan. Before Lucy finished her words, Libby came out from the side. She put her hands together and looked at Lucy with an apologetic look on her face. When Lucy saw Libby was intact, her eyes widened even more. Libby stuck out her tongue and said, I'm sorry, Lu-chan, I'm not actually injured. Those injuries were painted by Xiao Yang to make me look injured. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Xiao Yang said this was part of the plan. I'm really sorry. Lucy didn't react for a long time and kept looking stupid. After a while, she smiled. In other words, no one was injured this time, right? That's great. Xiao Yang heard Lucy's words and retorted no, someone was still injured. Gajil's butt drum and Joseph's XX were fatally injured. Lucy covered her mouth, a little surprised. Xiao Yang, how do you know Joseph's? At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the guild, interrupting what Lucy was about to say. Can I finish a sentence today? No one paid attention to Lucy's complaints. Everyone looked out the window and saw an 8-legged island on the sea not far from the guild coming towards them. There was also a guild on this island. After seeing the island, Xiao Yang turned around and shouted to the others, everyone, act according to the plan I just transmitted in your mind. Lucy Sigma, oh, so I am the only one who is useless. The guild members walked out of the guild and looked at the buildings that kept moving on the sea. Harpy couldn't help but exclaimed. The whole guild is moving. Is that the phantom? Xiao Yang used telepathy to shout in everyone's mind, the shooting has started now, everyone act according to the plan, the expressions on your faces should be fear, disbelief, and anger, the more exaggerated the better. Remember, we are the victims this time. When the guild members heard Xiao Yang's words, they first showed unnatural panic on their faces, followed by exaggerated anger and fear. Xiaodao stopped, and a cannon stretched out from the center of the building, with huge black magic power constantly gathering at the muzzle. Elsa stepped forward and her armor turned into diamond armor. Her hands held half of the shield respectively. As the shields came together, a huge dark blue magic circle appeared in front of Elsa. In less than a minute, the energy group at the muzzle condensed and turned into a beam of light that boomed on the magic circle in front of Elsa. The two fought against each other. Seeing that the magic power of the turret was almost used up, Elsa was still so energetic. Xiao Yang quickly reminded her. Elsa, you can't block the attack this time. You have to pretend to be exhausted and get beaten up in the guild. After Xiao Yang's reminder, Elsa realized that she was not fighting this time but acting. She couldn't completely block the attack. Elsa slowly withdrew her magic power. As the magic input weakened, the magic circle in front of Elsa began to gradually dim. The magic circle without magic power could no longer resist Jupiter's power. Crack! The magic circle was completely broken, and Elsa was blown away by the force and crashed into the guild. This force easily destroyed the entire guild. Makarov looked at the broken guild in the dark, and his heart was broken. Xiao Yang's plan must succeed. If it fails, all my secrets will be gone. Seeing Elsa being defeated by Jupiter, Joseph's voice came from the building. Makarov and Urza are both unable to fight, you have no chance to sing the song of victory, quickly hand over Lucy Heartfilia. As soon as Joseph finished this sentence, Xiao Yang clapped his hands and shouted to everyone, okay, everything is taken, everyone can fight back now. Joseph, who was sitting high up in the building, heard this and showed a disdainful expression on his face. Counterattack, no matter what, it's no use. Makarov was still defeated by Jupiter. Before he could finish his words, Joseph saw Elsa walking out of the guild in perfect condition. She had no injuries at all. If she had to be injured, it was only that her crimson hair had become a little dull. Impossible, that's Jupiter, how could it be intact after being hit by Jupiter? Joseph's eyes almost popped out as he watched Elsa walking and fixing her hair. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8th to June 10th. Chapter 30. Xiao Yang clapped his hands and arranged the next plan. Okay, next Gray will fight the water element, Urza will fight the wind element, Uru will fight the fire element and destroy Jupiter's core, Myra will fight the earth element, and Natsu will fight the iron dragon. Natsu shouted excitedly, yeah, I'm on fire, Happy is going to set off. Hey! Happy spread his wings and flew over the ghost with Natsu. Natsu never listens to the plan. Myra, when you go over there, smash the building's legs. I haven't had time to purify Natsu yet. If the building suddenly moves, Natsu will die instantly. Okay, Myra agreed with a smile and received the Satan soul, then flew to the left of the phantom. Elsa's armor was replaced with the green wind god armor. With the appearance of the armor, a green wind gradually surged around Elsa's body. She walked towards the phantom under the entanglement of the wind. In that case, you will take another extra-large Jupiter. During the 15 minutes of recharging, you will struggle in fear, Joseph shouted angrily. Along with Joseph's voice, countless ghost-like things suddenly flew out of the Phantom Guild. Joseph continued to speak wildly. You only have two ways to go now, one is to be killed by our soldiers, and the other is to be blown to death by Jupiter. Lucy == what's the difference between the two? As for soldiers, I happen to have a group of them as well. Come out, my loyal Black Shadow Army. Xiao Yang snapped his fingers, and a black and purple magic circle suddenly appeared under him. With the appearance of the magic circle, Xiao Yang's shadow began to wriggle like a living creature, and the shadow became larger and larger. When the shadow reached 2 meters high, it suddenly stopped expanding. At this time, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. These eyes were like a signal. More and more eyes began to emerge, and the shadow under Xiao Yang's feet was like a monster with countless blood eyes. A figure suddenly emerged from the monster, followed by the second, the third, and more black shadow ninjas emerged from Xiao Yang's shadow. This is the same magic as the phantom, it looks like a ninja, Lucy exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yang shook his finger. No, these ninja soldiers of mine are much more handsome than his phantoms. No matter their looks, figures, or appearance, they are not comparable to the phantoms. Amazing! I didn't expect that Xiao Yang's soldiers could also use Natsu's magic. This is so cool! You can summon so many powerful ninja soldiers with just a snap of your fingers. Lucy said enviously as she looked at the shadow army fighting the ghost not far away. Yes, you can also use Natsu's magic. Hey? You can use Natsu's magic. Xiao Yang couldn't believe what he heard. He quickly turned his head to look at his own black shadow army and found that each ninja was using different types of magic, including Dragon Slayer magic with flames wrapped around the fist, modeling magic with ice darts appearing on the hand, etc. System, why do they use magic? Didn't I draw Terra's Shadow Core? Ding! Originally summoning the Shadow Core required awakening the darkness deep in one's heart, but in this world, the host used magic to activate it, so they became summons that could evolve autonomously, and each ninja could randomly use the magic possessed by the host. Epic enhancement! Xiao Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this explanation. It was like an SR-level character card automatically evolving into an SSR. Such a good thing would be hard to find even with a lantern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the characteristics of Rainy Day and Fire Domination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic Airspace, 7-color Flame, Seal. It seems that all 4 elements have been defeated. Laxus, let's go! Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Laxus walked out from the back of the guild, spread his wings and flew to the phantom with Xiao Yang. When Xiao Yang and the others found Joseph, Natsu was confronting him. After seeing Xiao Yang, Natsu fell down with a smile. Seeing this, Happy quickly pulled him aside. Xiao Yang opened the Eye of Truth to observe Natsu's condition. After defeating Gajil, it was still a bit difficult for Natsu to deal with a Holy 10. Although the damage was not much, his magic power was completely exhausted. Oh, look who this is Makarov's grandson Laxus. Haha, I'm so sorry, I beat your grandfather like that, he is about to die now, but don't worry, you will soon follow his old path. Joseph's expression became more and more excited, he was happy that he was about to destroy his biggest opponent. Xiao Yang attached to Laxus. Laxus turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Joseph. Before he could react, he was knocked away by a punch. Joseph adjusted his posture in midair and landed gently. He looked at Laxus. his eyes full of excitement. "Oh my, that's not bad, you have such strong magic at such a young age, but it's a pity that what I like to destroy most are talented people, especially the geniuses in fairy tale." Ghost arrow. Joseph's hand shot out multiple purple rays with expressions on his face. Lax's cheeks bulged. The roar of thunder dragon. A golden lightning bolt spurted out from its mouth. This lightning bolt not only dispersed Joseph's original magic, but also attacked Joseph at an extremely fast speed. Impossible, he actually has such strong magic power. The last one was 80% of my strength. Joseph was more and more shocked. He quickly used magic to resist Laxus's attack. Dark spiral. Joseph hastily shot out a black beam of light, which barely offset Laxus's roar. "You are actually a dragon slayer, and your magic power has reached the holy 10th level. But unfortunately, you can only die here." Death storm. Joseph's eyes were filled with fierceness, and a huge black and purple energy ball gradually condensed in his hand. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Thunder of Thunder. A huge thunderbolt also gathered in front of Laxus. Both sides used their magic to attack each other. After the magic collided, there was only a boom sound. A big hole was broken in the roof, and everyone was covered in smoke. The moment the smoke appeared, Joseph flashed behind Laxus. "Go to hell, you little brats from fairy tale." A huge ball of energy condensed on Joseph's fist. He sent the energy ball towards Laxus. The moment the energy ball touched Laxus, Joseph felt something was wrong. The layer of red bubbles outside him disappeared. Joseph couldn't think about it. Laxus suddenly turned into a golden thunder and exploded with a boom. Joseph could only abandon the magic in his hand to resist this attack. At this moment, Laxus appeared behind Joseph, his hands glowing with fire and lightning. The Thunder Dragon's collapse fist directly blasted Joseph into an iron pillar not far away. Joseph made a bang sound when he touched the iron pillar. Laxus didn't take it lightly and released another Thunder Dragon's roar. After the roar disappeared, the system sent a reminder. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Death Storm and Ghost Soldier. Since the Phantom Soldiers and the Shadow Core have the same magic, the Phantom Soldier's characteristics were transferred to the Shadow Core. The Shadow Core has gained the ability to float and absorb life." Chapter 31. After hearing the system reminder, the two of them relaxed. "Well done, Laxus. Go and watch over Joseph. If he wakes up, remember to knock him out." "Okay." Xiao Yang turned into a human form, took out a huge syringe from the space and walked towards Joseph. "Xiao Yang, what prop is this?" "This is the god of poverty's prop. It can extract the energy of happiness from the human body, but the extraction process is super painful. Happiness energy is luck. A person cannot ascend to Saint 10 without the help of luck. The extracted happiness energy can improve the luck of others and help them recover from injuries." Xiao Yang inserted the needle into Joseph's buttocks and began to extract happiness energy. From the moment he inserted the needle, Joseph's expression was full of pain. Just halfway through the absorption, Joseph was awakened by the pain. Laxus saw this and punched him in the head, knocking Joseph unconscious again. After 2 minutes, the energy was absorbed. Xiao Yang looked at the full tube of warm yellow liquid and wiped the non-existent sweat. "Okay, next, Joseph's magic power will slowly decline until he becomes a D-class wizard. Xiao Yang, if anyone knows that you have this ability, everyone will come to attack you. You should know that there is no item in this world that can extract other people's luck, let alone extracting luck and using it at will." Laxus looked worried. "Don't worry, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know?" Just as he said this, there was a sound of a stone being kicked away not far away. Xiao Yang looked towards the place where the sound came from, and saw Habi standing there with sweat all over his forehead. When Habi saw Xiao Yang looking over, he explained in panic. "Hey, I didn't see anything, and I didn't know Xiao Yang had a prop that could take away other people's magic and luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Happy realized something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth with his paw. If anyone knew this, it must have been Happy who said it, but with his courage, he would never tell anyone about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang slowly walked towards Happy. Happy looked at Xiao Yang, who was approaching slowly. The sweat on his head flowed from his forehead to the ground like ice cream in summer. His legs became weak and he fell to the ground. Just as Xiao Yang's hand was about to touch Happy, his head tilted and he fainted. Not really. Xiao Yang cast a purification spell on Happy, and Happy woke up. He opened his eyes dazedly, and after seeing Xiao Yang, the memory just now immediately flooded into his mind. He rolled his eyes and pretended to faint. Xiao Yang hurriedly explained, Happy, I'm afraid that someone will check your memory, so I put a seal on your memory. I'm not going to hit you. What are you afraid of? Happy wiped the sweat from his head after hearing it. Oh, I was scared to death. I was a little too scared when I saw Joseph's painful expression just now. At this time, Joseph woke up again, and his magic power was almost gone. At this time, he glanced at Xiao Yang not far away, and ran out quietly, covering his extremely painful buttocks. However, because his buttocks were too painful, his right foot was tripped by his left foot after just a few steps. Xiao Yang turned his head and looked at him after hearing the sound. Where is President Joseph going with his butt covered? Very loudly, right. I have some photos here, maybe these photos will be circulated in everyone's hands soon. Xiao Yang took out 3 photos and distributed them to the 3 people present. The photos showed Joseph, who had been fooled. In the photos, he was squatting on the ground with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth on his clothes, scratching his butt with his left hand and his head with his right hand. Ha ha ha, Joseph is like a stupid monkey. Habib looked at the photo in his hand and forgot his fear. He covered his stomach and rolled on the ground with laughter. Joseph tore the photo in his hand into pieces in an instant. He looked at Xiao Yang with red eyes and asked word by word with gritted teeth. What do you want to do? Xiao Yang rubbed his fingers. Nothing, I'm just a little short of money recently. If I sell this to the newspaper, they will definitely pay me a large sum of money. After all, this is an exclusive photo of the Holy Ten magician Joseph Pola. It won't be long before everyone in the world knows the name Joseph Pola. 500,000, give me that thing. Joseph's eyes were red and bloodshot. 10 million, will not decrease. 2 million, this is my highest price. After hearing what Joseph said, Xiao Yang turned around and left. 6 million, no more. Xiao Yang turned to look at Joseph with a smile on his face. Thank you for your patronage. I will pay you and deliver you the goods. I will not owe you any money. Joseph was so angry when he heard Xiao Yang's words. Ka! Joseph spat out a bloody tooth. Then he took out a box from the secret room at the back, opened the box, and handed a stack of banknotes to Xiao Yang. This is 6 million, where is the photo? Xiao Yang took the banknotes and handed them to Laxus and Happy. Can you count how much money this is? Kata. Joseph broke another tooth. You don't believe me. Xiao Yang looked at him with a look of you are kidding me, should I believe you? Aren't you our enemy? Joseph wanted to refute but didn't know how. Laxus Xiao Yang, I have 3 million here. Happy, we only have 2 million here. Xiao Yang was about to turn around and scold Joseph when he heard Happy's words, but just as he turned around, he found that the thickness of the money in Happy's hand was the same as the stack in Laxus' hand. Happy, did you count correctly? When Happy heard this, he was not happy. What do you mean, Happy, did you count correctly? Of course I counted correctly. Laxus took the money from Happy and started counting. After 5 minutes, he looked up at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, this is also 3 million. What? This is impossible, Laxus, you must have counted wrong, Joseph must owe us 2 million, bring it here and I will count it again. Hearing a cat with a combat power of 5 say this, Joseph broke another tooth. Xiao Yang ignored Habi and took out 30 photos from the space and handed them to Joseph. These are all the photos. Joseph took the photos. You should not have kept any extra ones, right? Xiao Yang was surprised. I have already got the money, why do I keep these ugly photos? Are they hurting my eyes? Poof! Joseph vomited blood and fainted on the ground. His body was still twitching from time to time. Let's go. Xiao Yang ignored Joseph who was lying on the ground, and opened his wings to greet the others. Laxus followed first. After Happy lifted Natsu from the ground, he also flew to Xiao Yang's side. He asked in confusion. Xiao Yang, didn't you say before that we can't expose everyone's strength? Why didn't you take the opportunity to seal Joseph's memory just now? Xiao Yang shook his head, there is no need to do this. Joseph is a person with a strong self-esteem. After he fails, he will never publicize the strength of his opponent. He will definitely say that it was because Makarov injured him that Laxus was able to defeat him. He also won't tell others exactly how strong Laxus is. If he tells everyone too much, everyone will think that Fairy Tale is strong. If he tells them too little, he will seem weak. Neither of these two is what Joseph wants to see. Habib nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. I see. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 32. On the second day of the Phantom Invasion, the council sent people to interrogate everyone in the tent set up by the guild. Xiao Yang was very unhappy. Why, what else do you want to do? Do you want to start a war? You don't even know the cause and process of the incident, and you are interrogating me here. I am from the council, we don't care about this, we only know that your Fairy Tale and Phantom have started a guild war, so you must report truthfully. They. Council members looked at Xiao Yang with an expression that he was the boss. Really? Then you can interrogate them here. Xiao Yang cast an illusion magic, trapping the two people in place, then he walked out of the tent and looked at Laxus not far away. Come on, Laxus, call Myra and Urza, let's go to the council house. Okay, Laxus went to the side to find Myra and Urza, and the four of them flew to the council house together. When they arrived at the gate of the council house, they were stopped by soldiers. Who are you and what are you doing here? We are the wizards of Fairy Tale. Come and tell me the details of the battle with the ghost. Please go and report it. After listening to it, the two soldiers discussed it, and one of them nodded to Xiao Yang, indicating that it was okay. Then he turned around and walked into the gate. 3 minutes later, the soldier came out and said, "They allow you to go in. I will lead the way for you now," the soldier said as he walked into the council chamber first. Xiao Yang and the others followed behind him and soon arrived at the room where the speakers were. There were 9 people sitting at the top of the room, while Xiao Yang and the others were led to the bottom, which was like a prisoner being interrogated. As soon as they stood up, an old man with cat ears at the top spoke. "Fairy Tale wizards, you will be guilty of starting a war with Phantom Ghost." Xiao Yang stood in place and turned on the aura of persuasion, and at the same time sent a copy of the photos he had taken before to everyone. "What crime have we committed? When the Phantom attacked our guild at the beginning, we ignored it. We didn't expect that our concession would lead to the further escalation of the situation. The Phantom not only injured our guild members, but also destroyed our guild. Our president was ambushed and is almost dead. Now he is still lying in bed. Should we just stand there and let him beat us? You don't even know the whole story, and you just come up and convict us. You are really powerful." The people above kept silent while looking at the photos of the destroyed guild, the photos of Levi being beaten, the photos of Urza being beaten by Jupiter, and the photos of Makarov lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. After a while, a pink-haired woman spoke. Although this matter is Spectre's fault, you can't go to war with other guilds at will. How about this, you just write some self-criticisms, and as for Spectre, we will criticize them. Xiao Yang smiled. Oh, so if we go to war with the council, should we also be criticized? Xiao Yang's tail swayed left and right while he spoke. When the three people behind him saw it, they immediately emanated amazing magic power. The people in the council saw the strength of these people as if they had seen ghosts. Saint Ten, that must be Makarov's grandson, right? He really possesses Saint Ten's magic power. How old is he now? And the two girls over there, their magic power level has reached the peak of S class. The information clearly shows that the two women are imps who have just entered S class. The cat-eared old man shouted angrily, "Why, you fairy tale want to become a dark guild? How dare you challenge our council? Where is Makarov? Does Makarov know about this?" The president was seriously injured by the phantom sneak attack. Now I am the acting president of Fairy Tale. Everything I say is what our president means. As for the Dark Guild, are you sure? You want to turn a guild with 3 holy tens and 2 S-class tops into a dark guild? Xiao Yang introduced the strength of the guild word by word. The members of the council became more and more scared as they listened. After a moment of silence, one of them said, "Okay, then Fairy Tale will be found not guilty." Xiao Yang smiled and said slowly, "Not guilty is not okay. Phantom hurt so many of us, and the adults wanted to convict us from the beginning. The guild members are very sad and need some small encouragement." When Xiao Yang said this, Myra in the back suddenly began to cry softly. She obviously had the strength of the S-class top, but now she was sobbing like a little girl. Everyone in the council was frightened by Myra's sudden cry, but they soon thought that the majesty of the council should not be trampled on. The cat-eared old man shouted, "Encouragement! Yang Ming! Duole, don't be ungrateful. We are not afraid of you when we convict you. You should know that we can turn you into..." A magic crystal suddenly appeared in Xiao Ang's hand, and the magic crystal played the scene of Joseph attacking Fairy Tale, and Joseph's voice came from it. "Makarov and Urza are unable to fight, hand over Lucy Hartfilia quickly." The old man was interrupted by the voice in the magic crystal just when he was halfway through his words. Then another magic crystal appeared in Xiao Ang's hand, and the voice of the counselor at the beginning came from it, "Fairy Tale wizards, you are guilty of going to war with Phantom." Xiao Yang had a playful smile on his face. "Tell me, if these 2 magic crystals are heard by all the guilds, will the council still be trusted by other regular guilds?" The cat-eared old man slapped the table when he heard this. Crack! The water cup on the table was knocked to the ground by this force and shattered into pieces. "Damn it, you are threatening us. Do you want to?" He was interrupted by Speaker Crawford him before he could finish his words. "Yang Ming! What encouragement do you want? 50 million J." The cat-eared old man blew his beard and glared. 50 million J, you really dare to ask for it? Impossible, 35 million J at most, this is already the limit." Xiao Yang shrugged. "Okay, then 35 million J, thank you all, can we take our leave?" Xiao Yang did not ask for the price again. He knew that under the influence of the aura of mentally retarded persuasion, the speaker must have said the highest price. Not only that, after this incident, the reviewers did not dare to make things difficult for Fairy Tale, because everyone knew very well what a young Saint Ten represented. The initial criticism of Joseph was just to comfort the people in the Fairy Tale Guild. Although Joseph was defeated, his strength was still there, and they did not want to lose the fighting power of the Saint Ten, but unfortunately, the title of Saint Ten Joseph would soon disappear. "Well, I will send someone to deliver the money to you later, you can go back now." After Crawford Shim, the chairman of the meeting, spoke, Xiao Yang and others left the council and walked towards the guild. "You 3 have done a great job this time, everyone has done a great job." The 3 of them took off the necklaces around their necks and handed them to Xiao Yang. Elsa Xiao Yang, I'll give you this invisible stone. I didn't expect there is a stone that can suppress magic power. Xiao Yang put the invisible stone back into the space. The three young saints were too conspicuous in the early stage. Although those old guys are not strong, they still have so many years of experience. Even if you suppress your magic power, they may be able to see it. Myra thought that her crying was ignored, and angrily turned back to her bad state. Didn't those old men see a beautiful young lady like me crying? They didn't react at all. Are they still men? Xiao Yang comforted, okay, now we can go back and build a super luxurious guild again. You can tell us whatever ideas you have. After all, we have 35 million now. Urza's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? I want a cake shop. Myra and Laxus thought about it and said at the same time, I don't want anything, Xiao Yang, you just plan it. Urza looked at the two in shock. You are so cunning, doesn't this make me look greedy? Then I don't want it either. Myra covered her mouth and grinned. Urza, even if you take back what you said just now, it doesn't change the fact that you are a very greedy woman. What? Myra, you actually slandered me in front of Xiao Yang, I will fight with you. Elsa said and chased Myra. Myra saw it and circled around Xiao Yang, and said provocatively, didn't Elsa say that just now? I was just repeating what you said. You must not mean what I said, you bad woman, Elsa shouted. Xiao Yang couldn't help laughing when he saw the two people circling around him like they did when they were little, and sighed in his heart. Myra is still bad, and Elsa still retains some childishness and is as cute as when she was little. My arrival has completely changed these two people, but it would be very interesting if Lucy saw them playing like this. The air was full of laughter, and the laughter of several people could be heard from far away. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33. After returning to the guild, Xiao Yang told Makarov about what happened before. When Makarov heard that Fairy Tale was going to become a dark guild, he almost cried. When Xiao Yang mentioned 35 million, Makarov was so excited that he almost went crazy. He rushed to everyone and shouted, to celebrate our victory over Spectre today, I will pay for all the drinks. The guild members shouted happily when they heard what Makarov said. Then Makarov showed an obscene smile on his face again. We have 30 million now. You can imagine what the guild will look like. We want to build a super large, super luxurious guild. Where did the money come from? The guild members shouted in surprise. At this time, Lucy passed by, and Makarov instantly flashed in front of Lucy, held her hand and said excitedly. This time thanks to Lucy, otherwise the Phantom wouldn't have attacked the guild, and no one would have paid for the huge debt. Let's all thank Lucy together. Lucy, Sigma, hey. Thank you Lucy XN. Lucy scratched her face with her hand and tilted her head to the left in embarrassment. No, it's actually me who caused trouble for everyone this time. Libby patted her shoulder from behind, walked up to her and said with a smile, as long as the result is good, let's go have a drink together. The president is treating us today, and we have a big meal. Lucy was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on her face, and she nodded vigorously. Xiao Yang saw Makarov being so presumptuous and ran out and shouted, President, you are still sick in bed. If the people from the council come and find you drinking so recklessly, let alone 30 million, we will immediately become a dark guild. Makarov was so scared when he heard Xiao Yang say that his face turned pale and he quickly ran into a tent nearby. Everyone in the guild couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Ding! The host has changed the plot of Phantom Wraith. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Backstab. When the host attacks anyone from behind, the attack power will be doubled. The host's summons also have this skill. The battle with Phantom happened a week ago. After a week of hard work, the guild has been almost completed. In a few days, a brand new guild will reappear. In the guild, Natsu and Gray were covered in scars. The two were cursing at each other. The content of the curses would be considered childish by anyone. Xiao Yang asked Myra curiously while eating fried pork chops, why did they quarrel again? Myra wiped the plate in her hand and smiled helplessly, I heard that they were injured during the pillow fight. == A pillow fight can actually cause such injuries, in a sense, it is amazing. The two people who were arguing looked at Lucy and shouted, Lucy, I am the winner. Lucy was already annoyed, and she became even more annoyed after hearing the two people arguing. She turned her head and looked at them fiercely. It's so noisy. Yes, I'm sorry. Natsu and Lucy hugged each other in fear when they saw Lucy's expression. Myra opened her mouth in surprise when she saw this scene, and unconsciously stopped her hand movements. That's amazing. I didn't expect Lucy to be able to stop them from quarreling. Suddenly, a group of women came to Myra from outside the guild, pushing and shoving. Hey, has Loki been here? Loki is really going too far. One of the women looked at the others and asked. What's going on with you guys? Another one bit her handkerchief and said unwillingly he suddenly said he wanted to break up last night. I'm so angry, me too xn. Myra picked up the plate beside her and continued to wipe it. She raised her head and looked at the women with a smile, I don't know much about this matter either. Could it be that his soulmate has appeared? Who is she? Is she in this guild? Myra was patient at first, but as these women kept arguing in her ears like sparrows, she began to get impatient. A flash of light passed by, and she turned into Satan mode, looking at these women with a cold face. I have said several times that I don't know, don't you understand? Myra's voice was faint, as if she was narrating a very ordinary thing, but when this sentence reached the ears of the four girls, it was like a devil calling them in hell, and several people stood up instantly. Yes, I'm sorry. After they finished speaking, they suddenly saw Myra's tail swaying from side to side, and a sense of fear came over them. We won't dare to do it again, please forgive us, the four of them ran away. Seeing this scene, Lucy smiled again. Haha, Miss Myra is still the demon Myra Jane. Lucy was happy, and an idea came to her mind. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, do you know anything about Loki? Xiao Yang thought for a moment and gave her a clear hint. I can give you a word of reminder, lion. Lion. Lucy was even more confused by the word. Hearing Lucy's concern for Loki, Myra changed back to her normal form and came to her in an instant and joked. Oh, why did Lucy suddenly ask about Loki? Do you like Loki? Happy covered his mouth with his hands and shouted I have an affair, curled tongue. Lucy quickly waved her hands and retorted, no, I'm just curious. To prevent Myra from asking more questions, she picked up her bag and turned away. I have something else to do, Miss Myra, Xiao Yang, see you tomorrow. Myra looked at Lucy running away with a look of regret, and turned to look at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, do you think Lucy likes Loki? Xiao Yang kept chewing the food in his mouth, and only spoke after swallowing the pork chop in his mouth. I'm not sure about this, but when I saw Elfman 2 days ago, a picture suddenly flashed in front of my eyes. Elfman will find a partner in the future. Hey! Who is it? Myra's face was full of curiosity. I can't say it. If I say it, it won't work. Ah, why is that? It's better not to say it. Myra left disappointed. In the evening, Xiao Yang was walking on the street when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw that it was gray. He picked up the phone. Oh no, Xiao Yang, Loki wants to quit the guild, we can't find him no matter how hard we try, can you help me predict what happened to him? Don't panic, go find Lucy, she knows where Loki is now. Lucy? Okay, I understand. Gray was a little confused after hearing Xiao Yang's words, but based on his years of experience, he subconsciously listened to Xiao Yang's words. He hung up the phone and went to find Lucy. The next day, Xiao Yang and Laxus just walked into the guild and heard the harpy yelling. Loki is a celestial spirit. Natsu circled around Loki, looking at him constantly. No wonder I felt weird when we swapped bodies that time, this is the reason. Natsu suddenly remembered Lucy's celestial spirit, but you are neither a cow nor a horse. Loki corrected him with a smile. The Baraga that Natsu knew also had a human appearance. A bubble appeared above Natsu's head, and in the bubble was Baraga's appearance at Dukabar's place. No, that guy can turn into a gorilla at any time. Loki looked at the bubbles on Natsu's head and nodded, you are right. Loki is the star spirit of Leo, Lucy explained with a smile while sitting on a chair. Lion. Happy and Natsu both cried out in surprise. Happy drooled with excitement, a lion is just a grown-up cat. Loki, that's true. Lucy _ that's not right. At this time, Lucy also saw Xiao Yang, and she raised her hand to greet him. Yo, Xiao Yang. Chapter 34. Xiao Yang looked at Lucy and asked, Lucy, have you lost your keys several times before? It's happened several times. Aquilius said he would smash my butt drum if I lost it again, TT. Lucy, take out your keys. What's wrong? Lucy handed the key to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took out a sticker from the space and stuck it on the golden key. After confirming that it was well stuck, Xiao Yang raised the key. You put a little magic in the key. What are you doing? Lucy reached out and put some of her magic into the key. You will know soon. Xiao Yang threw the key that had lost all its magic power out of the guild. The moment the key left the door, a carriage rushed by and the key landed on the top of the carriage. In the blink of an eye, the carriage ran away. Ah! Sigma, oh, my butt drum, no, it's my key, Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Didn't I say Aquilia would beat me? It's over, it's over. Lucy felt her butt drum starting to hurt. She was about to run after the carriage, but Xiao Yang stopped her. Lucy, use your magic and call the name of the key to ask it to come back. Lucy stopped. Although she was a little confused, her past experience told her that it would be better to follow Xiao Yang's instructions. Okay, then Taurus, give me the key back. As soon as Lucy finished speaking, the key that Xiao Yang had just thrown away suddenly appeared in her hand. Oh hey. Lucy opened her eyes wide, looking at the key in disbelief. She trotted to Xiao Yang and asked curiously, Xiao Yang, this fart drum, no, why did this key suddenly return to my hand? Didn't I ask you to throw it away just now? Xiao Yang took out the sticker just now, this is called the owner sticker. It is attached to an object. After inputting magic power, you call the name of the object and it will come back by itself. Lucy looked at the sticker in Xiao Yang's hand with shining eyes, as if she saw a magic weapon. The next second, Lucy put her hands together and said in a sweet tone. Xiao Yang, dear Xiao Yang, can you give me a few of these stickers, please? Lucy's voice can be as muffled as possible. If I were an old man now, would Lucy seduce me? Sure, I have quite a lot here, I'll give you 10. Xiao Yang took out 10 stickers from the space and handed them to Lucy. Oh! After Lucy got the sticker, she immediately took out a golden key and stuck the sticker on it. After Lucy input her magic power into the sticker, she used the motion of throwing a discus to throw the key out of the guild. After she saw the key completely disappear, she raised her left hand and posed in a very chic pose. Aquarius key, come back. The key that was thrown out just now instantly appeared in Lucy's hand. This is great, isn't it? Lucy clapped her hands excitedly on the table, causing the cutlery on the table to sway back and forth. Then Lucy couldn't wait to put stickers on all the keys. Xiao Yang looked at the excited Lucy and suddenly had a bold idea. Lucy, give me Loki's key. She handed the key to Xiao Yang. What's wrong? Is there anything good? Xiao Yang looked at Loki. Loki, you go back first, I want to try something. Loki nodded when he heard Xiao Yang's words, and turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Transformation. As the words fell, Xiao Yang's appearance changed into Lucy's, raised Loki's key, and shouted in Lucy's voice. Open, Leo Gate, Loki. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, nothing happened. Lucy waved her hand. Omega no, Xiao Yang, the key can only be used by those who have signed a contract with the Star Spirit. Even if you become my appearance and voice, it won't work. Xiao Yang didn't stop because of Lucy's words. He thought of another idea. Lucy, put your hand on my forehead and use a little magic. Okay. After Lucy did as she was told, a little starlight appeared on the auspicious cloud pattern on Xiao Yang's forehead. Xiao Yang turned back into a cat and held up the key. Open it up. Leo's Gate. Loki. Xiao Yang, didn't I say only, Sigma? Oh, this is a lie. Lucy stared at the key in Xiao Yang's hand, which suddenly became brighter. As the magic circle disappeared, Loki appeared. Lucy, what do you want me to do? By the way, why do you suddenly have so much more magic power this time? Loki asked Lucy after he came out. Lucy still looked surprised, pointing at Xiao Yang and said in disbelief. Yes, it was Xiao Yang who summoned you. Isn't it true that only the contractor himself can summon star spirits? Because the magic sources are different, the magic source I used for summoning before was my own, and later I asked Lucy to transfer some of her magic to me. After I received Lucy's magic, I could make my magic source consistent with Lucy's. After listening to Xiao Yang's explanation, Loki's previous confusion was suddenly answered. No wonder the magic power Xiao Yang transferred to me before was useful, so this is how it is. After thinking about it, Loki took out 4 tickets from his clothes and handed them to Lucy. She took the ticket and asked curiously, what is this? This is a voucher for a luxury resort hotel. I am sorry for causing you trouble during this period of time. This is a thank you gift. By the way, I have already given Urza's voucher to her. You can go and have fun. Lucy and the other 3 looked at the voucher in their hands in shock. I have never stayed in such a luxury hotel. The 4 of them showed an expression of having never seen the world. Then Loki came to Xiao Yang and Laxus and handed them 2 tickets. This is the ticket for you. Thank you Xiao Yang for helping stabilize my power so that I would not dissipate too early. Otherwise, I would not have met Lucy. And Laxus, Begusro saw through my identity as a star spirit before, thank you for keeping it a secret. Lucy heard this and shouted, ah! So Xiao Yang, you knew it a long time ago. You only said a lion at that time. Aren't you afraid that I can't guess it? Xiao Yang raised his left eye and looked at her playfully. Isn't the word lion a clear enough reminder for a celestial wizard? Underscore this, it seems to be true, but I always feel something is weird. Suddenly a voice came from behind the crowd. What are you guys still dawdling about for? Do you want to be left behind by me? Natsu and others looked at the place where the voice came from. They saw Urza wearing a swimsuit, with a swimming ring around her waist, ready to go to the resort hotel. Lucy and Gray's eyes widened. You're moving too fast. Happy glanced at the date on the ticket. Urza, the validity date on this ticket is tomorrow, it's useless for you to go there today. Urza was shocked. What? There is an expiration date. At this time, Elfman suddenly poked Xiao Yang from behind, and whispered in Xiao Yang's ear. Xiao Yang, do you know what happened to Myra? She has been asking me recently if I have chatted with girls and if I have a close relationship with anyone recently. It has been a week. Elfman showed a frightened expression on his face. After hearing what Elfman said, Xiao Yang tilted his head to one side and said guiltily, no, I don't know. Maybe Myra's maternal love is a little overflowing recently. I will help you persuade her later. Oh, that's great, thank you Xiao Yang. Elfman held Xiao Ang's hand and thanked him for a long time. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 35. The next morning, Xiao Yang and his friends came to the guild. Natsu and his friends were discussing what to play. Xiao Yang greeted Natsu and his friends and went to find Myra. Myra, come here for a moment. I want to tell you something. After hearing Xiao Ang's words, Myra said hello to Lisa, who was not far away, and asked her to help with the work temporarily. After Lisa entered the counter, Myra walked to Xiao Yang. What's wrong, Xiao Yang? Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Hey, Myra, have you been talking to Elfman too often recently? Xiao Yang reminded her implicitly. Myra was stunned for a moment after hearing what he said. Could it be that Elfman told you something? No, I'm just reminding you. In fact, if you urge him too often, Elfman may not like girls. Myra said with a look of sudden enlightenment. What? Could it be that Elfman likes boys? Oh, Elfman should have said it earlier. I am a very open-minded sister. It doesn't matter if he likes boys. Who does he like? Natsu or Gray? I see they often play together. No wonder when I asked Elfman before he hesitated and said no. It turns out he was afraid that I would object. I will go and tell him it's okay. Sister will always support you. Myra said and was about to go find Elfman. Juvia, who was watching Gray nearby, suddenly heard such words, and her heart was overwhelmed. Sigma, oh what? Gray-sama actually likes men. Then my love rival is not only Lucy, but also Elfman. Wait, no, Gray-sama doesn't still like men, he only likes men. I don't have a chance. Thinking of this, Juvia's head suddenly buzzed, and the lunchbox kata she had just made fell to the ground, and some purple unknown liquid flowed out of it. She sat on the ground with empty eyes, as if she had lost all hope. But soon she cheered up and thought about the next countermeasures. No, Juvia can't let this happen. Juvia can only become a boy if it really doesn't work. Juvia was ready to sacrifice, with a determined look on her face. Xiao Yang quickly grabbed Myra, who was about to look for Elfman with excitement. No, I'm just giving an example. Elfman still likes boys. Girls, Myra, don't make things more complicated. I finally understand why fortune tellers in my previous life didn't tell others about the future. Xiao Yang is now in a state of panic. He regrets telling Myra about this. Juvia, who was at the back, heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She patted her chest and her face was full of relief. Phew, I was scared to death. I thought Gray-sama liked boys, so Juvia wouldn't have to become a boy, and now Lucy is her only love rival. Yes. Juvia cheered herself up with a happy face, and after refueling she suddenly realized something seemed strange. Wait, why am I happy that I only have one rival? Shouldn't I be happy that Gray-sama only likes Juvia? Juvia, has Juvia fallen? Thinking of this, Juvia's face showed a sad expression. Myra's face was full of regret. So Elfman still hasn't found a partner, it's a waste of joy. Well, I won't ask Elfman anymore. Yee, why do I feel like you are very disappointed? Forget it, it's good that you know it, I'm leaving. At this time, Elsa shouted loudly behind Xiao Yang, hurry up, you are the only one missing, if you don't leave, we will leave you behind. Okay, I'll be there soon. Xiao Yang turned and waved to Urza. Then he came to Makarov's side. Hey, Xiao Yang, what's up? Aren't Elsa and the others waiting for you? Makarov said as he drank a glass of beer. President, please inform Old Man Yajima that if the council uses the magic spirit power later, he can oppose it. Don't worry about anything else, just let him protect himself. Makarov's expression became serious when he heard this. He put the beer aside and stared at Xiao Yang. Why would the council activate the magic spirit power? That is a super magic that can destroy a town with one strike. Xiao Yang said with a relaxed look. It's just a possibility, it's not certain yet. Anyway, President, you just need to know that we are definitely fine. Makarov thought for a while and nodded. Okay, I will inform Xiao Ma truthfully. After hearing Makarov's promise, Xiao Yang went to find Elsa and the others. A group of people took the train to Arcane Resort Paradise. This place is the most popular seaside tourist destination in the kingdom. Next to the amusement park are high-end hotels and charming beaches that you can't resist once you visit. Xiao Yang held a rope in his hand and put it on the animal in front of him. He stood on the surfboard and was driven by the animal to sprint in the water. The animal is a rented monster on the beach. It has the ability to control water. This monster likes to carry people to play in the water. To read violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Woohoo, the sea is awesome! Xiao Yang shouted excitedly, feeling the sea breeze blowing in his face and the waves splashing on his body from time to time. On the beach not far away, Lucy and Urza were playing volleyball, Natsu and Gray were competing to see who could build the best sand castle, and Happy was enjoying the sunbath. After Xiao Yang finished playing, he saw Laxus coming back with 2 bags of food in his hands. He came in front of everyone and put one of the bags on the ground. There are hot dogs and drinks inside, come and help yourself. Natsu was the first to step forward and pick up the hot dog, smiling and saying, "Thanks, Laxus." Lucy sighed as she watched the people coming forward to get the hot dogs. Laxus looked fierce, but I didn't expect him to buy food for others. Could it be that he was a cold-hearted person? Laxus took 2 hot dogs and 2 drinks from the bag, walked to Xiao Yang, and handed him another bag of food and hot dogs. "Thank you, Laxus." Xiao Yang took the food, opened the bag, and found that it was the grilled shrimp he liked. He ignored the hot dog and ate the grilled shrimp first. After Natsu finished his hot dog, he covered his stomach and looked around. At this time, he saw Xiao Yang hadn't eaten the hot dog yet, and he came to Xiao Yang with excitement. "Xiao Yang, do you want to eat?" Before he could finish his words, he was knocked to the ground by Laxus. "This is Xiao Yang's. If you want to eat it, go buy it yourself." Lucy, "Okay, it seems to be different from what I thought." Gray sat on the ground and saw this scene and didn't care about eating the hot dog. He pointed at Natsu and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, idiot, this is the nth time that you really only care about food and not punishment." Natsu supported himself on the ground with both hands and pulled his head out of the sand with force. There was a sneer on his face. "What are you laughing at? Only idiots would call others idiots." "Ha!" Gray rolled up his non-existent sleeves and was about to hit Natsu. The two of them had a fierce fight on the beach. After eating the grilled seafood in the bag, Xiao Yang looked at Lucy, who was eating a hot dog in small bites. "Lucy, what is your current magic power?" Lucy was stunned when she heard this question. She didn't expect Xiao Yang to suddenly ask her this question. She subconsciously glanced upwards, thinking about her own magic power level. "Zhao Hao, that, now you can summon the star spirits of the 12 gates of the zodiac 8 times in a row, but the maximum is 10 times, and the magic power will not be enough if you use more." Xiao Yang folded his arms and nodded. "Well, now you can almost open the door twice." "Oh me! No, no, no," Lucy shook her head frantically. She scratched her cheek with her index finger and said embarrassedly, "Double door opening is something that only a very powerful celestial wizard can do. I'm just not that good at it." Xiao Yang analyzed her situation for Lucy. "Your magic power should be enough. What you lack most now is the control of magic power and the improvement of magic power quality. I'll give you a method. Concentrate your magic power on your feet. Don't use your hands. Instead, walk towards the tree step by step as if you were walking. Be careful not to cause any damage to the tree during this process. This is the first stage. In the second stage, you first use magic to gather water molecules to form a surface, then step on the water surface condensed by magic, like walking, and walk continuously on the water surface. When you complete these 2 stages, you will be able to control your magic power very well, and not only that, your total amount of magic power will also be increased. Chapter 36. Lucy heard what Xiao Yang said, as if she heard something out of the ordinary. This should be impossible. How can someone walk on trees and water step by step? Besides, I am not a water magician, how can I condense water molecules? Xiao Yang, don't joke with me. Lucy smiled and waved her hands, indicating that this was impossible. Everyone present suddenly said at the same time, of course, we all can. Sigma, oh, you must be kidding. Lucy opened her mouth and eyes wide. Hearing that Lucy didn't believe it, everyone demonstrated to her one by one. First was Natsu, who walked to the side of a tree and walked sideways to the top of the tree step by step in a way that violated the laws of physics. Then it was Urza, who walked on the sea in a swimsuit, slowly walking towards the depths of the sea as if she were walking on flat ground. Lucy was stunned. She rubbed her eyes to prevent herself from hallucinations, and when she opened her eyes again, she found that Urza was still standing on the sea. But she still didn't dare to believe what she saw. She pinched her face hard again, and after making an ah sound, she believed this fact. Seeing Lucy's actions, Happy held his stomach and rolled on the ground with laughter. Ha ha ha, Lucy has really never seen the world. So what if you've seen the world, Harpy? You can't do it. Harpy stopped laughing, spread his wings and flew to the water next to Elsa. After standing firmly on the water, he turned around and smiled at Lucy. This smile was like a sharp knife, stabbing Lucy's heart fiercely, which reminded her of the smiling emoticon on WeChat. I finally understand why Natsu called that emoticon a taunt. Lucy clenched her fists and felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. Happy flew back to Lucy from the water and said casually while eating a hot dog. No way, there really can't be a wizard who can't walk on water or climb trees. Lucy was so angry that 2 veins popped out of her head. If even Harpy can do it, then I can do it too, Lucy said and prepared to go to the big tree nearby to try. Harpy puffed up his cheeks in anger. Lucy is too much. What do you mean even Harpy can do it? Isn't it normal for Harpy to be able to do it? Juvia, who was hiding behind the bushes, also saw this. She couldn't help but sigh. The wizards in fairy tale are so powerful, no wonder we lost before. Xiao Yang stopped Lucy's action. Lucy, go to training later, call out Beilage first. Okay. Lucy took out the key. Open the door of Virgo Baru's song. The key flashed a light, and after the light disappeared, a pink-haired girl wearing a maid outfit with her hands handcuffed with chains appeared in the place. The girl looked at Lucy and said, "Do you have any instructions?" "Princess, Beilage asked you to come out this time because Xiao Yang has something to ask you." Beilage turned around and looked at Xiao Yang expressionlessly. "Oh, this is Yang Ming Duo who can summon us besides the princess." Lucy was shocked. "Hey! Beilage, you already know?" Beilage nodded. "Yes, princess, the whole star spirit world has spread. There is a cat that can summon star spirits that have been contracted by people, and it does not violate any rules about star spirits." Elsa touched her chin and sighed. "This happened yesterday, I didn't expect it to spread in one day. News spreads so fast in the star spirit world. Beilage, when I summon you later, the door may not be fully open. I need you to release some of your magic power. Can you do it?" Xiao Yang looked at Beilage and asked. Beilage tilted her head. "It's a really strange request. I think I can do it. I need to try it. By the way, princess, are you guys playing some weird games again?" "No, why did the topic get dragged to this point?" After hearing Lucy's complaints, Beilage left contentedly. Lucy handed Beilage's key to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, what are you going to do? What do you mean by not opening the door completely and letting Baileuge pass her magic to you? Don't worry, you will know it next. Xiao Yang turned into a human, put the key on his chest and turned it around like opening a door. The key began to glow, and two intersecting golden magic circles appeared around Xiao Yang's body. After the magic circles disappeared, his clothes turned into a set of black and white butler uniforms. What is this? This is the magic of Baileuge. Lucy looked at Xiao Yang's clothes and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. That's right, this is Baileuge's magic. I used Lucy's magic source to summon the celestial spirits, but because I told Baileuge in advance, Baileuge didn't come out. Her magic was transformed into a combat suit on my body through the key, similar to Elsa's change of clothes, so that even if I don't summon the celestial spirits, I can still exert the power of the celestial spirits. Lucy's eyes lit up when she heard this explanation. Great! In this way, I also have combat power. Not only that, you also get other magic after defeating the enemy, right? Yes, but those magics are all too weak. A water ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared out of thin air in Lucy's hand, but it didn't last for more than 3 seconds before it turned into a puddle of water flowing onto the ground. It's just useless like this, Lucy said helplessly. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. What if you use Aquilius's star cloth? Xiao Yang's words were like a key that opened the door to Lucy's new world. Xiao Yang, you mean I can use these magics through Aquilius's magic power? Because they are from the same source, the power of these magics will also be increased. Bingo! As your magic power increases, you will be able to kill enemies without summoning celestial spirits. If you summon celestial spirits, Natsu may not be able to defeat you. Natsu got angry when he heard this. Hey, Xiao Yang, what do you mean Natsu can't beat you? As Lucy grows up, I grow up too. You should say Gray can't beat you too. Gray immediately ran over and started fighting with Natsu when he heard this. Hey! Natsu, you bastard, what do you mean? You grow, but I won't grow either? If I were to say. When Lucy becomes stronger, the first person she would defeat would be you. Natsu ha! What are you talking about, you bastard naked man? Gray, you said it first. Natsu, I'll defeat you first. Gray, no, I'll defeat you first. Lucy looked at the two people arguing like elementary school students and complained speechlessly. Well, I'm not that powerful yet, so you two don't have to quarrel over this, but, defeating Natsu? I'm looking forward to it, starry eyes. Urza walked to Lucy and pressed her head against her armor with a click. Not bad, Lucy, I look forward to your future performance. From now on, I will train with you and train you. It's so hard. Lucy touched her head and said embarrassedly, hee, thanks to Xiao Yang's contract, I would like to thank Urza in advance. Gray and Natsu stopped fighting after hearing Urza's words, and they looked at Lucy with sympathy. Lucy is so pitiful. She has to fight with that Urza. I fought with Urza before and she broke my bones. She also said that if I were the enemy, you would have died by now, so I would definitely not show mercy. Urza, who was not far away thinking about how to train Lucy in the future, did not hear it. But Lucy heard it quite clearly. She froze after hearing it. It's over. Lucy stepped forward and tried to use a tactful tone to reject the nightmare in the future. Elsa, don't bother you with this little thing. I can exercise by myself. If it doesn't work, I can go find Xiao Yang. Elsa was even more moved after hearing this. She burst into tears. It's okay, Lucy, we are a team, don't worry, I will definitely train you to surpass Natsu. Urza thought about Lucy's future performance, and a raging fire in her eyes. Oh, thank you, Elsa, Lucy felt bitter, but she didn't dare to say it. Xiao Yang took off the star clothes on her body and handed the key to Lucy. In the following time, everyone played wildly in the evening until everyone's stomach growled and they were ready to go back to the hotel. Halfway through the walk, Lucy suddenly grabbed Xiao Yang and said, "Xiao Yang, come over here with me." Chapter 37. Okay. Xiao Yang said hello to the others and went to the corner with Lucy. When they got to the corner, Lucy looked around cautiously. She was relieved when she found that there was no one around. She carefully took out a few pages of paper from behind and handed them to Xiao Yang. Lucy didn't steal Elsa's diary. Why is she so guilty? Xiao Yang took the paper and looked at the contents with such doubts. After reading 3 pages, he praised, "Not bad, Lucy, you actually wrote." Before she could finish her words, Lucy covered Xiao Yang's mouth with her hand and looked around in panic. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found that no one was around and made a hush gesture. "Shh, Xiao Yang, other people don't know that I write novels. You are the first person besides Libby to know. This is a novel based on the horror movie you showed me last time. What do you think of my writing?" Xiao Yang thought for 3 seconds. "I should be the second one to know besides Libby, right?" Lucy yelled, "Don't complain about this now, I asked you to read a novel." Xiao Yang thought about the plot of the novel he had just read. "Well, it's pretty good. The plot development, characters, plot, and personality are all online. Do you need some more inspiration?" Hearing this, Lucy's face turned pale and she shook her head frantically. No, that experience is enough once, I will die if it happens again." "Okay, so when will you publish?" "Sigma, OO Publishing?" Lucy pointed at herself with a suspicious look on her face. "I don't know what name to publish it under, and what if no one accepts it? You are a Star Spirit Mage, so why not just call your author Star Spirit Envoy? As for publishing, don't be afraid. If no one wants it now, when you become powerful, you can directly take a 100-year mission, and the money will come in a rush. After you make enough money, you can start your own publishing house to publish your novels." Lucy was shocked. "Hey! Is this still possible? Okay, then I will go back and continue writing." "Thank you, Xiao Yang." "It doesn't matter, let's go, we still have to go to the casino after dinner." Yet. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when everyone finished dinner. Since it was their first time to visit a casino, the others went downstairs to play first. Only Xiao Yang was not very interested, so he walked at the end. Halfway through, he suddenly ran into Laxus, who was also walking. Xiao Yang asked in confusion, "Didn't you leave first?" Laxus raised his mobile phone and said, "I forgot to take my phone, so I went back to look for it." The two walked into the lobby on the 2nd floor of the basement together. As soon as they entered, they saw Natsu and Happy crying and hitting the machine, shouting while hitting. "Number 17, my number 17. Let's go inside and pretend we didn't see them." Xiao Yang and Laxus walked into the casino from the other side. After going deeper, the two saw Lucy and Urza sitting at the table playing mahjong. Urza played 5 cards, and Lucy said excitedly, "Straight flush, Urza is so awesome." Elsa's face was full of pride. "I'm very lucky today. No matter who deals the cards now, I think I can win." As soon as Elsa finished speaking, a dark-skinned and blonde waiter replaced the previous dealer. He said while shuffling the cards, "In this case, how about playing a special game and betting your life, Sister Elsa?" The blonde dealer dealt 5 cards, and the combination of these 5 cards formed the letter death. Elsa looked at the dealer and exclaimed in surprise, "You are Hugh? You are Hugh, right? Long time no see, sister." "Lucy, sister, Elsa, do you have a younger brother?" At this time, the surroundings suddenly became dark, and a loud gunshot was heard in the distance. After a while, the surroundings became bright. Elsa glanced at the position where the dealer was just now. "Shiu," a voice came from behind Urza. "I'm here, sister." Urza turned her head and looked behind her, and found that Shiu was holding a stack of cards in her hand. After seeing her sister looking over, Xiu threw the cards in her hand into the sky, and these cards slowly floated from the sky to the ground like flowers scattered by fairies. Erza suddenly heard a lot of noisy sounds coming from the cards. She looked carefully and found that all the ordinary people around were trapped in the cards. At this time, a magic circle appeared under the feet of Lucy and Laxus at the same time. Laxus instantly flashed to the side, and Lucy was tied up with a rope that looked like a cat's paw. The orange-haired girl sitting at the table was about to say something, but Laxus instantly turned into lightning and knocked Xiu and the girl down with one punch each. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Just after knocking down the two, another square-faced man came out. The square-faced man's arm turned into a gun and wanted to attack Laxus. Laxus punched him, and the square-faced man's body instantly scattered and broke into pieces. "Oh, boy, you can't hit!" Before Squareface could finish his words, a golden lightning flashed in Laxus's hand. With a boom, Squareface's body returned to human form and fell to the ground with a charred body. Seeing the three people being knocked out in an instant, a man in a turban appeared not far away. Laxus was about to take action, and he quickly said, "Wait, we are not enemies." Laxus ignored what he said, and instantly turned into lightning and appeared in front of him, saying in a light tone, "The woman with the rope attacked our guild members." After saying that, he punched the man, and the turbaned man fainted. Laxus knocked out all four people in less than 2 minutes. Erza didn't even react. Xiao Yang sat on the card dealing table and opened his hand. An orange magic circle appeared in his hand. When the magic circle appeared, the rope on Lucy disappeared, and the same rope appeared on the four fainted people. Lucy looked at the scene in front of her and exclaimed, "Great, so powerful, 4 people were knocked down in an instant." An orange magic circle also appeared in Laxus's hand, and a rope emerged from the circle. He received the information of the magic. "It's really interesting magic, it can be controlled by voice and can also eliminate magic." Lucy, "Wow, this rope can actually make magic invalid. By the way, where are Natsu and the others?" Gray walked into the room just after she finished speaking. Behind him was a woman wearing a blue dress and a fairy tale emblem around her neck. Lucy looked at the woman and said in surprise, "You are the 4 elements of Phantom, why do you still have the fairy tale emblem on your neck, and it's so big?" The woman looked at Lucy, her eyes full of hatred. When she said the word rival, she gritted her teeth, as if she wanted to eat Lucy. Lucy looked around and found no one when she heard the woman's words. She pointed at herself in disbelief. "Sigma, me." Gray explained to everyone, "This is Juvia. She became a freelance magician because Spectre disbanded. She wants to join 4.7 in our guild." Natsu also rushed in at this time, and seeing the tied-up square face not far away, he shouted angrily, "How dare you, you bastard, shoot a bullet in my mouth." As Natsu said this, flames appeared on his hands and he was about to hit Square Face. "Stop, Natsu!" Erza hurriedly stopped. Natsu stopped attacking after hearing Erza's words. "What's wrong? Erza? Do you know this guy?" Erza's face was full of sadness. "They were my former partners. Partner X5. Xiao Yang said to the hooded man not far away, "Okay, now that you are awake, explain why you are here? Where are you taking Elsa? What are you doing?" The man in the turban opened his eyes after hearing Xiao Yang's words. "How did you know I was awake?" "My name is Simon. Gerard asked us to come and take Erza back. We don't know what we're going to do." Jalal Erza's voice was filled with fear and hatred. Chapter 38. At this time, everyone woke up. Zio snorted coldly, "It's because you betrayed all of us, sister, and betrayed Jalal, so Jalal asked us to take you back." The girl also spoke, "Yes, that's right, it's because you, Erza, destroyed the fleet, we had no choice but to stay there. Thanks to Jalal, we can learn magic, have food and clothes on the island, have time to rest in our own room, meow." Urza was surprised when she heard the girl's words, and she stood there blankly. After 30 seconds, she finally came to her senses and hurriedly explained to everyone present. No, Miliana, it's not like that. After we defeated those supervisors, I went to find Jalal. When I got there, he had just walked out of the room that was used to punish him, but at that time he was like a different person. I asked him to escape with us, but Jalal refused, saying that we all had to complete the Tower of Paradise together and revive Ziref. I wanted everyone to leave the island together, but Jalal said that someone had to build the Tower of Paradise. Then he knocked me unconscious, and when I woke up, I found myself lying on an unfamiliar beach. Urza said with tears in her eyes. Hugh and the others were stunned after hearing what Urza said. Hugh's voice trembled as she asked in disbelief, "Sister, what do you mean by what you just said? You are telling lies. Are you trying to win the sympathy of our friends? What are you kidding? If Jalal hadn't discovered his sister's conspiracy, we would all have died in the sea." Jalal said that only those who didn't learn magic in the correct form would have such an end. His sister was too obsessed with the power of magic, so she wanted to abandon us and the past there. Gray pointed out the point that they overlooked. Jalal said that. So this is all said by Jalal alone. Lucy also asked, would the Urza you know really do such a thing? Quinn struggled frantically to break free from the rope, tears in her eyes, and shouted desperately, what do you people know? You don't know anything about us. It was Jalal's words that saved us, so, that's why we are willing to spend 8 years to complete this tower, all for Jalal. But you say it's all a lie, then the right person is my sister, and the wrong person is Jalal. That's right, Simon agreed with the last sentence. Simon, what do you mean by that? The squarehead asked in disbelief after hearing Simon's words. That is, meow, Simon, aren't you with us all the time? And you also obeyed Jalal's orders and came to capture Urza. Miliana looked at Simon, who was tied next to her, in confusion. Everyone was fooled by Jalal. In order to wait for the right time, I kept pretending that I was fooled too. I originally planned to bring Urza and the others into the tower to destroy Jalal's plot. I heard that Urza's guild had many powerful wizards, and it seems to be true. I didn't expect that all of us were killed in less than 2 minutes. Simon exclaimed as he looked at Laxus in front of him. Simon, you? Elsa was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Simon to say these words. Simon looked at Elsa tenderly, and the tenderness in his eyes was about to overflow. I have always believed in Elsa, and have been consistent for the past 8 years. I am very happy to see you. The remaining 3 people were silent after hearing Simon's words. Zio cried loudly, why can you trust your sisters so much? Why can't I persist and believe in my sister? Do I even need to ask this? It's because you're timid. Instead of trusting your absent sister, you'd better trust Jalal in front of you, which will make you feel more at ease. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Zaya cried even harder. Lucy, wow, Xiao Yang really has no mercy at all, he said it all out at once. Urza walked over and hugged the 4 people one by one, and said to Zayu and the other 3, it's not easy for you to accept this fact right now, but, you must believe me about this. In the past 8 years, I have never forgotten you for a single day. I am completely helpless. It's all my fault for being too weak. I'm sorry for you. Miliana was a little embarrassed and her face turned red. El-chan, don't say that. In fact, it's our fault that we didn't believe in you like Simon did. It's not your fault, meow. The square-headed Wally lowered his head and dared not look at the woman in front of him. I'm sorry, Urza. Xiao Yang untied the ropes on everyone. Okay, you have said everything you need to say, let's go to the Tower of Paradise together now. Lucy opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe what she heard. Sigma oh hey. Xiao Yang, are we still going? Elsa and the others have reconciled, right? We just need to report to the council. Lucy, are you stupid? Can the council manage this? Do you dare to make a bet with me? How do we bet? Hearing the word bet, Lucy swallowed subconsciously. Let's bet on whether the Council of Review can solve this problem. Believe it or not, they will not only fail to solve it, but will also make things worse. If you win, I will pay your rent for 3 years. Xiao Yang stretched out his paw and made a 3. Lucy's eyes turned into money shapes. What, 3 years of rent? Haha, that's so embarrassing, but since you want to pay my rent so much, Xiao Yang, I will accept it without hesitation. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When Lucy heard Xiao Yang say that the rent would be paid for 3 years, she was so happy that she agreed without thinking twice. Good, then you lose after that. Myra and Urza will train you for 3 weeks and you must give me the key anytime and anywhere when I ask you to. When Lucy heard that Myra and Urza were training together, her expression froze instantly and a trace of hesitation flashed through her mind. Xiao Yang saw Lucy's hesitation and quickly added fuel to the fire. What do you think? Are you scared? That's 3 years' rent, 100,000. Devil whispers. Lucy thought clearly and agreed, okay, nods heavily, I bet. I believe in the strength of the Council of Judges. After all, it is known as the most authoritative magic council. After saying this, Lucy showed a curious look on her face. Oh, Xiao Yang, why do you want to use the key? Even if you don't bet with me, I will help you. But let's make it clear in advance that not every star spirit can be summoned at any time. Each summoning of a star spirit depends on whether they have time. Some cannot be summoned more than 3 times a month, and some cannot be summoned more than 5 times a month. Lucy explained to Xiao Yang seriously. I know, I have some ideas that need the help of the Protoss. Okay. Then Xiao Yang looked at Elsa. Urza, can I leave Jalal to you? Urza was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then nodded vigorously with eyes full of gratitude. Of course, thank you Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang turned to look at everyone and said, let's go to the Tower of Paradise. A group of people boarded Simon's boat and headed for the Tower of Paradise. After arriving at the Tower of Paradise, Simon watched Xiao Yang and the others make plans. There are a lot of soldiers in the Paradise Tower. We pretended to take Elsa in first. There is a passage underground, and the others will go in from there. Xiao Yang flew directly to the shore. No need. Those minions can be easily dealt with. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of a soldier came from not far away. There are intruders. Miliana panicked. Oh no, we've been discovered, but we're still here, we shouldn't be treated as intruders, meow. A knife appeared in each of Urza's hands, unless Jalal thinks you've rebelled. Natsu and the others rushed out and knocked down all the enemies who came in no time. Xiao Yang looked at Miliana. Okay, there's no one here now, let's go. Oh, Miliana sighed as she looked at the defeated enemy in front of her. Although I knew these people were powerful, I didn't expect them to be this powerful. Chapter 39. After Urza and the others walked into the passage, the wooden puppets on the wall began to speak. Welcome to the Tower of Paradise. I am Jalal, the ruler of this tower. The chess pieces of both sides are in place, and the game can officially begin. The rules of the Paradise game are very simple. I will use Urza as a living sacrifice and perform a ritual to bring Ziref back to life. In other words, as long as the door to Paradise is opened, I will win. If you can prevent this from happening, you will win. So I will arrange 3 soldiers here. If you can't pass this level, you can't get close to me. In simple terms, it's a 3-on-11 escape game. Finally, I'd like to add that the Council is likely to launch a satellite magic array to attack here, which is the ultimate destructive magic that can destroy everything magical elf power. The remaining time is unknown, but as long as the magical elf power is activated, it means annihilation, which means game over with no one winning. Urza was shocked. Magical elf power. That's a large-scale magic that can destroy a town with one strike. What on earth is Jalal thinking? Counsel Lucy held her head in her hands and couldn't believe what she heard. Xiao Yang looked at her with wide eyes and smiled evilly. Lucy, it looks like your 2.5 million yen rent is about to fly away. Lucy pretended to be calm and retorted, haha, we said it was a drag at the beginning, but it's not a drag now. Xiao Yang spread his hands, let's see later, we continue to go up now, and we will see Jalal soon. Lucy shouted in panic, what about the magic spirit power? Xiao Yang waved his hands, it's okay, that won't affect it, don't worry Lucy. Lucy looked at Xiao Yang's unstoppable smile and her body trembled. Could it be that the Council of Judges is really a bad teammate? Then my rent will fly away. Everyone walked forward along the passage and finally came to a wide space. This space was full of holes. Just when everyone wanted to continue to go up, a loud piano sound suddenly came from the hole in the south. Lucy covered her ears and shouted, what is this noise? A guitar? It's so loud and ugly. Juvia thinks it sounds good. Really? Is this voice nice? Juvia immediately changed her words when she heard Gray's voice, actually it's not very nice, not as nice as your voice, Gray-sama. Wow, you changed your mind in an instant. Happy looked at Lucy and complained, and flew to Natsu and said in a voice that everyone could hear. Nay, Natsu, I was the one who complained before. I haven't complained since Lucy came. Lucy and I have the same role. Let's not bring Lucy to play next time. I can hear you, Harpy. Please keep your voice down next time when you talk about others. Harpy raised his paw, hey, I did it on purpose. Lucy hasn't given me a chance to complain during this period of time. Before Lucy could reply, a man walked out of the passage not far away. This man had black lips and long hair. He shook his head wildly as he walked, as if he had hit something. He had heavy eyeshadow around his eyes and his lips were painted dark. His skin was even whiter than that of a person who had been dead for 3 days. The man played the guitar and said, this is a concert in hell, Datari, destruction. Lucy, wow, your hair is so long. The man smiled happily, the Assassination Guild Skull and Bones, it's a skull, a cool name. Urza, you are one of the 3 warriors that Jalal mentioned. One of the 3 crows, Vidarudas. I am the eagle, said the eagle while playing the guitar. Natsu saw the enemy and rushed up immediately, I don't care if you are a crow, a duck, or an eagle, we are going to go up, just lie here obediently. Natsu roared, and the flames rushed towards the eagle. He quickly stepped back to avoid the flames while saying, oh, you almost damaged my beautiful hair. Your magic is fire. I have decided that you will be the sleeping man today. Natsu was confused, hey? Sleeping man, what is this? Eagle played the guitar. Rock sleeper. After a burst of shrill sounds, nothing happened. Natsu looked at Eagle curiously and asked, what are you doing? Impossible, why aren't you controlled by my babies? Eagle shouted in disbelief as he looked at Natsu, who didn't change at all. Natsu then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, oh, you mean the bugs around me just now, I blocked them with waves. Bug, that's my precious music. Eagle's hair stood up in anger when he heard Natsu describe his beloved baby like this. Lucy was puzzled, wave? When did Natsu learn this magic? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Happy explained, it was the magic of the thick-browed man on Karna Island. Later, when Natsu went to fight Laxus, he happened to see Laxus and Xiao Yang watching an anime called Curse Back. Natsu saw a white-haired man inside. There was an invisible wall around him that could block all attacks. Natsu thought it was cool, so after he came back, he spent a long time practicing that magic. Although it can't be turned on all the time, Natsu will turn it on when fighting with others, like this. Lucy looked at Natsu in surprise, hey, such a convenient ability, can it block all magic? Not really. If the magic power is much greater than Natsu's, then he can't be stopped. Hawk, who was not far away, also heard Happy's voice and turned his attention to Juvia. Hehe, I can't control that guy, but you can still do it, so I'll let you attack them. Rock Sandman. When Hawk plays the guitar, Juvia next to Gray is shaking like crazy. Something has entered my body. A flash of light passed by, and standing there was Juvia, who was dressed in rock style and had black lipstick on her lips. Juvia stretched out her hand and posed. Hell! Purification! Before Juvia finished speaking, Xiao Yang cast the first spell and she instantly changed back to her original appearance. After Juvia changed back to her original appearance, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes and she looked at Gray weakly. Ah, what happened to Juvia just now? It feels so painful. It's over. Will Gray-sama be disappointed with Juvia after seeing her different self? This bastard made Juvia like this. If Gray-sama shows any dislike for money, Juvia will drag you to be buried with him. Juvia lowered her head, a trace of cruelty flashed in her eyes. It's okay, Juvia, nothing happened just now, don't worry. Juvia was relieved after hearing Gray's words. Great, Gray-sama is comforting Juvia. It turns out that Gray-sama loves Juvia. If it was Lucy who transformed just now, Gray-sama would definitely look at her with disgust. Juvia was thinking this while looking at Lucy with a strange expression on her face. Lucy felt a chill when she saw Juvia's expression. Why do I feel like she is thinking about something bad? Hawk on the side was very excited to see Juvia's transformation, but in less than a minute, Juvia turned back to her original appearance. He shouted in pain, why doesn't it work? Natsu condensed a huge fireball in his hand, and he threw the fireball at the enemy. Okay, it's time for you to get going, duck. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. After a burst of explosions, the eagle fell to the ground with its head bald. Chapter 40. Happy narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Natsu's name is Crow, not Duck. Lucy held her head speechlessly. His name should be Eagle, right? Okay, let's go upstairs, Xiao Yang said to everyone. Everyone continued to go up and came to a room with many cages hanging on the roof. At this time, a person suddenly flew down from the sky. Is it a person? The mysterious creature had a naked and muscular upper body and wore green shorts on the lower body. He had a huge jet on his back, and his head was the head of an owl. At this time, the owl spoke. Do not break the rules of the game. In the name of justice, the winner will be decided naturally. Justice Warrior Xiao, here I am. He said while posing. Bird. Before Habibi could finish his words, Lucy took over. The bird actually said something about justice again. Habi got angry, he puffed up his cheeks and yelled at Lucy, Lucy, this sentence should obviously be said by me, you have interrupted me several times since you came to this tower. Lucy touched her head embarrassedly, sorry, I said it subconsciously, I will never say it next time. Gray, you two are competing. Juvia bit her handkerchief in her heart when she saw Gray complaining about Lucy. Damn Lucy, she actually attracted the attention of Gray-sama again, so cunning. Xiao Yang looked at the owl flying in the sky and reached out to Lucy. Lucy, let me use the key. By the way, everyone can be summoned today, right? Lucy was stunned for a moment. Well, except for Loki who is recuperating, everyone else can be summoned. Xiao Yang, what are you going to do? Lucy said as she handed the key to Xiao Yang. 6:30. Xiao Yang took the key and turned into a human. Let me show you how to use the key. Sigma, hey. You want to teach the Star Spirit Wizard how to use the Star Spirit? Lucy couldn't believe what she heard. Xiao Yang held two keys in his hand. Open, the gate of Virgo, Baroque. Sagittarius gate Sagittarius. Double doors, Lucy shouted in shock. A man in a horse costume and a woman in a maid costume appeared in front of everyone. After Baileyuge came out, she looked at Lucy and said, "Princess, are you going to teach me a lesson?" "No, it was Xiao Yang who asked you to come out." Xiao Yang looked at Baileyuge and asked, "Did you say what Baileyuge asked you to say before?" She nodded. "All the star spirits who signed a contract with the princess know about it." "Okay, Sagittarius, you shoot arrows to cover me, and Barug, when the owl falls, you use the Virgo lock to block his movement, okay?" Sagittarius looked at Lucy, and Lucy nodded. The two stars said at the same time, "No problem." Xiao Yang took out the Cancer key and turned it around, DBDG. Star Spirit Clothes Cancer form. A golden light flashed, and Xiao Yang's clothes turned into a red and white cloak. Two knives that looked like crab claws appeared in his hands. Xiao Yang spread his wings and flew towards the owl. Two sword style, two cuts ascending the building. Xiao Yang held the knife in reverse, facing Xiao and slashing from bottom to top. Xiao was trying to dodge, but Sagittarius below used a bow and arrow to block Xiao's movement, and Xiao was beaten back. Two sword style bull needle. Xiao Yang rushed forward and used countless stabs. The jet behind Xiao increased the firepower and flew out. Xiao Yang's second move missed. Sagittarius mode of star clothes. Xiao Yang's clothes turned green, like the clothes a ranger would wear. He raised the bow and arrow in his hand. There was a faint red on the arrowhead, and the arrow body flashed with gold and green. Xiao looked at the arrow in Xiao Yang's hand and shouted, "It's impossible for a bow and arrow to attack me, ha 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 ha." Xiao Yang shot the arrow in his hand, and a green gold light flashed. Before Xiao could react, the arrow hit him. The arrow that hit Xiao exploded with a bang, and Xiao fell to the ground in the smoke. Lucy was stunned by Xiao Yang's actions. She stood there with her mouth wide open and asked a soul-searching question. "Oh, hey, Sagittarius, can you shoot an arrow that is explosive and so fast?" To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Sagittarius was also shocked. "It seems that I can't, Moshi Moshi." After Xiao fell to the ground, Baileyuge took the opportunity to use the Virgo chain. The soil on the ground turned into chains that spread over Xiao's body and tied him to the spot. Xiao Yang took out another key in mid-air. Star Spirit Clothes Taurus mode. Xiao Yang's clothes turned into black and white combat uniforms. He raised his fist, and golden light shone from his fist. Bajiquan collapse. Xiao Yang fell from the sky and punched Xiao, who was about to break free from the chains. After Xiao Yang finished punching, he flew to the side. Now, although no one was attacking, Xiao's body was still hitting the ground continuously. Every time his body moved, his eyes bulged out a little. At the 8th time, his body stopped shaking, and he fell into a state of suspended animation due to the fierce attack. Xiao Yang took off the star spirit cloth and returned to the crowd. Lucy hurried over. "Xiao Yang, you are awesome. Is that the ability of Sagittarius?" Sagittarius said he didn't know how to do it. "What about your swordsmanship and the last punch? They are so powerful." Xiao Yang smiled and explained, "I added Natsu's dragon-slaying magic to the arrowhead so that it exploded. I also added wind magic and lightning magic to the arrow so that it was so fast. The lightning magic was activated the moment the arrow hit him, and he was paralyzed and could only fall down. The sword technique comes from a swordsman with a green seaweed head, and the fist technique is a traditional martial art from a mysterious place, which can attack the enemies inside 8 times in a row. I taught one of these two to Urza and the other to Myra. You can let them teach you when you go back this time." Lucy was so excited when she heard Xiao Yang's explanation that her eyes were shining. She had already imagined the scene of herself in the future with a dark guild on her left foot and Natsu on her right foot, but she froze after hearing Xiao Yang's next words. Although Lucy wanted to learn, the conversation between Natsu and the others kept ringing in her ears like mosquitoes on a summer night. "Rice Miss Myra and Elsa." She forced herself to cheer up. "Xiao Yang, the result is still undecided, and we don't know who will win or lose. You should prepare 2.5 million. Lucy hurriedly ran away. Xiao Yang and others continued to walk up and came to a place similar to a square. In the square, countless cherry blossoms were flying in the air, and vermilion torii were neatly arranged on both sides of the road. Not far away came a woman with long pink hair and a red sword in her hand. "Hello, my name is Turtle Dove, please teach me." Her voice sounded a bit like the Kansai accent. Elsa looked at this scene and sighed. "I feel like these people are small bosses who are giving us experience packs." Lucy looked puzzled. What is an experience pack? Happy finally got back on track when he heard Lucy's question. He held his head high and explained to Lucy. The so-called experience pack is a supporting role that constantly gives the protagonist combat experience and magic. After killing these small bosses and increasing the magic power, you can go to fight the big boss. The 3 people we met today were typical examples. They could have attacked together, but they insisted on killing each other one by one. A light bulb popped up above Lucy's head. "I see. Aren't all the people we met before like this?" Lucy counted the enemies one by one on her fingers. From Eligary, Leo, Joseph at the beginning, to Jalal now. Have you noticed that the strength of the enemies we encounter is gradually increasing, and when we kill one wave, a new wave will come? Everyone was silent after hearing Lucy's words. Gray was shocked. "It seems to be true when you put it that way." Happy, "Then Lucy means that we will encounter more powerful enemies in the future to give us experience. Do you think it's inappropriate for us to talk about this here?" Xiao Yang looked at the angry turtle dove not far away because he was ignored and reminded everyone. Elsa walked forward slowly and greeted Turtle Dove. As she walked, her clothes emitted white light and turned into the clothes of Yuan Yu. "In that case, let me take over this time. Please let me enjoy the experience alone, thank you." Xiao Yang wiped the sweat off his head. "It's over. I've led everyone astray. I shouldn't play games and watch videos in the guild. Everyone's game lines are one after another. It's hard to imagine what will happen in fairy tale." Chapter 41. When Akaraga heard what Urza said, he gripped the hilt of his knife tightly. "Experience, what a bunch of arrogant people, Fairy Queen, I will show you how your so-called experience can kill you." Akaraga drew his knife instantly and slashed out sword energy after sword energy at a speed that, Lucy, could not see with the naked eye. Urza raised the sword in her hand and easily blocked all of them. "Impossible! You actually blocked all my sword energy," Banjiu shouted in disbelief with shaking hands. Elsa chuckled after hearing what Banjiu said. "Since you have already used your sword, it should be my turn now according to the rules of the game. One sword style, Ikanari." Elsa drew her sword at high speed and used the chopping wave technique. A sword energy slashed towards Turtle Dove, who raised her sword to block the sword energy. After retreating 200 meters, she was able to block the sword energy, and a long scratch appeared on the wooden floor. Elsa looked at Turtle Dove, who was breathing slightly, and praised, "Not bad, your reaction speed is very fast, and you can actually block this sword." Turtle Dove raised the sword in his hand and turned around in place. Moonless Garuda Flame. Kakuju's sword was instantly covered in flames from bottom to top. She swung the sword and a huge flame attacked Elsa. Elsa's armor was replaced with the Flame Emperor's armor. Itoryu Iai Shishigage. Elsa slashed forward at an extremely fast speed. The sword in her hand easily split the flames in front of her, and rushed towards Kakuju in an invincible posture. A flash of white light passed by and the positions of the 2 people were swapped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Moonless Sword technique. Kara Kara, the knife in Turtle Dove's hand broke, and at the same time Turtle Dove fell to the ground. She couldn't help but sigh. "Experience package, I didn't expect that I would lose, and I lost after being given the shameful name of experience package. This is the first time since I joined the guild. However, you and Mr. Gerald also lost, Fairy Queen." Zio asked loudly, "What do you mean by this sentence?" Turtledove stretched her hand into the air, as if to hold something, and a song came out of her mouth. 15 minutes, the light of justice will kill everyone. What a terrible song, and they actually sing it during a battle, how weird. After complaining, Happy glanced at Lucy. Lucy didn't see Happy looking at her, and she ran around in panic. The light of justice refers to the magic elf power. What should I do, Xiao Yang? It's okay, don't worry, how about we make another bet? Lucy calmed down instantly when she heard the word bet. I'm not stupid, Xiao Yang, you are here by yourself, how could you joke with your life? Happy made a regretful sound. Hey, Lucy has become smart, I thought there would be something fun, hey. Lucy gritted her teeth when she heard what Happy said. What are you talking about, you stupid cat, I have always been smart. Okay, let's keep going up. Seeing that Lucy was about to rush up and pinch Happy's face, Xiao Yang quickly dissuaded her. Everyone came to the top of the tower and entered the only room on the top of the tower. There was a huge blue crystal in the center of the room. Jalal was wearing a robe and sitting on a seat. After seeing everyone, he regretted. Really, the game ended so quickly, so boring, I thought 1 or 2 people would die to make me happy. Urza walked up and shouted at him, you play with people's lives, do you really have so much fun? Jalal held his face with his left hand and looked at the man in front of him quietly. Of course I am happy, because life and death are the root of all things that gather all emotions. On the contrary, there is nothing more boring and empty than life. Long time no see, Elsa. He lifted the hood on his head with his left hand, revealing the face hidden under the hood. Elsa raised the sword in her hand and pointed the tip of the sword at him. Jalal, I came here today to liberate my former companions, so be prepared. Jalal supported his chin with his left hand and watched Urza's movements with interest. I don't care. We don't need them anyway. The Tower of Paradise has been completed, and they are right behind you. Why do we need to liberate them? Zio said angrily. Jalal, you mean we are just a tool to build the tower? What you said before was a lie. Hearing this, Jalal laughed and looked at Zio with pitiful eyes. That's right, if I didn't need you to build the tower, I wouldn't have said those words to you. It's ridiculous. I just said a few words and you were shaken. You completely resented your dear sister. How sad. Wally and the others looked at Jalal with angry eyes. Lucy asked the question that had troubled her all the way. But won't your tower be destroyed in 10 minutes? Jalal chuckled, do you mean the magic spirit power? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Urza narrowed her eyes, you don't care at all, you are just being mysterious. No, the magic spirit power will indeed fall. Jalal stretched out his hand, and his hand exuded black air. Not only that, you will become a living sacrifice for Ziref. After saying this, a strange pattern appeared in Jalal's eyes. Urza didn't say anything more, and she emitted a white light. Change to the heavenly wheel armor. Elsa's clothes turned into armor with wings. There are 6 minutes left before the magic spirit power drops and you will disappear. Let's enjoy this time, Urza. Jalal stood up, and a ball of dark liquid appeared in his hand. There were red lines on the slime-like liquid. Lucy took 2 steps back when she saw the slime. Wow, what kind of magic is this? It looks so dirty and disgusting. The black liquid in Jalal's hand turned into tentacles, which attacked Urza at the same time. Magic swords appeared around Urza's body. A white light flashed, and all the tentacles disappeared instantly. Not only that, these swords also chopped Jalal in the back and seriously injured him. Jalal covered his chest and gasped. This is the Urza I know. She has become so powerful. Wasn't she at the top of S level before? Why is she now a Saint 10? Urza walked up and grabbed Jalal's collar and lifted him up and asked loudly. What is your real purpose? The R system is not complete at all. I have carefully investigated everything about the R system in the past 8 years. In terms of structure and principle, it is exactly the same as the original design. But to complete the R system, you still lack a huge amount of magic power. Even if you summon all the magicians in the continent, you may not be able to gather all the magic power, let alone you alone. Even if you are squeezed dry, the R system cannot be completed. Besides, this tower has no way of storing such a huge amount of magic power. And you knew that the council was going to attack here, but you didn't even try to escape. When Elsa said this, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to her mind. Magic power, magic spirit power. Jalal saw so many people around him, and Urza was so powerful, he had no choice but to play the victim to everyone. My body has been possessed by the ghost of Ziref and has long ceased to obey my orders. This body is just a puppet that exists to awaken Ziref's flesh. I have no ability to save myself, and no one or any other person has ever been able to save me. Paradise, freedom, never existed in the beginning, and everything ended long before it began. The light of inspiration in Urza's mind was interrupted by Jalal's pity. She was about to ask where the crystal that receives magic power is. At this time, Xiao Yang spoke up to block Urza's question. Okay, Urza, don't listen to him talking nonsense here, come back, the R system will be built soon. Jalal still had a sad face when he heard Xiao Yang's words, but his heart was in turmoil. How did he know? Was it a guess or did he really know? Tisk, there is an uncertainty factor that cannot work. If I had known earlier, I would have arranged time to bring Elsa and the others. But even if he guessed it, it doesn't matter. There is only 1 minute left before the magic spirit power falls. By then, my wish will come true. Chapter 42. Then Urza let go of Jalal's hand, letting him fall to the ground, and turned to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, do you know where the magic crystal that absorbs magic power is? Natsu was stunned when he heard this. What are you talking about? What magic? Magic crystal, magic elf power, I almost fainted after listening to it. Laxus explained to everyone according to what Urza said before, the construction of the R system requires a huge amount of magic power, and the source of this magic power is the magic elf power. Lucy and the others also reacted, yes, what magic power can be greater than the magic that destroys a city? Lucy looked at Xiao Yang in confusion. But Xiao Yang, why would the council launch this at this time? Wouldn't that be a hindrance? Lucy suddenly realized what was happening and her face turned pale. Xiao Yang looked at Lucy and smiled, because the council has Zikrane, no, it should be said that Jalal's thought body, right, Jalal? 720. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise when they heard Xiao Yang's words, and Gerald stood up with laughter. Yes, you do know a lot, but it's too late to tell you now, the system will be completed soon, ha ha ha. Xiao Yang glanced at Jalal who was laughing, and slowly walked towards the blue crystal in the center of the room. Really? Then guess why I didn't stop you since I knew it. Of course it can't be stopped. Is there any need to say that? If I'm not mistaken, this huge blue crystal in front of us is the R system. What do you think will happen if I destroy it? Xiao Yang showed an evil smile on his face. Laxus condensed lightning in his hands when he heard what Xiao Yang said, ready to attack the crystal at any time. Jalal watched Xiao Yang slowly approach the magic crystal and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, it's too late, the magic spirit power has already fallen. As soon as Jalal finished speaking, there was a violent shaking around him, and a dazzling light flashed. The originally black building had changed drastically, and everyone was standing on a huge blue magic crystal that looked like a tower. What is this? Lucy opened her eyes and looked around and exclaimed in surprise. Crystal. Happy answered uncertainly. Gray, no, these are all magic crystals. Jalal opened his arms. This moment, the moment I've been waiting for has finally arrived. This is the true appearance of the Tower of Paradise. It is a huge magic crystal. With the help of the magic elves of the council, the system has finally been successfully completed at this moment. A voice came from behind Urza. Urza, are you ready to become a living sacrifice for Zeref's resurrection? Lucy and others turned to look in the direction of the voice, and what appeared in front of everyone was a Jalal wearing the clothes of the council. Zakrane slowly walked to Jalal's side. I couldn't use my original ability just now, and the plan was almost ruined. It was really critical just now, but now let's have a good time and celebrate Zeref's resurrection. Zakrane said and approached Jalal, and the two bodies merged into one person. As the two merged into one, Jalal's magic power was greatly improved, from the original S-level peak to the Saint level. Lucy looked at Jalal, who had become a Saint 10, and covered her mouth in surprise. So, after Jalal got into the council, he became a high-ranking official and asked the council to grant him the magical power of spirits that could help him. How blind is the council that someone like this could get in? Jalal watched as a ball of black flame appeared in Urza's hand. Elsa, all of this is a script prepared for Zeref's resurrection. My strength and magic power have been fully restored. Change to golden armor. The armor on Urza's body turned into a golden armor, and densely packed magic circles appeared behind her. A spear slowly emerged from one of the circles, followed by swords, sticks, knives, and weapons stretched out from the magic circle one after another, and these weapons shot at Jalal like bullets. Lucy looked at Urza's attack and said in surprise, isn't Urza's magic a change of clothes? Why can it also eject weapons? Happy continued to act as a commentator after Urza and Xiao Yang signed a contract. All the magic obtained by defeating the enemy turned into her armor and weapons. These equipment are all indestructible. After Xiao Yang saw Urza's magic, he recommended an anime to her. There is a person in it who fights like this. He seems to be called Gil. What was Jill? I forgot. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Habib thought about it for a long time but couldn't remember the name of that person. Amazing. Elsa even has long-range attacks, Lucy exclaimed. Xiao Yang looked at Elsa, who was standing there with a cold face controlling the weapon, and shouted, Elsa, say the lines I taught you. Elsa was stunned for a moment, her face slightly flushed, and she stammered, Zia, Zaxiu, who asked you to look at me? You are so disrespectful, you deserve to die. Xiao Yang listened to Elsa's stuttering voice and shouted loudly, Elsa, you must be imposing, the other party who stutters will not be afraid at all. Elsa took a deep breath when she heard Xiao Yang's words, and suddenly opened her eyes wide. Pleasure me with your miserable state before death, Zaxiu. Lucy and the others were stunned by what Urza said. Urza, who was attacking Jalal not far away, looked more and more excited. You really want to die, you idiot. Lucy was scared. Urza seems like a sadist. Happy came to Lucy and pointed his claws at the whip on her waist. Hey! Now that Elsa and Lucy have the same attributes, is Lucy going to compete with Elsa to see who is more S? Sigma, oh, what are you talking about, you stupid cat, I don't want to die. And I'm not a sadist. Harpy raised his paw, but Lucy likes to whip people with a whip, which is generally the hobby of some special people, emphasis. Happy stared at Lucy as he spoke. Lucy felt his gaze and got angry. Who are you talking about as a special person? I use a whip because I'm a celestial mage. This weapon is best used with celestials to support them remotely. Happy sighed, okay, if Lucy says it's not, then it's not. A vein popped out on Lucy's head. You make me angry for no reason when you say that. Do you want to try it? Lucy said as she took the whip in her hand and swung it hard to the ground. The whip made an empty sound when it was swung. Happy looked at her lovingly. Lucy, I really can't do anything with you. If you want to play, go back to Natsu. He's a little more durable. Lucy clenched her fists. I want to play now. Let's play a fun game, Happy. Lucy's eyes flashed with an evil light and she stretched out her claws towards him. Happy looked at her expression and felt something was wrong. He spread his wings and was about to leave. Lucy, you're going to jail for bullying a kitten. Lucy grabbed Happy and pinched his face hard. Really? I haven't heard of this. Happy, tell me about it in detail. Lucy hugged Happy and walked to the side. Natsu and Gray looked at Urza's attack and hugged each other in fear. Xiao Yang, why did you teach Elsa to say these words? She seems to have become something extraordinary now. Gray swallowed his saliva involuntarily while speaking. Didn't Urza say she wanted to teach Jalal a lesson before? I taught Urza some words, otherwise she would just say idiot or stupid and other bland words. Of course, you have to be full of vigor to teach someone a lesson. Miliana looked at the performance of the fairy tale people and a question emerged from the bottom of her heart. Am I on a battlefield now? Chapter 43. Xiao Yang watched as Elsa became more and more excited and destroyed more and more magic crystals. He showed a distressed look on his face and shouted. Urza, be careful, don't destroy my tower. 3 question marks appeared above Lucy's head. When did it become your tower? Didn't Jalal spend 8 years and let people work hard to build this? After Urza defeated Jalal, this is Urza's trophy. Urza has no use for this thing, so it belongs to me, right? Lucy, you actually ask such a simple question. A trace of confusion flashed in Lucy's eyes. Hey? Is that so? Why do I feel something is wrong, but it seems to make sense? Lucy was entangled. On the other side, Urza had a knife in each hand, and she also had a. 3 swords were swung out at the same time, and the sword energy like a giant phoenix attacked Jalal. Jalal was knocked to the ground. Urza walked up to him, grabbed his collar and walked towards Xiao Yang, saying, You saved your life, mad dog. Xiao Yang looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Now Urza has almost vented her fear and resentment towards Jalal. Simon Yang Ming, what's the use of this tower? Do you want to revive Ziref too? Xiao Yang looked at Simon with a look of how could you say such a thing? Of course not, are you a fool? This is just a condensate with high magic power, how can it revive a person? Besides, Ziref is not dead at all, he is still alive and well in this world. Only these fools insist on resurrecting him. Jalal, who was pulled over by Urza, went crazy when he heard what Xiao Yang said. What? Ziref is not dead? That's impossible. If Ziref were alive, the world would not be like this. Xiao Yang waved his hand, those are all rumors spread by you. He is just the ancestor of the black magician and has no ability to change the world. Changing the world requires more than just the power of one person. Lucy asked curiously after hearing this. Xiao Yang, how do you know Ziref is not dead? I have seen it, and so has Laxus. Laxus was suddenly stunned. Xiao Yang, when have I seen Ziref? How come I don't know him? It's the black-haired man who sat under a dead tree when we were kids doing missions. Lucy felt something was odd. That's not right. Since he was from a long time ago, why isn't he an old grandfather, but a man? Xiao Yang looked at Lucy with admiration in his eyes. Not bad, Lucy, you can actually notice this, you're not stupid, because he is immortal, he will always stay young. Are you praising me? Wait, immortality. Wouldn't that be great, to be able to live forever and never die? Xiao Yang looked at her meaningfully. Not necessarily, sometimes living is more painful than dying. Just as everyone was discussing Ziref, a female voice came from a distance. Sorry, I'm late. I was delayed for a while because of the commission. Gray looked back after hearing the familiar voice. You, why are you here? You heard what he said, put his left hand on his waist and said with a smile, Xiao Yang asked me to come here, saying that something good is going to happen. Juvia saw Gray, who was particularly concerned about you, and jealousy was about to overflow from her face. Where did this woman come from? Is she another love rival? Gray-sama actually cares so much about her. Could it be that Grey-sama likes this kind of mature woman? Then Juvia has no chance again. No, Juvia will become like this in a few years. Grey-sama is still mine and no one can take him away. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Happy said loudly beside Juvia in an emotionless voice, Grey is worthy of being Uru's disciple. He really cares about Uru. The tone was as much like reading a script. When Juvia heard Happy's words, she was like a person in the desert drinking water or a fish seeing the sea. Her eyes immediately turned into stars and she trotted to Uru. Hello, you are Grey-sama's master, right? This is our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Uru looked at Juvia, who was smiling gently in front of him, and asked curiously, I remember you were from Spectre, right? She explained quickly, yes, but later due to the disbandment of Spectre, Juvia became a free magician, and now Juvia is looking forward to joining the Fairy Tale Guild. When Juvia talked about joining the guild, she secretly glanced at Grey. Uru noticed Juvia peeking at Grey and sighed in his heart, I didn't expect that someone like me, a useless disciple, would like him now, even though he was not even as tall as my legs before. Time flies. If Altair were still here, she would definitely be a pretty girl who is very popular with boys. Juvia was very nervous when she saw Altair in a trance. What's wrong? Is Grey-sama's master dissatisfied with me? Then we can't be together anymore. Uru quickly broke away from the sad atmosphere and said to Juvia with a smile. Fairy Tale is indeed a very lively guild. If you join it, you will definitely like it. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When Juvia heard Uru's words, she seemed to be recognized by her partner's parents. She was radiant and full of energy and shouted, okay, thank you, master, I think so too. Uru was stunned for a moment when he heard Juvia calling him by his name, then smiled and said, okay, no need to call me so formally, just call me Uru, and I look forward to your joining. 03. Juvia was even happier after hearing this, okay, but you are Grey's master, please let me call you Uru-sama. Uru smiled helplessly after hearing Juvia's name. Okay, as long as you are happy. Xiao Yang said to everyone, get off this magic crystal now. By the way, Urza, remember to bring Jelal with you. I will use a purification spell on him and he will be free from the state of being controlled by others. Xiao Yang, you said Jelal was being controlled by someone. Urza shouted in surprise, and at the same time she felt a little relieved. Of course, otherwise why would a person suddenly undergo such a drastic change? It's not like he's possessed by a ghost. After hearing the conversation between the two, Gerard shouted madly in disbelief, impossible, I am who I am, I can't be controlled by anyone, and no one has the ability to control me. Have you forgotten Arusha? Do you think she really likes you? You want to use others but in the end you are the one being used. But I have to thank her for destroying the current council, so that my future plans can proceed smoothly. After hearing Xiao Ang's words, Jalal felt sick, his eyes were dull, and he stood there in a daze as if he had lost his soul. When Uru heard this name, his whole body trembled. Arusha. It should be a coincidence, after all, the child is dead. Chapter 44. After hearing what Xiao Yang said, Lucy was surprised and said, Xiao Yang, do you have any plans? Wait, you already knew that the council would be a drag and ruin it. What about the previous bet? Xiao Yang looked at her with a smile, Lucy, I will only bet with others if I am 100% sure. It is not easy to catch a pie in the sky. This incident teaches you not to bet with others casually. After hearing what Xiao Yang said, Lucy put her head in her hands and fell into despair. She turned gray and muttered something in a low voice as if she was petrified. If you listen closely, you can hear. 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, Myra Elsa. As they were talking, a group of people came to the edge of the island. Xiao Yang raised his claws, and a white light emanated from his hands. After the white light came on, the huge magic crystal in front of him began to glow, like a soft light bulb. Habib looked at the magic crystal in front of him and was a little confused. What? Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that this magic crystal is getting smaller and smaller? Elsa, this is not your illusion, this magic crystal is getting smaller and smaller. Half an hour later, the huge magic crystal had disappeared, and it was replaced by a diamond-shaped crystal that could be held in one hand. Xiao Yang walked forward and took the crystal in his hand. He took out a bottle of liquid from the space and dripped a drop on the magic crystal. After 3 minutes, the crystal in his hand turned from 1 to 2. Lucy rubbed her eyes after seeing it and shouted in disbelief, "You are kidding, it actually turned from 1 to 2. Xiao Yang raised the bottle in his hand and shook it. "This is called double liquid, it can copy an object infinitely. The one I have in my hand is a castrated version, which can only copy the original, and the copy cannot be copied again. If it is a complete version, even the copy can be copied." After listening to what Xiao Yang said, Habib had crystal liquid at the corner of his mouth. He wiped his saliva and said, "Well, slurp, if you drop it on a fish, wouldn't there be countless fish? Slurp, hee. Xiao Yang, can you use it on me?" Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. "This thing is rare, only 1 drop is produced in 10 years, otherwise I would have become rich a long time ago." Happy fell into depression after hearing what Xiao Yang said. What? I thought I could eat fish unlimitedly." After Xiao Yang put the crystal into the space, he cast a purification spell on Jalal. Jalal, who was cast with the purification spell, rolled left and right on the ground in pain, and his body was like a chimney, spewing black smoke continuously. Urza looked at Jalal and asked hurriedly, "Xiao Yang, what's wrong with him? Didn't you cast the purification spell before and it was healed immediately? Why is he in so much pain?" Xiao Yang touched his chin. Maybe it's because I controlled it for too long, the evil spirit merged with my body, so it took so much effort." Although he said this, he actually did it on purpose. He used the purification technique little by little. Seeing Jalal like this, the hatred, pain and fear in everyone's heart slowly dissipated, just like the black mist on Jalal. After 5 minutes, Jalal calmed down. He sat up and looked at Urza in front of him with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, Urza, I treated you like that before, I never thought I would become like that." Urza hugged Jalal after hearing what he said. "It's okay, Jalal, it's because you were controlled that it became like that, you didn't mean it, did you?" Jalal wanted to hug Urza back with both hands, but he hesitated for a moment and finally didn't hug her. "In the final analysis, it is because of the evil thoughts in my heart that I was controlled." After saying this, he looked at Simon and the other 4 not far away. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you've been through these 8 years of pain. If you want revenge, come on, I won't resist." Simon and the others clenched their fists, loosened them, and clenched them again. In the end, it was Miliana who spoke first. "Ah! What a trouble! Although you can't lie to us, you are also helpless like us. Also, what I said doesn't mean I forgive you, I still hate you, meow." Wally and the others had the same idea after hearing what Miliana said, and the 3 of them spoke together. "Yes, although you deceived us, you are also controlled. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other." Gerard smiled after hearing what they said. "It's okay. If you need help in the future, feel free to contact me. I will be happy to help you. Don't wait until later, there is something I need your help with right now." After hearing Xiao Ang's words, Gerard walked to him and said seriously, "If you need any help from me, just tell me, I will do my best to help you. I want you to return to the council again and make the council your power." Everyone was stunned when they heard Xiao Ang's words. Jalal smiled bitterly and said, "Although I also want to help, it is highly unlikely." "Happy, yes, Jalal has destroyed the council, how could they still want him? It's good enough that the council doesn't want him. Xiao Yang spread his hands. It was Ziklain who destroyed the council before, what does it have to do with Jalal? Besides, this time it was thanks to Jalal and Ulu who stopped Ziklain, otherwise Ziref would have been resurrected. With such a great achievement, shouldn't he be named speaker? Ulu pointed at himself in disbelief when he heard Xiao Yang's words, me? When did I stop Ziklain? Xiao Yang waved his hand, you, don't care so much. You are about to become the speaker of the council and reach the peak of your life. You will be the envied rich and beautiful woman. You should be excited now. Lucy was speechless, there is so much information. I don't know what to complain. It is impossible that the people in the council didn't see anything. You let them have such a high position just based on your words. Not necessarily. Xiao Yang took out a machine from the space with a mysterious look on his face. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Common Sense Confusion Machine. This machine is a prop that can confuse people's common sense. As long as you put the written note in it, people will subconsciously think that what is written on it is correct. Lucy was surprised to hear the function of the prop. Then you can write whatever you want, even if I write that I am the most powerful wizard in the world. Xiao Yang showed a sly smile on his face. Of course you can, but if you don't live up to your reputation and can't beat the enemy in battle, it will not only be embarrassing but also dangerous to your life. Yes, you need to have the ability to deserve this title. Not only that, this is also limited like the previous one. If I write that Lucy defeated Ziklain and became the speaker, it won't work. It's not realistic. I'm so sorry that my ability is so low. Xiao Yang gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. It doesn't matter, I believe your strength will have a qualitative leap soon. When Lucy heard this, she remembered the special training of Myra and the others, and her head ached. After Xiao Yang finished explaining, the money is good, he took out a piece of paper and wrote a string of words on the paper. Jalal and you, with the help of Natsu and others, successfully defeated Ziklain and prevented Ziref from resurrecting. He was about to put it in after he finished writing, when he suddenly thought of an idea and added another sentence on the paper. After the wanted person is stamped with the fairy tale emblem, everyone will think that he is not the wanted person, except for his relatives. Xiao Yang put the paper into the machine, and the machine shook left and right, making a booming sound. After a while, the machine stopped making a ding sound and pulled out the puller. Well, it won't be long before the council members come to find Jalal and the others. Xiao Yang put the machine back into the space. Happy hey. That's it, but I feel no different from before. Natsu, do you feel anything? Natsu recalled what happened just now and shook his head. No, I still remember that it was Urza who defeated Jalal. Because I explained the principle of this machine to you, your memory has not been changed. You will see this thing next. Chapter 45. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he looked at Simon. Your chin is injured, take that thing off and I will heal you. Simon was a little surprised to hear this. Isn't healing magic the lost magic? As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered the machine just now, shook his head helplessly and said, I'm so stupid, I have such a powerful machine, let alone a mere lost magic. After Simon took off the mask, Xiao Yang cast a healing magic, and as the music sounded, his chin became as smooth as new. At this time, Elsa looked at several people and asked, where are you going next? If you have nowhere to go, you can come to Fairy Tale. Miliana meow, can we really do it? Of course, you can go and see the atmosphere of the guild first, and then decide whether to join it or not. Wally and Miliana looked at each other excitedly. Wally said, I remember that Elsa told us on the boat that the guild she was in was very good. Miliana jumped up happily, it's the most energetic guild, meow. Everyone paddled back to the luxury hotel. A group of people played together for 2 days. When it was time to go back to the guild, Simon suddenly disappeared. Elsa thought about Simon's performance in the past 2 days and had a rough guess in her mind. Elsa and others came to the beach, and sure enough, they saw Simon on a boat preparing to leave. Simon also saw Elsa at this time and said with a smile, "Hey, Elsa, I learned from Xiao Yang that my sister is still alive. I am going to find my sister. I wish you good luck in the future." Elsa was stunned for a moment when she heard that Simon had a sister, but soon she laughed, "Really? Then congratulations on finding your sister as soon as possible, and then we will get together again." Simon nodded vigorously, "Well, let's play together again later." A flash of white light passed, and Elsa's clothes changed, turning into a set of gold and white armor, like a set of armor to send off a warrior to battle. She stuck the gun in her hand into the ground. However, those who want to quit fairy tale must abide by 3 things, listen carefully. Simon was stunned. "What do you mean by quit? I haven't joined yet." Urza ignored him and continued, "First, you are not allowed to spread any news that is unfavorable to fairy tale throughout your life. Second, you are not allowed to contact past clients casually to pursue your own personal interests. The third and most important point is that even if you take different paths, you must try your best to live strong, never despise your own life, and never forget your beloved friends in your life." The fairy tale farewell party begins. After hearing the signal, Natsu spit out flames from his mouth, and these flames exploded in the sky and turned into red fireworks. The cold light in Uru and Gray's hands rushed up to the sky and turned into blue fireworks. Lucy waved the key in her hand, and the key emitted light. These lights rushed to the sky and turned into stars. Laxus stood behind with an expressionless face, and fireworks like lightning exploded above Laxus' head. Simon looked at the scene in front of him and kept them in his mind silently. Then he turned around and pushed the boat into the sea. Hearing the sound of fireworks in the back continuing, his nose felt a little sour. The next day, a group of people returned to the guild. When they arrived at the guild, Zio looked at the huge building and exclaimed, "Wow, sister, your guild is so big." Miliana looked at the tables and parasols outside the guild excitedly, "And there is an open-air cafe, it's so lively, meow." Urza turned around and faced everyone, looking at the new member with a gleam in her eyes and said, "Welcome to Fairy Tale." After entering the guild, everyone found that the guild was even better than the previously imagined design drawings. Jalal looked at the scene in front of him and praised, "It's worthy of being a guild that Urza praised, it's very beautiful." Levi walked towards everyone and waved and greeted, "Lu," and everyone welcome back. Lucy looked at her with surprise, "It's Levi-chan." The two hugged, and then Levi began to introduce the newly added rooms of the guild to everyone. "Isn't it amazing? There's even a swimming pool behind the pub." "Lucy, why is it a swimming pool?" "There is a playground in the basement, and there is also the cake-making room that Elsa requested in the back." After hearing what Levi said, Elsa's eyes lit up and she rushed straight to the cake-making room. "Lucy, wow, it seems that Elsa really likes the room she mentioned. And the second floor has seen the biggest changes, now anyone can go up to the second floor." Just as he said this, Elfman poked his head out from the second floor and greeted everyone, "Beeb." Levi suddenly thought of Natsu's character and quickly added, "Of course, if you want to take S-level missions, you still need an S-level wizard to accompany you." At this time, a voice came from behind everyone, "You're back, you little brats. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Everyone turned their heads and looked behind them, and found Makarov and Juvia beside him. Makarov introduced to everyone with a smile, "She is the new member Juvia, she is cute, right?" Juvia held up her skirt with both hands and greeted everyone, "Please give me your advice." "Haha, I was wondering why you weren't here on the last day, it turns out you went to the guild early," Gray said with a smile. Juvia smiled at Gray, because Juvia wants to join Gray's guild as soon as possible to give Gray a surprise. Juvia will work hard to become a great wizard, wife, in the future. Juvia said magician, but in her heart she had replaced the word wife with magician. Please give me more advice, Lucy also greeted Juvia happily. Juvia looked at the black air floating out of Lucy and spit out 2 words. Love. Enemy. No way. Makarov looked to the side. There's another newcomer, come on, why don't you say hello to everyone? Everyone looked in the direction where Makarov was speaking and found that the newcomer turned out to be Phantom's Iron Dragon Gajeel. However, due to Xiao Yang, everyone did not have much hostility towards Gajeel, except Natsu, who quarreled with Gajeel again. Why are you here, you bastard? Don't you hate our guild? Gajeel bumped his head against Natsu's. Ha, you think I want to come here? If you hadn't destroyed my old guild, I wouldn't be here. You're a vandal who always destroys buildings. Ha! You are a baby who was beaten by others, what qualifications do you have to talk about me here? Gajeel blushed when he heard this, and shouted angrily, you bastard, how did you know? You didn't do it all, did you? At this time, Gray suddenly remembered what he had said before. Ah! Didn't Xiao Yang say before that we can't disclose this matter casually? Did Natsu tell others just now? We should punish him. Xiao Yang thought for a while. I think I told you that there was such a thing. What do you think, Natsu? Are you ready to be punished? Xiao Yang looked like he was watching a good show. Natsu was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then ran out of the guild in panic. I didn't say anything, it wasn't me who said it. Gray and Gajeel behind him both showed evil expressions on their faces and chased after him. Jalal and the others couldn't help laughing when they saw the scene in front of them. Jalal sighed, what a happy and lively guild. Makarov came to Jalal and patted his arm. Jalal, I heard that this time it was thanks to you and you that we were able to solve Zikrane and prevent Ziref from resurrecting. However, because of Zikrane, the council was also destroyed. In 2 days, someone will come to let you inherit the previous positions of Zikrane and Ultia. Lucy was shocked, it's true. I thought Xiao Yang was lying to us these 2 days. Xiao Yang flew to Myra and told her about the previous bet. When Myra heard what Xiao Yang said, a wicked smile appeared on her face, and she slowly walked towards Lucy who was watching the fun. Chapter 46. Hey, Lucy, welcome back. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Lucy turned away from watching the fun, turned around and greeted. I'm back, Miss Myra. Lucy turned around and paused when she saw Myra's appearance. The expression on Myra's face was no longer as gentle as usual. Instead, it looked like the expression after receiving the soul of Satan, a little naughty. While Lucy stared at Myra, she covered her mouth with one hand and whispered to the Happy who was watching the fun, hey, Happy, why did Miss Myra become like this? She looks a little naughty dash. Hobby took a bite of the fish in his hand and said, hey, this is the expression Myra usually has when she has some bad ideas. Along with Hobby's words, there was also the sound of Myra's footsteps. Although it was very noisy all around, Lucy could clearly hear the sound of her shoes hitting the floor. Lucy swallowed subconsciously as she looked at Myra walking towards her. Myra came to Lucy and put her arm on her shoulders. Her rosy lips blew gently in her ear. She whispered word by word. Lucy, what are you whispering to Happy about? Tell me. Lucy shivered unconsciously when she felt the weight on her shoulders and the heat coming from her ears. She had a forced smile on her face. Haha, we were just discussing whether Natsu could escape Gray and the others' siege. Lucy said as she signaled Happy with her eyes for help. Happy saw Lucy's eyes and made an innocent meow and ran away. Lucy, Xiao Yang said that you wanted Urza and I to train you. I haven't played with anyone for a long time. I've trained before. At first, only Natsu and Gray were allowed to train me. Elfman and the others only trained for a short period of time and they reached the standard. What a pity. Myra showed a regretful expression on her face. Oh. She just said it was fun, didn't she? She definitely said it was fun. Don't you know why Elfman doesn't want you to train? Lucy regretted what Gray and the others said in the Paradise Tower. At this moment, Lucy suddenly saw Xiao Yang passing by her. She shouted as if she saw a savior. Xiao Yang, I suddenly realized that gambling is a very bad habit. Before Lucy finished her words, Xiao Yang took over the conversation. Hey! But Lucy, didn't you say that the most important thing for you Star Spirit Mages is the contract? Are you going to break the contract? Xiao Yang looked at her innocently. Xiao Yang, how did you know? I only told Natsu. And Lucy suddenly realized what was happening, and her eyes were like knives as she stared at the harpy who ran back to watch her. The harpy was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Lucy told us that the celestial wizards valued contracts the most. It wasn't me who said it. Lucy couldn't help but hear this. Kai Kixiu, I was fooled twice by what I said. Next time I must think clearly before I speak. TT. On the other side, Urza and Jalal walked out of the cake shop. Urza held the cake plate in one hand and put the cake into her mouth with a fork in the other hand, with a happy smile on her face. Myra looked at Urza not far away and teased, Hey, Urza, didn't Xiao Yang ask us to train Lucy? Why are you still eating cake leisurely with your boyfriend? After hearing Myra's words, Urza and Jalal's faces turned red, and they looked like two big tomatoes when put together. Urza stammered and retorted, What boyfriend? By the way, Lucy, you want to train, right? Let's go without delay. Urza said and took Lucy away. Myra looked at Urza, who was running away with an evil smile on her face. It seems that I was right. Urza is shy. Her blushing face is so cute. After Myra said that, she slowly walked towards the training ground they often went to. When Myra arrived at the training ground, Urza also calmed down. She looked at Myra and said, Myra, you teach Lucy boxing and some fighting skills, and I will teach Lucy swordsmanship and knife skills. Myra nodded, Okay, then you teach in the morning and I teach in the afternoon, how about that? Sure. Elsa handed Lucy a sword. Lucy, your task this morning is to swing the sword 1,000 times. Lucy's eyes widened. Sigma, 001, 1,000 times. She waved her hands frantically. Elsa, don't be ridiculous, how can most people do that many times in the morning? Elsa touched her chin, Really? 1,000 times is just my warm-up in the morning. Sometimes I do 50,000 times in the morning. 50,000 sigma, is this something a human can do? Myra didn't forget to finish off Lucy when she was shocked. Then Lucy will practice with me this afternoon. I saw a sentence from Xiao Yang before, that you can only hit others if you learn to get hit first. Lucy couldn't believe what she heard. Being beaten, loud sound. Miss Myra, you are not going to beat me for the whole afternoon, are you? You are a holy 10 mage, I will die. After hearing what Lucy said, Myra smiled and touched her head. Lucy, you don't have to worry about this problem, I will suppress the magic power to the same level as yours. Besides, don't we still have Xiao Yang? You will only feel a little pain, and you will definitely not die. I was not comforted. Then, I can't fight with Miss Myra in the afternoon after swinging the sword in the morning. My body won't be able to bear it. After this reminder, Urza suddenly thought of Lucy's performance before. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Oh, that's right. Lucy's physical strength and endurance are not as good as ours. It seems that she can't hold on for a day. Lucy seemed to see hope and nodded desperately, Yes, 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 I really want to train with Elsa and Miss Myra for a day, but unfortunately I don't have the stamina. What a pity. Just when Lucy thought she could relax a little, a voice came from not far away. Elsa, didn't Xiao Yang teach you how to quickly recover from injuries? You can teach these to Lucy. Elsa suddenly realized after hearing this, there is such a method. I haven't used it since my stamina became stronger. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten it. This way, Lucy can keep training. After hearing what Urza said, Lucy's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She looked towards the place where the sound came from, wondering who was so mean. Oh Happy, why are you here? Happy was sitting on a big tree not far away, swinging his legs back and forth. He raised his paw with an innocent look on his face when he heard Lucy's words. Hey, I'm just worried that Lucy might get into trouble. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Thank you so much, Happy, Lucy said with a smile on her face and gritted teeth. Ah. This means I have to train all day. This stinky cat, what's the difference between you and the council? Both are dragging people down. Happy, don't let me catch you, gritting teeth. Myra then said, training is also training, Urza, let's have a fight. Let's see who can teach Lucy the best during this period of time. After the training, let Lucy use the abilities we taught her to fight Natsu, and see how long Lucy can last. Whoever lasts shorter will lose. How about that? Lucy complained in her heart, what do you mean by how long I can last? I can't beat Natsu. Urza showed an expression that this was a really good idea. Okay, we haven't had a winner in a long time, let's do this. Lucy heard the conversation between the two people and secretly said, hey, we are all in the same guild, why do we have to fight? Family members should be harmonious. Urza and Myra seemed not to hear Lucy's words, and there was a raging fire of war in their eyes. Myra, then it will depend on whether your teaching ability is better or mine. Lucy, hurry up and practice. I will make you the strongest celestial wizard. After Elsa finished speaking, she saw in her mind that Lucy would proudly show off to the enemy after defeating him in the future. My master is Elsa. Thanks to her, I am what I am now. Myra sneered twice, hee, of course my ability is better. Lucy, I will teach you the strongest melee method. Don't worry, I will definitely win. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't win. Lucy was so sad that she sighed in her heart. Ah, Mom, I'm done for this time. I will never bet with Xiao Yang again. In this way, Lucy's nervous and happy teaching activity officially began. It's really a cause for celebration. Congratulations, Ada. Chapter 47. Lucy, how's your training going these days? Xiao Yang asked curiously, looking at Lucy slumped on the table. Ah. Stop talking, I've been almost dying these past few days. I even had a fight with Natsu 2 days ago. It's unbelievable. Lucy originally wanted to sit up and complain to Xiao Yang, but the pain in her body was too intense, so she gave up the idea. Xiao Yang was full of question marks and asked in confusion, Lucy, why did you fight with Natsu? Are you unhappy with him? No, it was a competition between Myra and Urza to see who taught me the best, and Natsu was the one who practiced. Xiao Yang was curious when he heard this. Did you beat Natsu in the end? Who won between Myra and Urza? Lucy's tired face was filled with despair when she heard this. She rubbed her hair hard and shouted madly. 4, 7, 7. I don't want to recall it at all. Myra and Urza tied. Not only did they not give up, but they became even more excited. I was about to finish my training, but I didn't expect to have to add an extra week. Lucy stood up and slapped the table hard. The plates on the table were constantly moved back and forth by the force. And Natsu? After I fought with him, he thought I was a good sparring partner. He also said something like both of us can become stronger. He comes to fight me every day, and I am almost annoyed. Fortunately, the celestial spirits cannot be summoned every day, otherwise I will be exhausted to death. After saying this, Lucy seemed to have used up all her strength and collapsed on the seat. As soon as she sat down, Natsu's voice came from not far away. Hey, Lucy, how are you feeling today? Let's have a fight. She heard Natsu's voice and stood up hurriedly, her eyes moving back and forth, thinking about how to answer. Hey, Natsu, I'm sorry, my celestial spirits all took leave for something today, so I can't summon them, so I can only fight next time, what a pity, oh hey. Natsu was puzzled when he heard Lucy's words. Lucy, didn't you say that 2 days ago? And you also said at that time that I would have a good fight with you in 2 days, Lucy, you are not lying to me, are you? Lucy's heartbeat quickened when she heard what Natsu said, and she racked her brains to think of how to deceive Natsu. This, that, by the way, isn't there a harvest festival in 2 days? Xiao Yang told me that there will be a fairy lady selection on the day of the harvest festival, and the help of the stars will be needed then, so I told them in advance, and they are all on leave now, yes, on leave. Lucy gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. I am so smart, I can think of such a perfect reason, nice, Lucy. Xiao Yang was about to ask me when I said that with a puzzled look on his face, and Lucy covered his mouth with her hand after seeing it, with a begging expression on her face. Xiao Yang nodded, and Lucy took her hand away after seeing Xiao Yang nod. Natsu was disappointed. Lucy still can't summon these 2 days, what a pity, I just found the feeling 2 days ago, forget it, I'll go find Gray. After saying that, Natsu hurriedly ran to find Gray. Lucy wiped the sweat from her head after seeing Natsu leave. Hey, he finally left, I would go crazy if I keep fighting. So Lucy, are you going to participate in that beauty pageant? Lucy looked disdainful. How is that possible? I finally have a break these 2 days. I don't want to participate in any competition. I want to have a good look at the harvest festival. What should I eat on that day? Lucy arranged the plan for the day of the harvest festival in her mind. Well, I thought you were going to win the 500,000, Lucy, Xiao Yang said, and was about to leave, but Lucy quickly grabbed him. 500,000? What 500,000? Lucy, didn't you know? The winner of the beauty pageant can receive a reward of 500,000 J. I just took a quick look and didn't read the details, but I will definitely win 500,000, which is 7 months' rent. Lucy clenched her fists tightly as she spoke, her eyes full of desire for victory. But Lucy, didn't you say before that you weren't going to participate in any competitions and wanted to enjoy this harvest festival? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Lucy waved her hand. Oh, don't worry about it so much. I didn't notice there were rewards before. I will definitely become the champion. Come on, Lucy, you are the best, yet. Xiao Yang, the cake you asked for is ready, Listener, who was not far away, shouted while holding the cheesecake in her hand. Okay, Xiao Yang said, and then he tapped the table lightly. Suddenly, a black shadow ninja appeared from the ground. The ninja walked towards Listener, took the cake from Listener's hand and handed it to Xiao Yang. When the task was completed, he put his hand on his chest and bowed, and then he disappeared in this posture. Lucy's eyes turned into stars when she saw this. Great, great, Xiao Yang, I wanted to say before that these ninjas are so cool. Do they have their own will? Xiao Yang took a bite of the cake and said, yes, they have learned the butler's etiquette and tactics from somewhere recently. When Lucy heard this, her eyes sparkled even more. Xiao Yang, I want to learn this magic. Lucy had already imagined how she would summon countless shadow troops with a wave of her hand after learning this magic. Yes, you can, but this magic consumes a lot of magic power. Lucy, are you sure you want to learn it? Lucy was very proud when she heard this. Hehe, Xiao Yang, I am no longer the same person I used to be. I can now easily double open the door 3 times. Well, Lucy, you have improved a lot in the past few days. Otherwise, you can train with Myra and the others for a while, and then you can directly start 3 games. Xiao Yang said while putting his hand on Lucy's forehead. After a flash of light, Lucy obtained the Black Shadow army belonging to her. Lucy hurriedly shook her head when she heard what Xiao Yang said. Forget it, forget it, this kind of experience is enough to experience once in a lifetime. I really don't want to experience it again. I will die. Xiao Yang, I'm leaving first. I have to go back and think about what to do in the next competition. Lucy waved to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was eating cake and suddenly remembered that he hadn't watched the plot rewards of the Tower of Paradise 2 days ago. He quickly opened the system interface. Congratulations to the host for changing the 3.0 plot of the Tower of Paradise and obtaining the Mystic Eyes of Death Perception and the full set of breathing techniques. System, does this complete set of breathing techniques include all breathing techniques? That's right, it's all the breathing methods in the Demon Slayer world. After saying this, the system sent another prompt. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of Laxus, so that the guild no longer has a civil war, and obtains the Keek Emperor. It's not the Harvest Festival yet, so logically it shouldn't be considered a change, right? Ding, I detected that Laxus has completely lost the idea in the original book, so it will definitely change. I'll just post it in advance. Well, could it be that this Emperor KK absorbs other people's time to activate himself just like in the original novel? This reward is also activated by magic, just like the previous Shadow Core, the host does not need to worry. That's good. Chapter 48. Soon it was time for the beauty pageant. As soon as Xiao Yang walked out of the house, he heard Lucy's voice not far away. The fairy lady selection is about to begin. My rent is coming. Xiao Yang turned his head to the left and found Lucy running towards the guild at a very fast speed. Her hair was messy, as if she had just woken up. When she arrived at the guild, Xiao Yang found that the door was open. There were a lot of people inside. The host on the stage spoke. Hello everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. The beautiful fairies are competing for beauty. The Fairy Miss selection is about to begin. I, the Sand Wizard Max, will be the host. Max pointed his finger towards the stage. Contestant number 1, an exotic beauty with an extra-dimensional stomach, Kana Alberona. Kana on the stage put her right hand on her waist and her left hand on her head, posing a very sexy pose. Max said, next is the time for magic promotion. As the host finished speaking, a stack of cards appeared in Kana's hand. These cards flew up and began to rotate around her body. A green light flashed, and Kana's clothes turned into a swimsuit. She smiled in a sexy voice, I'll take the money for the wine. The second contestant was Juvia, who conjured a beach and a swimsuit on the stage. Contestant number 3, the guild's proud signature girl, whose beauty makes the whole continent fall at her feet, Mirage Strauss. Myra smiled and greeted everyone on the stage because I am good at receiving magic, so I perform receiving. After Myra finished speaking, a black light flashed, and the gentle Myra disappeared. In her place was Myra, who received the soul of Satan, holding a whip in her hand. She hit the whip hard on the ground, and the whip made a crackling sound when it touched the wooden floor. Call me Queen. Myra raised her head and showed an evil smile. Her pink tongue licked her lips. Her lips were moist and red, like a delicious jelly, making people salivate. Lucy, who was neatly dressed at the back of the stage, saw this scene and smiled evilly. Hee, Miss Myra has definitely changed from her previous image. I'm here for 500,000. The audience below was stunned for a moment, and then burst into a huge voice. Her Majesty! Ah, whip me, I am Queen Myra's servant. Miss Myra, I love you forever. Oh, you must be kidding me. Lucy couldn't believe what she heard. Contestant number 4 was Elsa. Elsa used dress-up magic and wore a gothic Lolita-style outfit, which was completely different from her previous style and caused everyone to cheer. Contestant number 5, the creator of stone statues and beauty, Alba Green. Alba Green walked slowly from the back of the stage, holding a fan in her hand, covering half of her face, and shouted loudly. Fairy refers to me, beauty refers to me, yes, I am the woman who represents all of these, and the title of Fairy Queen also belongs to me, tremble Elsa. Alba Green spread the wings behind her and flew in the air. Goblin bomb little goblin. Many dense golden light spots appeared in the sky, floating in the air like starlight. With a bang, all the light spots exploded, like a grand fireworks show. These exploding light spots illuminated Alba Green like a real goblin. She landed on the ground and said proudly, "I am the incarnation of the fairy, and the title of the Fairy Queen is mine." Oh, who? At first, the people below were still cheering, until Alba Green's laughter appeared. This proud laughter instantly broke the image of beauty she had created before. Contestant number 6, Rebby, and contestant number 7, Bisksa, also won cheers from the audience below. Contestant number 8, our super rookie, her brilliance is guided by the stars, Lucy Ha, to read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When Max said this, Lucy ran out and interrupted him. Don't tell me my last name. If the audience knew about my father's affairs, I would not be able to get my 500,000 yuan. Lucy smiled awkwardly and waved to the audience below. Max was stunned for a moment, but with his professional host's qualities, he quickly returned to his previous state. Okay, now let's get into the promotion time. Next, I will bring you some impromptu dances, I hope you like them. After Lucy finished speaking, she took out the key and began to summon the celestial spirit. Open the door of Lila. A flash of light passed, and a girl with wings on her back and a harp in her hand appeared on the stage. Lucy glanced at the girl. Lila, follow the plan we agreed on before. Lila nodded and played the harp in her hand. A joyful tune sounded, and Lucy also began her dance performance. She tied a high ponytail and wore a youthful cheerleading outfit. Since the previous few people were all sexy performances, Lucy's performance was like a light porridge in a small dish among the big fish and meat, which made people's eyes bright. When the song was about to end, a huge light burst out from Lucy, and her original cheerleading clothes disappeared, replaced by a black sexy leather jacket. Lucy's hair also changed from the original high ponytail to long hair. After her image changed, the song also changed its attributes. Now it was playing a pure music that sounded very exciting. Lucy stepped heavily on the ground with her left foot, and two black shadow ninjas slowly emerged from her shadow. They took a chair and put it in front of Lucy. A hoarse and sexy song came out of Lucy's mouth. She sang and walked slowly towards the chair. Lucy's footsteps were very loud. Although it was just a few short steps, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's attention was focused on her two slender thighs. She raised her left leg and straddled the chair. The snow-white long legs were illuminated by the light and looked even whiter, like the finest jade, making people want to touch them. Then she jumped up and sat on the chair. At the moment she sat down, Lucy tilted her head back and looked at the men below with a dazed look. Seeing this rabbit-like look, the men below subconsciously swallowed their saliva. The sound of gurgle kept echoing in the guild. Hearing these sounds, Lucy showed a satisfied look in her eyes, and stood up to continue dancing. It was obviously a 2-minute dance, but the people below felt that it was particularly fast. When it reached the climax, a black shadow army suddenly appeared in front of Lucy. She stretched out a finger and placed it on the ninja's forehead, sliding it slowly from the forehead to the abdomen as if caressing her lover. After reaching the abdomen, Lucy turned her head and looked at the audience below with a fox-like charming smile, and at the same time, 1,000 charming moans came out of her mouth. Hearing this moan, the people below had red eyes and screamed hard. "Lucy, my goddess! Lucy, I love you, please marry me!" Their voices were so loud that they almost blew off the roof of the guild. Chapter 49. When Lucy finished her performance, the Miss Fairy Beauty pageant came to an end. The judges now entered the final scoring phase, and all the contestants left the backstage. Habby looked at Lucy curiously and asked, "Hey, Lucy, you were changing your clothes on the stage just now, right?" Why did Lucy change her clothes? Lucy was very proud when she heard Habby's words. "Hey, I learned it from Elsa. Xiao Yang said that my star spirit magic is the same as Elsa's changing magic. They are both a kind of space magic. So I wondered if I could also learn the magic of changing clothes. After I had this idea, I immediately went to find Elsa to learn. Although I was not as powerful as Elsa and could change clothes instantly, I succeeded." Second setting, everyone's magic power is attributeless magic power. After the innate magic is awakened, the magic power attributes will change. You can learn the same type of magic, and as long as the magic power attributes do not conflict, you can use magic of different attributes after running the magic power according to specific rules. Libby hugged Lucy excitedly. "Xiaolu, your dance is great. It's the first time I've seen such a dance. It's super sexy." Xiao Yang asked puzzledly. "Lucy, that dance is the chair dance I showed you before, right? You can learn it after only watching it once? And these two pieces of music are also heard before, why can Lila play them?" Lucy was even more proud when she heard this question. She put her hands on her hips. "Yes, it was the dance I had seen on Xiao Ang's phone before. I defeated a wizard some time ago and gained a memory magic that could help me review my memories of a period of time. It took me quite a while to restore the memories of the dance and the song. Lila can play these pieces of music because of this magic. The star spirits of Lyra can play songs they have heard once, and this magic can also transfer memories to others. It's just that my proficiency in this magic is not very high, and I can't use it on humans. Fortunately, Lila is my star spirit, otherwise she can't see my memory." While everyone was discussing, the champion not far away was about to be announced, and everyone gathered around the host. Max shouted loudly to everyone, "I declare that the champion of this beauty pageant is Lucy, the second place is Myra Jane Strauss, and the third place is Elsa Scarlet. Let's give applause to these three fairies." Lucy's eyes sparkled when she heard it, and she clenched her fists tightly, jumping around excitedly on the spot. "Yes, 500,000, ha ha ha, it's enough to pay for 7 months' rent, that's great." After hearing the host announce the result, Urza crossed her arms and sighed, "Third place, I didn't expect that I would lose this time, but next time Lucy, it won't be so easy for you to beat me." She walked to Lucy, "But you did a good job this time, you are worthy of being my disciple." Urza pressed Lucy's head against her chest, which had been replaced with armor. "Kata! Sigma, oh is so hard." Kana came over with a beer and hugged Lucy. "Not bad, you beat me this time, let's drink this glass and celebrate together." Lucy looked at the beer in front of her and waved her hand to refuse. "No, Kana, forget about this beer, we can drink fruit." Before Lucy finished speaking, Kana's eyes flashed with cunning, and she immediately poured the beer into Lucy's mouth. "This is the money I was going to use to buy some wine, but you got it this time, Lucy. I heard from Myra before that Lucy seems to have someone she likes, and I will be sorry for the 500,000 if I don't tell you the truth this time." Kana poured the wine while patting Lucy's back, with a generous smile on her face. "Hey, Lucy, why are you being so polite to me? I know you really want to drink, there's no need to be polite between us, ha ha ha. Lucy Gilyala save me." In the evening, most people went to the parade to perform, but Xiao Yang was the only one flying in the air, watching everyone perform and eating the food in his hand, feeling very comfortable. Of course, Kana didn't ask anything in the end, because Lucy fainted after getting drunk. Kana overestimated her alcohol tolerance and poured half a bucket of wine into her at once. If it weren't for Xiao Yang's purification spell, Lucy would have missed the evening float parade. After a while, in the guild, Xiao Yang greeted Lucy, who was walking over. "Lucy, long time no see. I heard that you defeated an armed force by yourself this time. You have become very powerful. Lucy heard Xiao Yang's words and put her hands on her waist with a proud face. Hee. After all, I am not the same person as before. I am Lucy 2.0 now, and I have been trained by Elsa and others for so long. If I can't even beat a mere armed force, then what is the difference between me and a harpy? When Harpy heard this, his eyes swelled up, he waved his hands and retorted loudly, Lucy, what do you mean? What's the difference between you and Harpy? We are also very powerful. Lucy responded casually, okay, Harpy is the best. To read exciting novels, just go to Falu Novel Network. After that, she looked at the picture in the air and asked, what is this? Myra explained to Lucy while drawing the rest. We tried to draw the organizational chart of the Dark Guild, and after sorting it out, we found that there are so many of them. Lucy was puzzled, why do we have to sort these out? Myra's voice sank, and her tone was a little solemn, because they have started to take action again recently. What do the three big circles in this picture represent? Elsa came out of the cake shop with a cake in her hand. It's the Balam Alliance of the Dark Guild. The Balam Alliance is made up of the three Dark Guilds, 6 Demon Generals, Hades Gate, and Devil's Heart. These three guilds are the largest dark forces in the world. They each have several directly affiliated guilds, and all of them dominate the dark world together. In addition, there is an independent guild, Crow's Tail. Lucy looked at the pattern in front of her and suddenly found a familiar name. This Iron Forest is the guild that Lala worshipped last time. It turns out that it is also a guild under the 6 Demon Generals. Juvia smiled and said when Juvia and Gajeel were still affiliated with Spectre, they also destroyed several guilds under the 6 Demon Generals. Lucy was a little scared. What should we do? We destroyed so many guilds under their jurisdiction, I hope we didn't anger them. Xiao Yang, Lucy, what are you afraid of now? Haven't you become much stronger? Wakaba, yes, and I heard that this guild has only 6 people in total. I really don't understand how small this guild is. After hearing this, Lucy was no longer afraid, and nodded with an expression of I'm strong, I know. That's right, I'm not the same person I used to be. Just 6 people, I can handle them all by myself. Myra was worried that Lucy would do something impulsive and quickly added, despite this, just 6 people are one of the largest dark forces, and their strength is definitely far more than that. At this time, a voice came from behind regarding the 6 demon generals you mentioned. It has been decided that we will defeat them. Everyone cried out in surprise when they heard the news, and the atmosphere became serious. Goodly. At this time Myra suddenly smiled and said, welcome back, President. Did the routine meeting go well? Lucy, that's not the point. Elsa, President, what is going on? At the regular meeting a few days ago, everyone had discussed the issue of the 6 demon generals taking action. Their actions were too big and the council could no longer sit idly by, so it was decided that 4 guilds would come forward to destroy them, and our guild was one of them. At this time, Habib suddenly remembered the experience package that everyone had discussed before. By the way, do you feel that this scene is so familiar? The next step is that we will conquer the Devil's Heart together. Lucy looked at her with an expression that said, are you kidding me? She waved her hand nonchalantly. Happy, what are you talking about? How could it be such a coincidence? If we really go to conquer the Devil's Heart, I will perform a handstand to wash my hair on the spot. Lucy, you have to fulfill your words. A magic crystal appeared in Xiao Ang's hand, and the words Lucy just said were repeated in the magic crystal. Chapter 50. Sigma, OOU, what do you mean? Why do you carry the magic crystal with you? And you just recorded what I said. Are we really going to fight the Devil's Heart later? Xiao Yang shrugged. Who knows? Maybe we will fight. Xiao Yang, you look so familiar to me. Lucy suddenly thought of the bet from last time. At this moment, Laxus suddenly leaned close to Xiao Ang's ear and whispered, Xiao Yang, did you receive any information? Xiao Yang looked puzzled. What information? Suddenly a voice in your head said, "Congratulations on accepting the mission to defeat the 6 demon generals." Xiao Yang quickly checked the system information and found that there was indeed this prompt in the system. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the mission to defeat the 6 demon generals. After completing this mission, you will receive a large amount of magic power and skill rewards. Please sign for it. System, what's going on? Why didn't we have this function before? This function was enabled after the Tower of Paradise ended. Since there has been no large-scale mission, it has not been triggered. The 6 demon generals belong to a large guild and are involved in many events, so the mission will be triggered this time. Then why did Laxus receive the message? The system will automatically select members who are suitable for this mission, and after the selection is completed, a reminder will be sent directly to their minds. I see. Makarov was about to choose the members to go on the mission, but Xiao Yang interrupted him and shouted to everyone, who has the prompt to accept the mission in their mind. Makarov looked at Xiao Yang with a puzzled look on his face. President, let me decide the members this time. I have a way to automatically select those who are suitable for this mission 910. Makarov pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the president agreed, those who had just heard the reminder in their minds raised their hands one after another. Urzumi. Graimi. Natsumi. Lucy raised her hand slowly. Me, why was I chosen among so many powerful people? Happy walked to Lucy. Oh, Lucy is scared. Someone just said she wants to fight 6 people alone. Who was it? Habib has an expression that says I am thinking seriously. Don't complain about me now. I was just talking nonsense. Who would have thought that I would really attack those people? Just then, Gerard's voice suddenly came from the door and me. He came in from the door and walked to the crowd. I just came back from the council, and this voice came to my mind. Xiao Yang looked at everyone. Okay, everyone who raised their hands just now is a member of this expedition against the 6 demon generals. Everyone pack up and get ready to go. After a while. Isn't it time yet? I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Yang, help me. Naz was lying in a puddle of mud, speaking intermittently on the pig cart. Natsu, I suspect your dizziness with transportation is a psychological effect. You don't get dizzy when being carried by a harpy because he is your partner, right? Ugh. Then if you imagine the pig in front of you as a companion, will you not get carsick? No, it's impossible. It's not a partner. Why doesn't Laxus get dizzy when he's a dragon slayer? Ugh. Laxus, maybe it's because his dragon-slaying magic comes from the magic crystal. Xiao Yang looked at Natsu who was lying on the ground and cast a purification spell on him. After Natsu's negative state was purified, he immediately jumped up and down. Ha ha ha, resurrection. Urza looked at Xiao Yang in confusion. Xiao Yang, this mission is said to have magic rewards, what will the rewards be? I'm not sure either. This is the first time I've encountered this. It could be the magic of this world, or it could be the power of other worlds. Lucy fell into fantasy after hearing Xiao Yang's words. Wow, magic from other worlds, what kind of magic is there? I'm looking forward to it. Will it be very powerful magic? After I get it, I can destroy the 6 demon generals with one blow. Happy waved his hand. Lucy, it's better to have sweet dreams when you sleep. Dreaming now is just daydreaming. Hobby, what do you mean? What do you mean by daydreaming? Can't I just think about it? What if it comes true? You are just jealous. Hobby spread his hands helplessly and said, Okay, I am jealous of Lucy. How about it, are you satisfied? Lucy was not comforted by Hobby's words, but became even angrier. Happy, you are just trying to be perfunctory. Happy sighed, Lucy is so hard to please, she is never satisfied no matter what you say. Elsa looked at the building in front of them and said to everyone, we can see it now, it is the meeting place. Everyone walked into the meeting place, it was pitch black inside. After sensing someone coming in, the lights in the venue slowly lit up. Lucy looked at the surrounding environment and complained, "This place has really bad taste." "Elsa, this is the villa of President Aoki Pegasus Bob." Gray got goosebumps when he heard the name. "Yes, is it that guy? I am really afraid of him." To read the exciting novels, go to Fanfiction Novel Network. Although Elsa agreed in her heart, as a mature S-class wizard, she still had to put on some superficial work. "No, don't say that, don't look at him like that, he is a master that even our president can't do anything to." At this time, a voice came from above the house. "Welcome everyone from Fairy Tale." As soon as the voice fell, a beam of light shone in front of me, and 3 more figures appeared under the light. "We have been waiting for a long time." "We are Blue Pegasus." Chorus Tri Men. The handsome guy with brown and yellow hair, Hiroya no Hibiki. The young man with yellow hair, Holy Night's Eve. The dark-skinned and black-haired man covered half of his face with his left hand, Lotus of the Sky Knight. What happened next was exactly the same as the original. The leader of the 3, Yi, appeared and was beaten away. The beaten Yi flew towards the door in a parabola and was caught by a hand. The hand emitted a burst of cold air the moment it caught him, and in the blink of an eye, Yi was frozen in ice. "This is really a polite greeting. You actually dare to look down on the scales of the Snake Queen. You are so brave." Gray saw the owner of this hand and shouted in surprise, "Leo!" Leo was also very surprised Gray. He looked around and said disappointedly, "Why are you here to participate in the expedition? I thought it was you. There is such a strong you, but only Gray is allowed to come. What a pity," Leo said while throwing the knight in his hand into the distance. Gray couldn't help hearing this. "Ha! You, the defeated general, know my strength best. As for you is still on a mission and can't come over, but I will go back and tell her, emphasis added, Leo misses you very much but is too embarrassed to come over to see you." Leo shouted angrily, "Gray, what did you say? Do you want to fight?" The 3 people behind him were also angry and said, "You little bastard, how dare you treat our boss like this? It's too much, all the men can go back." A female voice came from behind Leo, "Oh, there are women here too." Puppet hits carpet. Puppet. As soon as the voice fell, the carpet not far from Lucy turned into a monster with a bow ribbon and attacked Lucy. Before Lucy's brain could react, her body, which had been beaten for 4 weeks, automatically reacted. She stepped back instantly, pulled out the whip at her waist and hit the carpet monster, and the carpet was instantly shattered. After the carpet was shattered, Lucy reacted. "No, I remember this magic seemed to be." A pink-haired woman appeared beside Leo with a smile. Lucy was surprised. "Shirley, you have also joined the snake scales." Shirley chuckled, "Well, I won't allow you to say forget me, and please forget the old me. Which one do you want?" Shirley looked up and down at her former opponent. "I didn't expect your strength to grow so fast, it's like you've become a completely different person." Lucy heard the praise and said proudly, "Of course, I have undergone intensive training. I am no longer the same person. Now I can easily beat 10 of you." Shirley was very angry when she heard that she looked down on herself. "I am no longer the same person before. I have changed my appearance for love." The scene was very chaotic for a while, and magic circles appeared in everyone's hands, as if they were going to fight in the next second. Xiao Yang on the side ate popcorn in his hand and watched these things happen as if he was watching a movie. "Laxus, Xiao Yang, don't we have to stop them?" Xiao Yang waved his hand, "Someone will come to stop them in a while." As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, a very steady voice came from the door. "Assistant General, we are going to form a joint army to jointly defeat the 6 demon generals. Now is your time to make a fuss."